Lucasta. By Richard Lovelace. To William Hazlitt, Esq., of the Middle Temple, a registrar of the Court of Bankruptcy in London. This little volume is inscribed as a slight testimony of the greatest respect, by his affectionate son, the editor. Part 1. Page dedication 3 verses addressed to the author 5. Poems addressed or relating to Lucasta. Song. To Lucasta. Going Beyond the Seas 25 Song. To Lucasta. Going to the Wars 26 A Paradox 27 Song. To Amarantha, that she would dishevel her hair 29 Sonnet 31 Ode. To Lucasta. The Rose 31 Love Conquered. A Song 33 A Loose Saraband 34 Orpheus to Woods 37 Orpheus to Beasts 37 Dialogue. Lucasta, Alexis 39 Sonnet 41 Lucasta Weeping. Song 42 to Lucasta, from Prison. An Epode 43 Lucasta's Funna, with a looking glass in it 46 Lucasta, Taking the Waters at Tunbridge 48 to Lucasta. Ode Lyric 50 Lucasta paying her obsequies to the chaste memory of my dearest cousin Mrs. Bowes Barn, s. 51 Upon the curtain of Lucasta's picture, it was thus wrought 53 Lucasta's World. Epode 53 The Apostasy of One, and but one Lady 54 A Minter from Beyond the Sea to Alexis. A Dialogue 56 Calling Lucasta from her retirement 58 Amarantha, a Pastoral 60. 2. Poems addressed to Elinda. To Elinda, that lately I have not written 74 Elinda's Glove 75 being treated. To Elinda 76 To Elinda, upon his late recovery. A Paradox 79. 3. Miscellaneous Poems. To Chloe, courting her for his friend 81 Gratiana dancing and singing 82 A Minter's Grove 84 The Scrutiny 89 Princess Loisa drawing 90 A Forsaken Lady to her false servant 92 The Grasshopper. To my noble friend, Mr. Charles Cotton, the elder, 94 An Elegy on the Death of Mrs. Cassandra Cotton 97 The Vintage to the Dungeon. A Song 99 on the Death of Mrs. Elizabeth Filmer. An Elegiacal Epitaph 100 to my worthy friend Mr. Peter Lilly 100 and to the Lady A. N.N.E. L. Lovelace. My Asylum and a Great Extremity 100 and for a lady with a falcon on her fist. To the Honorable my cousin A. N.N.E. L. Lovelace 108 A Prologue to the Scholars 110 The Epilogue 111 Against the Love of Great Ones 113 To Althea, from Prison 117 Sonnet. To General Goring, after the pacification at Berwick 120 Sir Thomas Wortley's Sonnet 122 The Answer 123 A Guiltless Lady Imprisoned, after penance 124 To his dear brother Colonel F. Rancis, L. Lovelace. 125 To a lady that desired me I would bear my part with her in a song 126 Valiant Love Talk. 131 La Bella Bona Roba. To my Lady H. 133 Sonnet. I cannot tell. And C. 134 A Law Bourbon 135 The Fair Beggar 136 A Dialogue betwixt Cortinus and Amorette 138. This is approximately the original location of footnote talk. 1. This footnote has been moved to a position after the poem La Bella Bona Roba. 4. Commendatory and other verses, prefixed to various publications between 1638 and 1647. An Elegy. Princess Catherine born, christened, buried in one day, 1638, 140 Cleitophon and Lysop translated. To the ladies, 1638, 143 To my truly valiant, learned friend, who in his book resolved the art gladiatory into the mathematics, 1638, 146 To Fletcher revived, 1647, 148. Part 2. Poems addressed or relating to Lucasta. Dedication 155 to Lucasta. Her reserved looks 157 Lucasta laughing 157 Night. To Lucasta 158 Love enthroned 159 Her muff 160 A black patch on Lucasta's face 162 Another 163 To Lucasta 165 To Lucasta 165 Lucasta at the bath 166 The ant 168. 2. Miscellaneous Poems. Song. Strive not, and see. 170 An allusion to the French song. En entendez-vous pas si language? 171 Courant Monsieur 173 A loose saraband 170 For the falcon 176 Love made in the first age. To Chloris 180 To a lady with child that asked an old shirt 183 Song. In mine own monument I lie, and see. 180 For another. I did believe, and see. 184 Ode. You are deceived, and see. 185 The duel 187 Cupid far gone 188 A mock song 190 A fly caught in a cobweb 191 A fly about a glass of burnt claret 193 Female glory 196 A dialogue. Lute and voice 197 A mock Sharon. Dialogue 198 The toad and spider. A duel 199 The snail 207 Another 209 The triumphs of Philomore and Amrit 211 Advice to my best brother, Call, Francis Lovelace 218 Paris's second judgment 221 Painter. A panegyric to the best picture of friendship, Mr. Pett. Lily 222 An anniversary on the hymeneals of my noble kinsman, Thomas Stanley, ESQ 227 on Saint-Nazaire being honored with 600 ducats by the Clarissimi of Venice 229. 3. Commendatory verses, prefixed to various publications between 1652 and 1657. To my dear friend Mr. E. Ldred R. Evatt on his poems Moral and Divine 241 on the best, last, and only remaining comedy of Mr. Fletcher. The Wild Goose Chase. 1652, 245 To my noble kinsman Thomas Stanley Esq. On his lyric poems composed by Mr. John Gamble, 1656, 247 To Drive F. B. Eel. On his book of chess, 1656, 249 To the genius of Mr. John Hall, 1657, 250. Translations 253. Elegies on the death of the author 279. Introduction. There is scarcely an undramatic writer of the 17th century whose poems exhibit so many and such gross corruptions as those of the author of Lucasta. In the present edition, which is the first attempt to present the productions of a celebrated and elegant poet to the admirers of this class of literature in a readable shape, both the text and the pointing have been amended throughout, the original reading being always given in the footnotes. But some passages still remain, which I have not succeeded in elucidating to my satisfaction, and one or two which have defied all my attempts at emendation, though, as they stand, they are unquestionably nonsense. It is proper to mention that several rather bold corrections have been hazarded in the course of the volume, but where this has been done, the deviation from the original has invariably been pointed out in the notes. On the title page of the copy of Lucasta, 1649, preserved among the King's pamphlets in the British Museum, the original possessor has, according to his usual practice, marked the date of purchase, viz., June 21st. Perhaps, and indeed probably, that was also the date of publication. A copy of Lucasta, 1649, occasionally appears in catalogues, purporting to have belonged to an Lady Lovelace, but the autograph which it contains was taken from a copy of Massinger's Bondman, edit. 1638-42, which her ladyship once owned. This copy of Lovelace's Lucasta is bound up with the copy of the posthumous poems, once in the possession of Benjamin Rudyard, Esq., grandson and heir of the distinguished Sir Benjamin Rudyard, as appears also from his autograph on the title. 1.1. In the original edition of the two parts of Lucasta, 1649-59, the arrangement of the poems appears, like that of the text, to have been left to chance, and the result has been a total absence of method. I have therefore felt it part of my duty to systematize the contents of the volume, and so far as it lay in my power, to place the various pieces of which it consisted in their proper order, all the odes, sonnets, and addressed or referring to the lady who is concealed under the names of Lucasta and Amarantha have now been, for the first time, brought together. And the copies of commendatory and gratulatory verses, with one exception prefixed by Lovelace to various publications by friends. During his lifetime, either prior to the appearance of the first part of his own poems in 1649, or between that date and the issue of his remains 10 years later, have been placed by themselves, as an act of justice to the writer, of whose style and genius they are, as is generally the case with all compositions of the kind, by no means favorable specimens. The translations from Catullus, Ausonius, and have been left as they stood. They are, for the most part, destitute of merit, but as they were inserted by the poet's brother, when he edited the posthumous volume, I did not think it right to disturb them, and they have been retained in their full integrity. Lovelace's Lucasta was included by the late S. W. Singer, Esq. in his series of Early English Poets. But that gentleman, besides striking out certain passages, which he, somewhat unaccountably and inconsistently, regarded as indelicate, omitted a good deal of preliminary matter in the form of commendatory verses which, though possibly of small worth, were necessary to render the book complete. It is possible that Mr. Singer made use of a copy of Lucasta which was deficient at the commencement. It may not be generally known that, independently of its imperfections in other respects, Mr. Singer's reprint abounds with the grossest blunders. The old orthography has been preserved intact in this edition, but with respect to the employment of capitals, the entirely arbitrary manner in which they are introduced into the book as originally published has made it necessary to reduce them, as well as the singularly capricious punctuation, to modern rules. At the same time, in those cases where capitals seemed more characteristic or appropriate, they have been retained. It is a singular circumstance that Mr. Singer, in common with Wood, Bliss, Ellis, Headley, and all other biographers, overlooked the misprint of Aramantha for Amarantha, which the old compositor made, with one or two exceptions, wherever the word occurred. In giving a correct representation of the original title page, I have been obliged to print Aramantha. In the hope of discovering the exact date of Lovelace's birth and baptism, I communicated with the Rev. A. J. Pirman, incumbent of Bethersden, near Ashford, and that gentleman obligingly examined the registers for me, but no traces of Lovelace's name are to be found. W. C. H. Kensington, August 12, 1863. Less than 1.1 Mr. B. R. was a somewhat diligent collector of books, both English and foreign. On the fly-leaves of his copy of Ross's Mystagogus Poeticus, 1648 8 VO, he has written the names of a variety of works, of which he was at the time seemingly in recent possession. Biographical notice. With the exception of Sir Egerton Brydges, who contributed to the Gentleman's Magazine for 1791 to a series of articles on the life and writings of the subject of the present memoir, all the biographers of Richard Lovelace have contented themselves with following the account left by Anthony Wood of his short and unhappy career. I do not think that I can do better than commence, at least by giving word for word the narrative of Wood in his own language, to which I purpose to add such additional particulars in the form of notes, or otherwise, as I may be able to supply. But the reader must not expect much that is new, for I regret to say that, after the most careful researches, I have not improved, to any large extent, the state of knowledge respecting this elegant poet and unfortunate man. Richard Lovelace, writes Wood, the eldest son of Sir William Lovelace 2.1 of Woolwich in Kent, Knight, was born in that country, in 1618, educated in grammar learning in Charterhouse 2.2 school near London, became a gent. Commoner of Gloucester Hall in the beginning of the year 1634, 2.3 and in that of his age 16, being then accounted the most amiable and beautiful person that ever I beheld, a person also of innate modesty, virtue, and courtly deportment, which made him then, but especially after, when he retired to the great city, much admired and adored by the female sex. In 1636, when the king and queen were for some days entertained at Oxon, he was, at the request of a great lady belonging to the queen, made to the Archbishop of Canterbury, Laud, then Chancellor of the University, actually created, among other persons of quality, Master of Arts, though but of 2 years' standing, at which time his conversation being made public, and consequently his ingenuity and generous soul discovered, he became as much admired by the male, as before by the female, sex. After he had left the university, he retired in great splendor to the court, and being taken into the favor of Lord George Goring, afterwards Earl of Norwich, was by him adopted a soldier, and sent in the quality of an ensign in the Scotch expedition, and 1639. Afterwards, in the second expedition, he was commissionated a captain in the same regiment, and in that time wrote a tragedy called The Soldier, but never acted, because the stage was soon after suppressed. After the pacification of Berwick, he retired to his native country, and took possession of his estate at Lovelace Place, in the parish of Bethersden, 2.4 at Canterbury, Chart, Halden, N.C., worth, at least, £500 per annum. About which time he, being then on the commission of the peace, was made choice of by the whole body of the county of Kent at an assize, to deliver the Kentish petition 2.5 to the House of Commons, for the restoring the king to his rights, and for settling the government, N.C., for which piece of service he was committed, April 30th, 1642, to the Gatehouse at Westminster. 2.6 where he made that celebrated song called, Stone Walls Do Not a Prison Make, and c. After 3 or 4 months, 6 or 7 weeks' imprisonment, he had his liberty upon bail of £40,000, £4,000, not to stir out of the lines of communication without a pass from the Speaker. During the time of this confinement to London, he lived beyond the income of his estate, either to keep up the credit and reputation of the king's cause by furnishing men with horses and arms, or by relieving ingenious men in want, whether scholars, musicians, soldiers, and c. also, by furnishing his 2 brothers, Colonel Frank Lovelace, and Captain William Lovelace, afterwards slain at Caermarthen, 2.7 with men and money for the king's cause, and his other brother, called Dudley Posthumus Lovelace, with moneys for his maintenance in Holland, to study tactics and fortification in that school of war. After the rendition of Oxford garrison, in 1646, he formed a regiment for the service of the French king, was colonel of it, and wounded at Dunkirk, 2.8, and in 1648, returning into England, he, with Dudley Posthumus before mentioned, then a captain under him, were both committed prisoners to Peterhouse, 2.9 in London, where he framed his poems for the press, entitled Lucasta, Epodes, Odes, Sonnets, Songs, and c. London. 1649, October. The reason why he gave that title was because some time before, he had made his amours to a gentlewoman of great beauty and fortune, named Lucy Sacheverell, whom he usually called Lucasta. But she, upon a stray report that Lovelace was dead of his wound received at Dunkirk, soon after married. 2.10 He also wrote Amarantha, a pastoral, printed with Lucasta. 2.11 Afterwards a musical composition of 2 parts was set to part of it by Henry Lawes. 2.12 Sometimes servant to King Charles I, in his public and private music. After the murder of King Charles I, Lovelace was set at liberty, and having by that time consumed all his estate, 2.13 grew very melancholy, which brought him at length into a consumption, became very poor in body and purse, was the object of charity, went in ragged clothes, whereas when he was in his glory he wore cloth of gold and silver, and mostly lodged in obscure and dirty places, more befitting the worst of beggars and poorest of servants, and c. After his death his brother Dudley, before mentioned, made a collection of his poetical papers, fitted them for the press, and entitled them Lucasta Poems, London. 1659, 2.14 October, the second part, with his picture before them. 2.15 These are all the things that he hath extant. Those that were never published were his tragedy, called The Soldier or Soldiers, before mentioned, and his comedy, called The Scholar. 2.16 which he composed at 16 years of age, when he came first to Gloucester Hall. Acted with applause afterwards in Salisbury Court. He died in a very mean lodging in Gunpowder Alley, 2.17 near Shoe Lane, 2.18, and was buried at the west end of the church of S. Bride, alias Bridget, in London, near to the body of his kinsman Will Lovelace, of Gray's Inn, Esq., in 1658, 2.19, having before been accounted by all those that well knew him to have been a person well versed in the Greek 2.20 and Latin 2.21 poets, in music, whether practical or theoretical, instrumental or vocal, and in other things befitting a gentleman. Some of the said persons have also added, in my hearing, that his common discourse was not only significant and witty, but incomparably graceful, which drew respect from all men and women. Many other things I could now say of him, relating either to his most generous mind in his prosperity, or dejected estate in his worst state of poverty, but for brevity's sake I shall now pass them by. At the end of his posthumous poems are several elegies written on him by eminent poets of that time, wherein you may see his just character. Such is Wood's account. It is to be regretted that that writer did not supply the additional information, which he tantalizes us by saying that he possessed, and could have published, had he not been afraid of being tedious. His love of brevity is, in this case, most provoking. As might be expected, the journals of Parliament cast additional light on the personal connection of Lovelace with the Kentish petition of 1642, which was for the general redress of existing grievances, not, as the editor of the Verney papers seems to have considered, merely for the adjustment of certain points relative to the militia. Parliamentary literature has not a very strong fascination for the editors of old authors, and the biographers of Lovelace have uniformly overlooked the mine of information which lies in the Lords and Commons journals. The subject was apparently introduced, for the first time, into Parliament on the March 28, 1642, when a conference of both houses took place, respecting a petition from Kent, which, praying for a restoration of the bishops, liturgy and common prayer, and other constitutional measures, was voted seditious and against privilege and the peace of the kingdom. On the same occasion, Lord Bristol and Mr. Justice Mallet were committed to the Tower for having in their possession a copy of the document. On the April 7th it was ordered by both houses that the Kentish petition should be burned by the hands of the common hangman. On the April 28th, the Commons acquainted the Upper House, by Mr. Oliver Cromwell, that a great meeting was to be held next day on Blackheath, to back the rejected Kentish petition. Less than 2.22. 2 days later, a strange scene occurred at Westminster. Let the Commons journals tell the story in their own language. April 30th, 1642. The House being informed that divers gentlemen of the county of Kent were at the door, that desired to present a petition to the House. They were called in, presented their petition, and withdrew. And their petition was read, and appeared to be the same that was formerly burnt, by order of both houses, by the hands of the common hangman. Captain Lee reports that, being at the quarter sessions held at Maidstone, he observed certain passages which he delivered in writing. Captain Lovelace, who presented the petition, was called in, and Mr. Speaker was commanded to ask him, from whose hand he had this petition, and who gave him warrant to present it. Mr. G.O. Shute delivered him, he replied, the petition the next day after the assizes. The gentlemen, he continued, that were assembled at Blackheath, commanded him to deliver it. The Speaker then inquired, whether he knew that the like was burnt by the order of this House, and that some were here questioned for the business. He understood a general rumor, that some gentlemen were questioned. He had heard a fortnight since, that the like petition was burned by the hand of the common hangman. He knew nothing of the bundle of printed petitions. He likewise said that there was a petition at the quarter sessions, disavowed by all the justices there, which he tore. Sir William Boteler was likewise called in, and asked when he was at York. He answered, on Wednesday last was sevennight, he came from York, and came to his house in London. He heard of a petition that was never delivered. He never heard of any censure of the Parliament. He heard that a paper was burnt for being irregularly burnt, presented. He had heard that the petition, that went under the name of the Kentish petition, was burnt by the hands of the common hangman. He never heard of any order of either, or of both, the Houses concerning the petition. He was at Hull on Thursday or Friday was a sevennight. As he came from York, he took Hull in the way. He had heard that Sir Roger Twisden was questioned for the like petition. He was yesterday at Blackheath. Resolved, upon the question, that Captain Lovelace shall be presently committed prisoner to the Gatehouse. Resolved, upon the question, that Sir William Boteler shall be presently committed prisoner to the Fleet. Ordered that the sergeant shall apprehend them, and carry them in safe custody, and deliver them as prisoners to the several prisons aforesaid. On the May 4th, 1642, the House of Commons ordered Mr. Whitlock and others to prepare a charge against Mr. Lovelace and Sir William Boteler with all expedition, but nothing further is heard of the matter till the June 17th, when Lovelace 2.23 and Boteler petitioned the House separately for their release from custody. Hereupon Sir William was discharged on finding personal bail to the extent of £10,000, with a surety £4,500, and in the case of his companion in misfortune it was ordered, on the question, that he be forthwith bailed upon good security. This good security surely did not reach the sum mentioned by Wood, namely, £40,000, but it is likely that the author of the Athene is only wrong by a cipher, and that the amount fixed was £4,000, as it has been already suggested. Thus Lovelace's confinement did not exceed 7 weeks in duration, and the probability is that the sole inconvenience, which he subsequently experienced, was the loss of the bail. The description left by Wood and Aubrey of the end of Lovelace can only be reconciled with the fact that his daughter and heiress conveyed Kingsdown, Hever, 2.24 and a moiety of Chipstead, to the Cokes by marriage with Mr. Henry Coke, by presuming that those manors were entailed, while Lovelace Place, as well perhaps as Bayford and Goodneston, not being similarly secured, were sold to defray the owner's encumbrances. At any rate, it is not, upon the whole, very probable that he died in a hovel, in a state of absolute poverty. 2.25 That he received £1 a week, equal to about £4 of our money, from 2 friends, Cotton and another, Aubrey himself admits, and we may rest satisfied that, however painful the contrast may have been between the opening and close of that career, the deplorable account given in the Athene, and in the so-called Lives of Eminent Men, is much exaggerated and overdrawn. It has not hitherto been remarked that among the Kentish gentry who, from time to time, elected to change the nature of their tenure from gavelkind to primogeniture, were the Lovelaces themselves, in the person of Thomas Lovelace, 2.26 who, by Act of Parliament 2 and 3 EDW. 6. Obtained concurrently with several other families, the power of conversion. This Thomas Lovelace was not improbably the same, who was admitted a student of Gray's Inn in 1541, and that he was of the Kentish Lovelaces there is not much reason to doubt, although, at the same time, I am unable to fix the precise degree of consanguinity between him and Sergeant William Lovelace of Gray's Inn, who died in 1576, and who was great-grandfather to the author of Lucasta. The circumstance that the real property of Thomas Lovelace aforesaid, situated in Kent, was released by Act of Parliament, 2 and 3 EDW. 6. From the operations of gavelkind tenure, assuming, as is most likely to have been the case, that he was of the same stock as the poet, though not an immediate ancestor, seems to explain the following allusion by Dudley Lovelace in the verses prefixed by him to Lucasta, 1649. Those by the landed have been writ, mine's but a younger brother wit, as well as the subjoined lines by Lovelace in the poem entitled To Lucasta from Prison, see page 44 of present edition. Next would I court my liberty, and then my birthright property. There is evidence to prove that Lovelace was on intimate terms with some of the wits of his time, and that he had friendly relations with many of them, such as Hall, Rawlins, Lenton, and particularly the Cottons. John Tatum, the city poet, and author of the Fancies Theatre, 1640, knew him well, and addressed to him some stanzas, not devoid of merit, during his stay abroad. In 1643, Henry Glapthorne, a celebrated dramatist and poet of the same age, dedicated to Lovelace his poem of Whitehall, printed in that year in a quarto pamphlet, with elegies on the Earls of Bedford and Manchester. 2.27 The pages of Lucasta bear testimony to the acquaintance of the author with Anthony Hodges of New College, Oxford, translator of Cleitophon and Lysipp from the Greek of Achilles Tatius, or rather probably from a Latin version of the original, and with other 2.28 members of the University, 2.29. Although it is stated by Wood that Lucasta was prepared for the press by Lovelace himself, on his return from the continent in 1648, it is impossible to believe that any care was bestowed on the correction of the text, or on the arrangement of the various pieces which composed the volume, nor did his brother Dudley Posthumus, who edited the second part of the book in 1659, perform his task in any degree better. In both instances, the printer seems to have been suffered to do the work in his own way, and very infamously he has done it. To supply all the shortcomings of the author and his literary executor at this distance of time is, unfortunately, out of the power of any editor, but in the present republication I have taken the liberty of rearranging the poems, to a certain extent in the order in which it may be conjectured that they were written, and where Lovelace contributed commendatory verses to other works. Either before or after the appearance of the first portion of Lucasta, the two texts have been collated, and improved readings been occasionally obtained. The few poems, on which the fame of Lovelace may be said to rest, are emanations not only of the stirring period in which he lived, but of the peculiar circumstances into which he was thrown at different epochs of his life. Lovelace had not the melodious and exquisite taste of Herrick, the wit of Suckling, or the power of Randolph, so often second only to his master Johnson. Mr. Singer has praised the exuberant fancy of Lovelace. But in my thinking, Lovelace was inferior in fancy, as well as in grace, both to Carew and the author of Hesperides. Yet Lovelace has left behind him one or two things, which I doubt if any of those writers could have produced, and which our greatest poets would not have been ashamed to own. When Stanley was so far right in instituting a comparison between Lovelace and Sidney, that it is hard to name any one in the entire circle of early English literature except Sidney and Wither, who could have attempted, with any chance of success, the Song to Althea from prison, and how differently Sidney at least would have handled it. We know what Herrick would have made of it. It would have furnished the theme for one more invocation to Julia. From Suckling we should have had a bantering playfulness, or a fescennine gaiety, equally unsuited to the subject. Waller had once an opportunity of realizing the position, which has been described by his contemporary in immortal stanzas, but Waller, when he was under confinement, was thinking too much of his neck to write verses with much felicity, and preferred waiting till he got back to Beaconsfield, when his inspiration had evaporated, to pour out his feelings to Lady Dorothy or Lady Sophia. Wither's song, "Shall I Wasting in Despair," is certainly superior to the Song to Althea. Wither was frequently equal to Lovelace in poetical imagery and sentiment, and he far excelled him in versification. The versification of Lovelace is indeed more rugged and unmusical than that of any other writer of the period, and this blemish is so conspicuous throughout Lucasta, and is noticeable in so many cases, where it might have been avoided with very little trouble, that we are naturally led to the inference that Lovelace, in writing, accepted from indolence or haste the first word which happened to occur to his mind. Daniel, Drayton, and others were, it is well known, indefatigable revisers of their poems. They added and altered many times, mostly for the better, occasionally for the worse. We can scarcely picture to ourselves Lovelace blotting a line, though it would have been well for his reputation if he had blotted many. In the poem of the Loose Saraband, page 34, there is some resemblance to a piece translated from Meleager in Elton's Specimens of Classic Poets, I. 411, and entitled by Elton, "Playing at Hearts." Love acts the tennis player's part, and throws to thee my panting heart, Heliodora. Ere it fall, let desire catch swift the ball, let her in the ball-court move, foul in the game with love. If thou throw me back again, I shall of foul play complain. And an address to the cicada by the same writer, Ibid I. 415, opens with these lines: O shrill-voiced insect that, with dewdrops sweet inebriate, dost in desert woodlands sing. In the poem called The Grasshopper, page 94, the author speaks of the insect as drunk every night with a delicious tear, dropped thee from heaven. The similarity in each case, I believe to have been entirely accidental, nor am I disposed to think that Lovelace was under any considerable or direct obligations to the classics. I have taken occasion to remark that Lovelace seems to have helped to furnish a model to Cleveland, who carried to an extraordinary length that fondness for words and figures derived from the alchemist's vocabulary. But as regards the author of Lucasta himself, it may be asserted that there are few writers whose productions exhibit less of book lore than his, and even in those places where he has employed phrases or images similar to some found in Peele, Middleton, Herrick, and others, there is great room to question whether the circumstance can be treated as amounting to more than a curious coincidence. The master of Dulwich College has obligingly informed me that the picture of Althea, as well as that of Lovelace himself, bequeathed by Cartwright the actor to Dulwich College in 1687, bears no clue to date of composition, or to the artist's name, and that it does not assist in the identification of the lady. This is the more vexatious, inasmuch as it seems probable that Althea, whoever she was, became the poet's wife, after Lucasta's marriage to another. The Chloes and C. mentioned in the following pages were merely more or less intimate acquaintances of Lovelace, like the Electra, Perilla, Carina, and C. of Herrick. But at the same time an obscurity has hitherto hung over some of the persons mentioned under fictitious names in the poems of Lovelace, which a little research and trouble would have easily removed. For instance, no one who reads Amarantha, a Pastoral, doubts that Lucasta and Amarantha are one and the same person. Alexis is Lovelace himself. Elinda is a female friend of the poet, who occasionally stayed at her house, and on one occasion, page 79, had a serious illness there. Elinda marries a minter, under which disguise, I suspect, lurks the well-known Maecenas of his time, Endymion Porter. If Porter be a minter, of course Elinda must be the Lady Olivia Porter, his wife. Ergo, see the poem of A Minter's Grove, signifies Porter's friend, Henry German. It may be as well to add that the Lettice mentioned at page 121 was the Lady Lettice Goring, wife of Lovelace's friend, and third daughter of Richard Boyle, 1st Earl of Cork. This lady died before her husband, to whom she brought no issue. The following lines are prefixed to Fons Lacrimarum, and c. by John Quarles, 1648, 8 vo, and are subscribed, as will be seen, R.L. They may be from the pen of Lovelace. But if so, it is strange that they were not admitted, with other productions of a similar character, into the volume published by the poet himself in 1649, or into that edited by his brother in 1659. To my dear friend the author. The sun begins to rise, the fathers said. He then took away one light, and pleased to let another rise. Quarles, thy light's divine, and it shall teach darkness itself to shine. Each word revives thy father's name, his art is well imprinted in thy noble heart. I've read thy pleasing lines, wherein I find the rare endeavors of a modest mind. Proceed as well as thou hast well begun, that we may see the Father by the Son. R.L. Arms of Lovelace of Bethersden, gules, on a chief indented argent, 3 martlets sable. Less than 2.1 pedigree of the family of Richard Lovelace, the poet. Richard Lovelace, of Queenhithe, Temp. Hen. 6. Lancelot Lovelace. Richard Lovelace, William Lovelace John, ancestor of the D.S. P. O.B. 1501. Lords Lovelace of Hurley, Company Berks. John William Lovelace. William Lovelace, Sergeant at Law, O.B. 1576. Sir William Lovelace, O.B. 1629 == Elizabeth, daughter of, according to Barry, Edward Aucher, Esq. of Bishopsbourne. Sir William Lovelace == and daughter and heir of Sir William Barnes of Woolwich. Richard == Althea. William. Dudley == Mary Johanna == Robert Lovelace. Lovelace. Caesar born. Francis. Thomas. His. Esq 1618. Cousin. A daughter. Born in 1678. Margaret == Henry Coke, Esq 5th. Son of the Chief Justice, and ancestor and Juliana. Johanna. Of the Earls of Leicester. Richard. Syriac. The above has been partly derived from a communication to the Gentleman's Magazine for December 1791, by Sir Egerton Bridges, who chiefly compiled it from Hasted, compared with Barry's Kent Genealogies, 474, where there are a few inaccuracies. It is, of course, a mere skeleton tree, and furnishes no information as to the collateral branches, the connection between the houses of Stanley and Lovelace, and c. Sir Egerton Bridges' series of articles on Lovelace in the Gentleman's Magazine, with the exception of that from which the foregoing table is taken, does not contain much, if anything, that is new. On the 3rd of May 1577, Henry Binman paid 6d and a copy to the Stationers' Company for the right to print the brief course of the accidents of the death of Mr. Sergeant Lovelace, and on the 30th of August following, Richard Jones obtained a license to print a short epitaph of Sergeant Lovelace. This was the same person who is described in the pedigree as dying in 1576. His death happened, no doubt, like that of Sir Robert Bell and others, at the Oxford Summer Assizes for 1576. See Stowe's Annals, Folios 1154. In 1563, Barnaby Gudge the poet dedicated his eglogues, epitaphs, and sonnets, newly written, to the Ryght Worshipful M. Richard Lovelace, Esquire, reader of Gray's Inn. The following is a list of the members of the Lovelace family who belonged to the Honourable Society of Gray's Inn from 1541 to 1646. Thomas Lovelace, admitted 1541, William Lovelace, 1548. Called to the bar in 1551. Richard Lovelace, 1557. Reader in 1563. Barnaby Gudge's friend. Lancelot Lovelace, 1571. William Lovelace, 1580. Lancelot Lovelace, 1581. Recorder of Canterbury, OB 1640 AT. 78. Francis Lovelace, 1609. Perhaps the same who was Recorder of Canterbury in 1638. Francis Lovelace, 1640. Probably the poet's younger, of Canterbury brother. William Lovelace, 1646. For these names and dates I am indebted to the courtesy of the steward of Gray's Inn. Sir William Lovelace, the poet's grandfather who, according to Barry, died in 1629, was a correspondent of Sir Dudley Carleton. See Calendars of State Papers, Domestic Series, 1611-18, pages 443, 521, 533, edit 1618-23, page 17. It appears from some Latin lines before the first portion of Lucasta that the poet's father served with distinction in Holland, and probably it was this circumstance which led to Lovelace himself turning his attention in a similar direction, for the latter was on service in the Low Countries, perhaps under his father, of whose death we do not know the date, though Hasted intimates that he fell at the Gryll. When his friend Tatum, afterwards the city poet, addressed to him some verses printed in a volume entitled Ostella, printed in 1650. Less than 2.2 Mr. A. Cately, Registrar of the Charterhouse, with his usual kindness, examined for me the books of the institution, in the hope of finding the date of Lovelace's admission, and see, but without success. Mr. Cately has suggested to me that perhaps Lovelace was not on the foundation, which is of course highly probable, and which, as Mr. Cately seems to think, may account for the omission of his name from the registers. Less than 2.3. He was matriculated at Gloucester Hall, June 27, 1634, as Filius Goule. Lovelace de Woolwich in Comcant. Arm. O. Nat. 16. Dr. Bliss, in a note on this passage in his edition of the Athene. Less than 2.4 Bethersden is a parish in the Weald of Kent, eastward of Smarden, near Surrendon. The manor of Lovelace, says Hasted, History of Kent 3. 239, is situated at a very small distance southwestward from the church of Bethersden. It was in early times the property of a family named Grunst, or Greenstreet, as they were sometimes called, the last of whom, Henry de Grunst, a man of eminent repute, as all the records of this county testify, in the reigns of both King Edward II. and 3, passed away this manor to Kennet, in which name it did not remain long, for William Kennet, in the 41st year of King Edward III, conveyed it by sale to John Lovelace, who erected that mansion here, which from hence bore his name in addition, being afterwards styled Bethersden Lovelace, from which sprang a race of gentlemen, who, in the military line, acquired great reputation and honor, and by their knowledge in the municipal laws deserved well of the Commonwealth, from whom descended those of this name seated at Bayford in Sittingbourne, and at Kingsdown in this county, the Lords Lovelace of Hurley, and others of the county of Berks. The same writer, in his History of Canterbury, has preserved many memorials of the connection of the Lovelaces from the earliest times with Canterbury and its neighborhood. William Lovelace, in the reign of Philip and Mary, died possessed of the mansion belonging to the Abbey of St. Lawrence, near Canterbury. After the death of his son William, it passed to other hands. In 1621, Lancelot Lovelace, Esq., was Recorder of Canterbury. In 1638, Richard Lovelace, Esq., held that office, and in the year of the Restoration, Richard Lovelace, the poet's brother, was Recorder. In the public library at Plymouth, there is a folio MS, mentioned in Mr. Hallowell's Catalogue, 1853, containing original papers of the Molyneux and Lovelace families. I regret that I have not had an opportunity of inspecting it. Mr. Hallowell does not seem to have examined the volume. At all events, that gentleman does not furnish any particulars as to the nature of the contents, or as to the period to which the papers belong. This information, in the case of a MS, deposited in a provincial library in a remote district, would have been peculiarly valuable. It is possible that the documents refer only to the Lovelaces of Hurley, Company Berks. Less than 2.5. The humble petition of the gentry, ministers, and commonalty, for the county of Kent, agreed upon at the General Assizes for that county. See Journals of the House of Lords for 675-6-7. The framers and contrivers of this petition were Sir Edward Deering, Bart. of Sarendon Deering, Sir Roger Twisden, the well-known scholar, Sir George Strode, and Mr. Richard Spencer. On the May 21, 1641, Deering had unsuccessfully attempted to bring in a bill for the abolition of church government by bishops, archbishops, and whereas one of the articles of the petition of 1642, usually known as Deering's petition, was a prayer for the restoration of the liturgy and the maintenance of the episcopal bench in its integrity. A numerously signed petition had also been addressed to both houses by the county in 1641, in which the strongest reasons were given for the adoption of Deering's proposed act. From 1641 to 1648, indeed, the houses were overwhelmed by Kentish petitions of various kinds. This portion of Wood's narrative is confirmed by Marvell's lines prefixed to Lucasta, 1649. And one the book prohibits, because Kent their first petition by the author sent. Sir William Boteler, of Kent, returning about the beginning of April 1642, from his attendance, being then gentleman pensioner, on the King at York, then celebrating St. George's feast, was by the earnest solicitation of the gentry of Kent engaged to join with them in presenting the most honest and famous petition of theirs to the House of Commons, delivered by Captain Richard Lovelace, for which service the captain was committed prisoner to the Gate House, and Sir William Boteler to the Fleet, from whence, after some weeks' close imprisonment, no impeachment in all that time brought in against him, Boteler, many petitions being delivered and read in the House for his enlargement, he was at last upon bail of £20,000, £15,000, remitted to his house in London, to attend to die in diem the pleasure of the House. Mercurius Rusticus, 1646, edit. 1685, pages 7, 8. The fact was that, although on the 7th of April, 1642, the Kentish petition in favour of the liturgy, N.C., had been ordered by the House of Commons to be burned by the common hangman, Parliaments and Councils of England, 1839, page 384, Boteler and Lovelace had the temerity, on the 30th of the same month, to come up to London, and present it again to the House. It was this which occasioned their committal. In the Verney Papers, Camd. SOC 1845, page 175, there is the following memorandum. Captain Lovelace committed to the Gatehouse. Concerning Sir William Butler committed to the Fleet. Deering's petition. Less than 2.6. Gatehouse, a prison in Westminster, near the west end of the Abbey, which leads into Dean's Yard, Tothill Street, and the Almonry. Cunningham's Handbook of London, Past and Present. But for a more particular account, see Stow's Survey, edition 1722. Lib 6. The gatehouse for a prison was ordained, when in this land the third King Edward reigned, good lodging rooms, and diet it affords, but I had rather lie at home on boards. Taylor's Praise and Virtue of a Jail and Jailers, Works, 1630, 2. 130. Less than 2.7 by an inadvertence, I have spoken of Thomas, instead of William, Lovelace having perished at Carmarthen, in a note at page 125. i.e. note 52.1. Less than 2.8 it appears from the following copy of verses, printed in Tatum's Ostella, 1650, 4-2, that Lovelace made a stay in the Netherlands about this time, if indeed he did not serve there with his regiment. Upon my noble friend Richard Lovelace, Esq., his being in Holland. An invitation. Come, Adonis, come again. What distaste could drive thee hence, where so much delight did reign, sating even the soul of sense? And though thou unkind hast proved, never youth was more beloved. Then, loved Adonis, come away, for Venus brooks not thy delay. Wert thou sated with the spoil of so many virgin hearts, and therefore didst change thy soil, to seek fresh in other parts? Dangers wait on foreign game, we have deer more sound and tame. Then, loved Adonis, come away, for Venus brooks not thy delay. Phyllis, fed with thy delights, in thy absence pines away, and love, too, hath lost his rights, not one lass keeps holiday. They have changed their mirth for cares, and do only sigh thy airs. Then, loved Adonis, come away, for Venus brooks not thy delay. Alpine, in whose satyr looks thou wert wont to take delight, hath forsook his drink and books, cause he can enjoy thy sight. He hath laid his learning by, cause his wit wants company. Then, loved Adonis, come away, for friendship brooks not thy delay. All the swains that once did use to converse with love and thee, in the language of thy muse, have forgot love's deity. They deny to write a line, and do only talk of thine. Then, loved Adonis, come away, for friendship brooks not thy delay. By thy sweet Althea's voice, we conjure thee to return, or we'll rob thee of that choice, in whose flames each heart would burn, that inspurred by her and sack, such company we will not lack, that poets in the age to come shall write of our Elysium. Less than 2.9 Peter, or rather Petre House, in Aldersgate Street, belonged at one time to the Antine family by whose name it was known. The third Lord Petre, dying in 1638, left it, with other possessions in and about the city of London, to his son William. Collins's Peerage, by Bridges, 7. 10, 11. When Lovelace was committed to Peterhouse, and probably long before, Mercurius Rusticus, edition 1685, pages 76 to 79, this mansion was used as a house of detention for political prisoners, but in Ward's Diary, edition 7, page 167, there is the following entry, like almost all Ward's entries, unluckily without date. My Lord Peters is an Essex man. He hath a house in Aldersgate Street, wherein lives the Marquis of Dorchester. Implying that at that period, perhaps about 1660, the premises still belonged to the Petre family, though temporarily let to Lord Dorchester. Another celebrated house in the same street was London House, which continued for some time to be the town residence of the Bishops of London. When it had ceased to be an episcopal abode, it was adapted to the purposes of an ordinary dwelling, and among the occupants, at a somewhat later period, was Tom Rawlinson, the great book collector. See Stowe, edition 1722, Lib 3. Page 121. Less than 2.10 How different was the conduct, under similar circumstances, of the lady whom Charles Gerbier commemorates in his Elogium Heroinum, 1651, page 127. Demotion, the Athenian virgin, he tells us, hearing that Leosthenes, to whom she was contracted, was slain in the wars, she killed herself, but before her death she thus reasoned with herself, although my body is untouched, yet should I fall into the embraces of another, I should but deceive the second, since I am still married to the former in my heart. Less than 2.11 Wood story about Lucasta having been a Lucy Sacheverell, a lady of great beauty and fortune, may reasonably be doubted. Lucasta, whoever she was, seems to have belonged to Kent. The Sacheverells were not a Kentish family. Besides, the corruption of Lucy Sacheverell into Lucasta is not very obvious, and rather violent, and the probability is that the author of the Athene was misled by his informant on this occasion. The plate etched by Lely and engraved by Faithorn, which is found in the second part of Lucasta, 1659, can scarcely be regarded as a portrait. It was, in all likelihood, a mere fancy sketch, and we are not perhaps far from the truth in our surmise that the artist was nearly, if not quite, as much in the dark as to who Lucasta was, as we are ourselves at the present day. Less than 2.12 This is a mistake on the part of Wood, which, with many others, ought to be corrected in a new edition of the Athene. Laws did not set to music Amarantha, a pastoral, nor any portion of it, but he harmonized 2 stanzas of a little poem to be found at page 29 of the present volume, and called, To Amarantha, that she would dishevel her hair. Less than 2.13 Hasted states that soon after the death of Charles I, the manor of Lovelace Featherston passed by purchase to Richard Hulse, Esq. Less than 2.14 On the title page of this portion of Lucasta, as well as on that which had appeared in 1649, the author is expressly styled Richard Lovelace, Esq., yet in Barry's Kent Genealogies, page 474, he is, curiously enough, called Sir Richard Lovelace. Knight. It is scarcely necessary to observe that the error is on Barry's side. Less than 2.15 The most pleasing likeness of Lovelace, the only one, indeed, which conveys any just idea to us of the handsomest man of his time, is the picture at Dulwich, which has been twice copied, in both instances with very indifferent success. One of these copies was made for Harding's Biographical Mirror. Bromley, Dictionary of Engraved British Portraits, 1793, page 101, correctly names F. Rancis Lovelace, the writer's brother, as the designer of the portrait before the posthumous poems. Less than 2.16 Winstanley, perhaps, intended some allusion to these 2 lost dramas from the pen of Lovelace, when he thus characterizes him in his Lives of the Poets, 1687, page 170. I can compare no man, he says, so like this Colonel Lovelace as Sir Philip Sidney, of which latter it is said by one in an epitaph made of him. Nor is it fit that more I should acquaint, lest men adore in one a scholar, soldier, lover, and a saint. As to the comparison, Winstanley must be understood to signify a resemblance between Lovelace and Sidney as men, rather than as writers. Winstanley's extract is from Wit's Recreations, but the text, as he gives it, varies from that printed by the editor of the reprint of that work in 1817. Less than 2.17 Gunpowder Alley still exists, but it is not the Gunpowder Alley which Lovelace knew, having been rebuilt more than once since 1658. It is now a tolerably wide and airy court, without any conspicuous appearance of squalor. There is no tradition, I am sorry to say, respecting Lovelace. All such recollections have long been swept away. When one of the old inhabitants told me, and there are 1 or 2 persons who have lived here all their life, that a great poet once resided thereabout, I naturally became eager to catch the name, but it turned out to be Dr. Johnson, not Lovelace, the latter of whom might have been contemporary with Homer for aught they knew to the contrary in Gunpowder Alley. It appears from Dekker and Webster's play of Westward Ho, 1607, Webster's Works, edition Hazlitt, I. 67, that there was another Gunpowder Alley, near Crutched Friars. Less than 2.18 Hone, Everyday Book 2. 561 edit. 1827, states, under date of April 28, that during this month in 1658 the accomplished Colonel Richard Lovelace died in the Gatehouse at Westminster, whither he had been committed. And c. No authority, however, is given for an assertion so wholly at variance with the received view on the subject, and I am afraid that Hone has here fallen into a mistake. Less than 2.19 Aubrey, in what are called his Lives of Eminent Men, but which are, in fact, merely rough biographical memoranda, states under the head of Lovelace. Albeit in a cellar in Long Acre, a little before the restoration of his Mattie. Mr. E.D.M. Wilde, and Point 1 N.C., had made collections for him, and given him money. Geo Petty, haberdasher, in Fleet Street, carried XX shillings to him every Monday morning from S.R. Many and Charles Cotton, Esq. for Munus, but was never repaid. Aubrey was certainly a contemporary of Lovelace, and would seems to have been indebted to him for a good deal of information. But all who are acquainted with Aubrey are probably aware that he took, in many instances, very little trouble to examine for himself, but accepted statements on hearsay. Wood does not, in the case of Lovelace, adopt Aubrey's account, and it is to be observed that, if the poet died as poor as he is represented by both writers to have died, he would have been buried by the parish, and dying in Long Acre, the parochial authorities would not have carried him to Fleet Street for sepulture. And Point 1 page 24. Mr. E.D.M. U.N.D. Wilde. This gentleman, the friend of Aubrey, author of the Miscellanies, N.C., and the son of Sir Edmund Wilde, seems to have furnished the former with a variety of information on matters of current interest. See Tom's Anecdotes and Traditions, 1839, page 99. He is, no doubt, the W. Esq. whom Aubrey cites as his authority on one or two occasions, in his Remains of Gentilism and Judaism. He was evidently a person of the most benevolent character, and Aubrey, Lives of Eminent Men 2. 483, pays him a handsome tribute, where he describes him as a great voter of ingenious and good men, for mere merit's sake. Less than 2.20 see page 149, note 3. I.e. note 63.4. His acquaintance with Hellenic literature possibly extended very little beyond the pages of the Anthologia. Less than 2.21. His favorites appear to have been Ausonius and Catullus. Less than 2.22. On the May 5, 1642, a counterpetition was presented by some Kentish gentlemen to the House of Commons, disclaiming and condemning the former 1. Journals of the H. of C. 2. 558. Less than 2.23. The humble petition of Richard Lovelace, Esquire, a prisoner in the Gatehouse, by a former order of this House. Journals 2. 629. Less than 2.24. This property, which was of considerable extent and value, was purchased of the Cheney family, toward the latter part of the reign of Henry VI, by Richard Lovelace, of Queenhithe. Less than 2.25. I do not think that there is any proof that Gunpowder Alley was, at the time when Lovelace resided there, a particularly poor or mean locality. Less than 2.26. Lambard, Perambulation of Kent, 1570, edition 1826, page 533. Less than 2.27. As so little is known of the personal history of Lovelace, the reader may not be displeased to see this dedication, and it is therefore subjoined. To my noble friend and gossip, Captain Richard Lovelace. Sir, I have so long been in your debt that I am almost desperate in myself of making you payment, till this fancy by ravishing from you a new courtesy in its patronage promised me it would satisfy part of my former engagements to you. Wonder not to see it invade you thus on the sudden. Gratitude is aerial, and like that element, nimble in its motion and performance, though I would not have this of mine of a French disposition, to charge hotly and retreat unfortunately. There may appear something in this that may maintain the field courageously against envy, nay come off with honor, if you, sir, please to rest satisfied that it marches under your ensigns, which are the desires of your true honorer, Hen. Glapthorne. Less than 2.28. It has never, so far as I am aware, been suggested that the friend to whom Sir John Suckling addressed his capital ballad, I tell thee, Dick, where I have been, may have been Lovelace. It was a very usual practice, then even more so than now, among familiar acquaintances to use the abbreviated Christian name in addressing each other. Thus Suckling was Jack, Davenant, Will, Carew, Tom, and C. In the preceding generation Marlowe had been Kit, Johnson, Ben, Green, Robin, and so forth, and although there is no positive proof that Lovelace and Suckling were intimate, it is extremely probable that such was the case, more especially as they were not only brother poets, but both country gentlemen belonging to neighboring counties. Suckling had, besides, some taste and aptitude for military affairs, and could discourse about strategics in a city tavern over a bowl of canary with the author of Lucasta, notwithstanding that he was a little troubled by nervousness, according to report, when the enemy was too near. Less than 2.29 from Andrew Marvell's lines prefixed to Lucasta, 1649, it seems that Lovelace and himself were on tolerably good terms, and that when the former presented the Kentish petition, and was imprisoned for so doing, his friends, who exerted themselves to procure his release, suspected Marvell of a share in his disgrace, which Marvell, according to his own account, earnestly disclaimed. See the lines commencing. But when the beauteous ladies came to know, and see additional notes. This is the original location of notes in point 1, and point 2, and point 3, and point 4, and in point 5. These notes have been moved to appropriate locations in the text. Lucasta. Epodes, odes, sonnets, songs, and c. To which is added Aramantha, a pastoral. By Richard Lovelace, Esq. London, printed by Tho. Harper, and are to be sold by Tho. Ebster, at the Gun, in Ivy Lane. 1649. The dedication. To the Right Hon, my Lady and Lovelace, 3.1. To the richest treasury that e'er filled ambitious eye, to the fair bright magazine hath impoverished love's queen, to th exchequer of all honor, all take pensions but from her, to the taper of the Thor which the god himself but bore, to the sea of chaste delight, let me cast the drop I write. And as at Loretto's shrine Caesar shovels in his mine, Thm praise spreads her carcanets, the lords submit their coronets, knights their chaste arms hang by, maids diamond ruby fancies tie, whilst from the pilgrim she wears one poor false pearl, but 10 true tears, so among the Orient prize, Sapphironyx eulogies, offered up unto your fame, take my garnet doublet name, and vouchsafe midst those rich joys, with devotion, these toys. Richard Lovelace. Less than 3.1. This lady was the wife of the unfortunate John, 2nd Lord Lovelace, who suffered so severely for his attachment to the king's cause, and daughter to the equally unfortunate Thomas, Earl of Cleveland, who was equally devoted to his sovereign, and whose estates were ordered by the Parliament to be sold, July 26, 1650. See Parliaments and Councils of England, 1839, page 507. Verses addressed to the author. To my best brother on his poems called Lucasta. Now why have obliged the age, thy WL known worth is to our joy auspiciously brought forth. Good morrow to thy son, thy firstborn flame which, as thou gav'st it birth, stamps it a name, that fate and a discerning age shall set the chiefest jewel in her coronet. Why then needs all this pains, those seasoned pens, that standing lifeguard to a book, kin friends, that with officious care thus guard thy gate, as if thy child were illegitimate? Forgive their freedom, since unto their praise they write to give, not to dispute thy bays. As when some glorious queen, whose pregnant womb brings forth a kingdom with her firstborn son, mark but the subjects' joyful hearts and eyes, some offer gold, and others sacrifice. This slays a lamb, that, not so rich as he, brings but a dove, this but a bended knee, and though their gifts be various, yet their sense speaks only this one thought, long live the prince. So, my best brother, if unto your name I offer up a thin blue burning flame, pardon my love, since none can make thee shine, unless they kindle first their torch at thine. Then as inspurred, they boldly write, nay that, which their amazed lights but twinkled at, and their illustrate thoughts still voiced this right. Lucasta held their torch, thou gav'st it light. Francis Lovelace, call. Ad undem. En pure idalius tremulis circumvollet Alice, quem probe sedentum 4.1 Castier 4.2 Euretimor. Lampadus sic videas circumvoluter pyrosta, 4.3 Cui contingenti est flamma futura ragus. Ergo procofugias, lector, Cui nulla place spunt carmina, ni furent turpia, spurca, nigra. Sacrificus Romi lustrulum venditat undam, Castier est illa castellis unda mihi, limpida, et ulicrines, nulla putridine spissa, silicet ex puro deflut illa jugo. Ex pura venient tam dia poematament, cui silis est veneris vel tetigis fors. Thomas Hamersley, Eces Oratus. Less than 4.1 Old Edition Sidentim. Less than 4.2 Old Edition Cartier. Less than 4.3 Seychelles Lex. Tot. Lat. Voci Pyrosta and Pyralis. On the poems. How humble is thy muse, dear, that can deign such servants as my pen to entertain, when all the sons of wit glory to be clad in thy muse's gallant livery. I shall disgrace my master, prove a stain, and no addition to his honored train, though all that read me will presume to swear I ne'er read thee, yet if it may appear, I love the writer and admire the writ, I my own want betray, not wrong thy wit. Did thy work want a praise, my barren brain could not afford it, my attempt were vain. It needs no foil, all that e'er writ before, are foils to thy fair poems, and no more. Then to be LODG'd in the same sheets with thine, may prove disgrace to yours, but grace to mine. Norris Jeffson Call. To my much loved friend, Richard Lovelace Esq. Carmen Eroticum. Dear Lovelace, I am now about to prove I cannot write a verse, but can write love. On such a subject as thy book I could write books much greater, but not half so good. But as the humble tenant, that does bring a chick or 80's first offering, is ta'en into the buttery, and does fox 5.1 equal with him that gave a stalled ox. So, since the heart of every cheerful giver makes pounds no more accepted than a stiver, 5.2 though some thy praise in rich styles sing, I may in stiver style write love as well as they. I write so well that I know critics fear, for who'll read mine, when is thy book so near, bless thyself. Then you shall secure mine from those, and I'll engage myself for thine. They'll do't themselves, thee this you'll take, I love thy book, and yet not for thy sake. John Jeffson, Colonel 5.3. Less than 5.1 to fox usually means to intoxicate. To fox oneself is to get drunk, and to fox a person is to make him drunk. The word in this sense belongs to the cant vocabulary. But in the present case, fox merely signifies to fare or to feast. Less than 5.2 a Dutch penny. It is very likely that this individual had served with the poet in Holland. Less than 5.33 members of this family, or at least 3 persons of this name, probably related, figure in the history of the present period, viz., Colonel John Jeffson, apparently a military associate of Lovelace, Norris Jeffson, who contributed a copy of verses to Lucasta, and to the first folio edition of Beaumont and Fletcher's plays, 1647, and William Jeffson, whose name occurs among the subscribers to the Solemn League and Covenant, 1643. To my noble and most ingenious friend, Colonel Richard Lovelace, upon his Lucasta. So from the pregnant brain of Jove did rise Pallas, the queen of wit and beauteous eyes, as fair Lucasta from thy temples flows, temples no less ingenious than Jove's. Alike in birth, so shall she be in fame, and be immortal to preserve thy name. Another, upon the poems. Now, when the wars augment our woes and fears, and the shrill noise of drums oppress our ears, now peace and safety from our shores are fled to holes and caverns to secure their head, now all the graces from the land are sent, and the 9 muses suffer banishment. Whence spring these raptures? Whence this heavenly rhyme, so calm and even in so harsh a time? Well might that charmer his fair Celia 6.1 crown, and that more polished Tityrus 6.2 renown his Saccharissa, when in groves and bowers they could repose their limbs on beds of flowers, when wit had praise, and merit had reward, and every noble spirit did accord to love the muses, and their priests to raise, and interpale their brows with flourishing bays, but in a time distracted so to sing, when peace is hurried hence on rage's wing, when the fresh bays are 6.3 from the temple torna, and every art and science made a scorn, then to raise up, by music of thy art, our drooping spirits and our grieved hearts, then to delight our souls, and to inspire our breasts with pleasure from thy charming lyre, then to divert our sorrows by thy strains, making us quite forget our 7 years' pains in the past wars, unless that Orpheus be a sharer in thy glory, for when he descended down for his Eurydice, he stroke his lute with like admired art, and made the damned to forget their smart. John Pinchback, Colin. Point 2. Less than 6.1 many poets have celebrated the charms of Celia, but I apprehend that the writer here intends Carew. Less than 6.2 Waller. Less than 6.3 original has is. And .2 page 10. John Pinchback, Call Ono. Pinchback neither is nor was, I believe, a name of common occurrence, and it is just possible that the Colonel may be the very old Jack Pinchback, mentioned by Sir Nicholas Lestrange, in his merry passages and jests, of which a selection was given by Mr. Toms in his Anecdotes and Traditions, 1839. Lestrange, it is true, describes the Colonel as a gamester and ruffler daubed with gold lace. But this is not incompatible with the identity between the Pinchback, who figures in Lucasta, and old Jack, who had perhaps not always been a gamester and ruffler, and whose gold lace had, no doubt, once been in better company than that which he seems to have frequented, when Lestrange knew him. The daubed gold lace, after all, only corresponds with the picture, which Lovelace himself may have presented in Gunpowder Alley days. Exasticon. Sedatae hostis e fidelicos chronos oiden amoeben aunoma, kai panton nemasin ol sai. Odin garpoion agathen ponos athonos esti, han medius ion oiden odyssi phagian. Odin soi phile, doke men aphtheton, ogaith, musa, hosias aeonas aunoma etian. Villiers Harrington, L.C. To his much honored friend, Mr. Richard Lovelace, on his poems. He that doth paint the beauties of your verse, must use your pencil, be polite, soft, terse, forgive that man whose best of art is love, if he no equal master to you prove. My heart is all my eloquence, and that speaks sharp affection, when my words fall flat. I read you like my mistress, and descry in every line the quickness of her eye, her smoothness in each syllable, her grace to marshal every word in the right place. It is the excellence and soul of wit, when everything is free as well as fit, for metaphors packed up and crowded close swath ye mind sweets, and display the throes, and like those chickens hatched in furnaces, produce or one limb more, or one limb less than nature bids. Survey such when they write, no clause but's justled with an epithite. So powerfully you draw when you persuade, passions in you and us are virtues made, such is the magic of that lawful shell that where it doth but talka, it doth compel, for no Apelles till this time Erie drew a Venus to the waist so well as you. W. Rudyard, 7.1. Less than 7.1 only son of Sir Benjamin Rudyard, K.T., known as a poet and a friend of poets, and as a warm advocate of episcopacy. See Memoirs of Sir B. R., edited by Manning, 1841, 8 Veal, page 257. The world shall now no longer mourn nor vex for th obliquity of a cross-grained sex, nor beauty swell above her banks, and made for ornament, the universe invades so fiercely, that 'tis questioned in our books, whether kills most the Amazon's sword or looks. Lucasta in Love's game discreetly makes women and men jointly to share the stakes, and lets us know, when women scorn, it is men's hot love makes the antiparesthesis, and a lay lover here such comfort finds as Holy Writ gives to affected minds. The wilder nymphs, love's power could not command, are by thy almighty numbers brought to hand, and flying Daphnes, caught, amazed vow they never heard Apollo court till now. 'Tis not by force of arms this feat is done, for that would puzzle even the knight Oth son, 8.1 but 'tis by power of art, and such a way as Orpheus used, when he made fiends Zobe. J. Needler, Hospital Graensis. Less than 8.1 a celebrated romance, very frequently referred to by our old writers. Sir Thomas Overbury, in his Characters, represents a chambermaid as carried away by the perusal of it into the realms of romance, insomuch that she can barely refrain from forsaking her occupation, and turning lady-errant. The book is better known under the title of The Mirror of Princely Deeds and Knighthood, wherein is shewed the worthiness of the Knight of the Sun, and c. It consists of 9 parts, which appear to have been published at intervals between 1585 and 1601. To his noble friend, Mr. Richard Lovelace, upon his poems. Sir, our times are much degenerate from those, which your sweet muse, which your fair fortune chose, and as complexions alter with the climes, our wits have drawn infection of our times. That candid age no other way could tell to be ingenious, but by speaking well. Who best could praise, had then the greatest praise, 'twas more esteem to give than wear the bays. Modest ambitions studied only then to honor not herself, but worthy men. These virtues now are banished out of town, our civil wars have lost the civic crown. He highest builds, who with most art destroys, and against others' fame his own employs. I see the envious caterpillar sit on the fair blossom of each growing wit. The air's already tainted with the swarms of insects, which against you rise in arms. Word-peckers, paper rats, book-scorpions, of wit corrupted the unfashioned sons. The barbed censurers begin to look like the grim consistory on thy book, and on each line cast a reforming eye severer than the young presbytery. Till, when in vain they have thee all perused, you shall for being faultless be accused. Some reading your Lucasta will all edge you wronged in her the house's privilege, some that you under sequestration are, because you write when going to the war, and one the book prohibits, because Kent their first petition by the author sent. But when the beauteous ladies came to know that their dear Lovelace was endangered so, Lovelace, that thawed the most congealed breast, he who loved best, and them defended best, whose hand so rudely grasps the steely brand, whose hand so gently melts the lady's hand, they all in mutiny, though yet undressed, sallied, and would in his defense contest. And one, the loveliest that was yet eerie seen, thinking that I too of the rout had been, mine eyes invaded with a female spite, she knew what pain 't would be to lose that sight. Oh no, mistake not, I replied, for I in your defense, or in his cause, would disprose him, but he, secure of glory and of time, above their envy or mine aid doth climb. Him valiant'st men and fairest nymphs approve, his book in them finds judgment, with you, love, and marvel. To Colonel Richard Lovelace, on the publishing of his ingenious poems. If the desire of glory speak a mind more nobly operative and more refined, what vast soul moves thee, or what hero's spirit, kept in ts traduction pure, dost thou inherit, that, not contented with one single fame, dost to a double glory spread thy name, and on thy happy temple safely set both delpic wreath and civic coronet? Was not enough for us to know how far thou couldst in season suffer, act and dare, but we must also witness, with what height and what ionic sweetness thou canst write, and melt those eager passions, that are stubborn enough to enrage the god of war into a noble love, which may expire 9.1 in an illustrious pyramid of fire, which, having gained his due station, may fix there, and everlasting flames display. This is the braver path. Time soon can smother the dear-bought spoils and trophies of the other. How many fiery heroes have there been, whose triumphs were as soon forgot as seen, because they wanted some diviner one to rescue thee from night, and make thee known. Such art thou to thyself. While others dream strong flat rise on a feigned or borrowed theme, thou shalt remain in thine own lustre bright, and add unto te Lucasta's chaste light. For none so fit to sing great things as he, that can act o'er all lights of poetry. Thus had Achilles his own jest designed, he had his genius Homer far outshined. Joe. Hall, 9.2. Less than 9.1 original has Aspire. Less than 9.2 the precocious author of Ori Vasivi, 1646, and of a volume of poems which was printed in the same year. In the Lucasta are some complimentary lines by Lovelace on Hall's translation of the commentary of Hierocles on the Golden Verses of Pythagoras, 1657. To the Honorable, Valiant, and ingenious Colonel Richard Lovelace, on his exquisite poems. Poets and painters have some near relation, compared with fancy and imagination. The one paints shadowed persons, in pure kind, the other paints the pictures of the mind in purer verse. And as rare Zeux's fame shinned, till Apelles' art eclipsed the same by a more exquisite and curious line in Zeuxis, with pens ill far more fine, so have our modern poets late done well, till thine appeared, which scarce have parallel. They like to Zeux's grapes beguile the sense, but thine do ravish the intelligence, like the rare banquet of Apelles, drawn, and covered over with most curious lawn. Thus if thy Carel's draughts are called the best, what would thy lines have been, hadst thou professed that faculty, infest, of poetry, which adds such honor unto thy chivalry? Doubtless thy verse had all as far transcended as Sidney's prose, who poets once defended. For when I read thy much-renowned pen, my fancy there finds out another Ben in thy brave language, judgment, wit, and art, of every piece of thine, in every part, where thy seraphic Sidnean fire is raised high in valor, virtue, love, and loyalty. Virgil was still the loftiest of all, Ovid the smoothest and most natural, Martial concise and witty, quaint and pure, Juvenal grave and learned, though obscure. But all these rare ones which I here rehearse, do live again in thee, and in thy verse, although not in the language of their time, yet in a speech as copious and sublime. The rare Apelles in thy picture we perceive, and in thy soul Apollo see. WL may each grace and muse then crown thy praise with Mars his banner and Minerva's bays. Fra. Lenton, 10.1. Less than 10.1 The author of the Young Gallant's Whirligig, 1629, and other poetical works. Singer does not give these lines. In the Whirligig there is a curious picture of a young gallant of the time of Charles I, to which Lovelace might have sat, had he been old enough at the time. But Lenton had no want of sitters for his portrait. To his honored and ingenious friend, Colonel Richard Lovelace, on his Lucasta, chaste as creation meant us, and more bright than the first day in uneclipsed light, is thy Lucasta, and thou offerest here lines to her name as undefiled and clear, such as the first indeed more happy days, when virtue, wit, and learning wore the bays now vice assumes, would to her memory give, a vestal flame that should forever live, plaqued in a crystal temple, reared to be the emblem of her thought's integrity. And on the porch thy name insculpt, my friend, whose love, like to the flame, can know no end. The marble step that to the altar brings the hallowed priests with their clean offerings, shall hold their names that humbly crave to be votaries to th shrine, and grateful friends to thee. So shall we live, although our offerings prove mean to the world, forever by thy love. Though. Rawlins, 11.1. Less than 11.1 A well-known dramatist and poet. These lines are not in Singer's reprint. To my dear brother, Colonel Richard Lovelace. I'll do my nothing too, and try to dabble to thy memory. Not that I offer to thy name encomiums of thy lasting fame. Those by the landed have been writ, mine's but a younger brother wit, a wit that's huddled up in scars, born like my rough self in the wars, and as a squire in the fight serves only to attend the knight, so 'tis my glory in this field, where others act, to bear thy shield. Dudley Lovelace, Captain, 12.1. Less than 12.1 The youngest brother of the poet. Besides the present lines, and some to be found in the posthumous volume, of which he was the editor, this gentleman contributed the following commendatory poem to Airs and Dialogues, by Thomas Stanley Esq., set by John Gamble, 1656. The verses themselves have little merit, and the only object which I had in introducing them was to add to the completeness of the present edition. To my much honored cousin, Mr. Stanley, upon his poems set by Mr. John Gamble. Aye, enough of orbs and spheres, reach me a trumpet or a drum, to sound sharp sonnets in your ears, and beat a deep encomium. 2. I know not th8 intelligence. Those that do understand it, pray let them step hither, and from thence speak what they all do sing or say. 3. Nor what your diapasons are, your sympathies and symphonies. To me they seem as distant far as whence they take their infant rise. 4. But I've a grateful heart can ring a peal of ordnance to your praise, and volleys of small plaudits bring to cloud a crown about your bays. V. Though laurel is thought thunder free, that storms and lightning disallows, yet Caesar thorough fire and sea snatches her to twist his conquering brows. 6. And now methinks like him you stand ith head of all the poet's host, whilst with your words you do command, they silent do their duty boast. 7. Which done, the army echoes Ori, like Gamble ios one and all, and in their various notes implore, long live our noble general. Dudley Posthumous Lovelace. De Domino Ricardo Lovelatio, Armigero et Chiliarca, 13.1 Viro Incomparabili. Ecce tibi, Hero Claris Natalibus Ordo, 13.2 Cujus honoratos cantia vidit avis. Cujus ad hoc memor at rediviva Batavia patrem, inter et Herculeos enumerare solit. Catua gralliferax, laceratus vulnere multo, fulmineus vidit moenia pacta globis. Et cum siva tuas fudicit Iberia termas, afflate perii pulveris ictus obit. Haec sint magna, tamen majoribus hic est, niditer et panis altius ire novis. Sermonum patrium calentum et murmura celti, non pigwit linguas editis duas. Quicquid Roma vitas, vel quicquid Graecia jactat, muserum nutrix alma calina dedit. Naviter Hesperios compressit Marte Cachinos, divictas dedit cantaba ipsi manus. Non evitavit validos Dunkirka lacertos, non intercludens alta lacuna vias, et scribenda gerens vivaci marmor digna, scriberi Caesario mor vel ipsi potest. Cui gladium Bellona dedit, calamumque Minerva, et gemini loris circuit umbricomum. Cujus si facium spex vultus decorem, vix pure idalius gracior or fute. Less than 13.1 Strictly speaking, the officer in command of 1,000 men, from the Greek chiliarchos, or chiliarchos, but in the present instance meaning nothing more than colonel. Less than 13.2 I have amended the text of these lines, which in the original is very corrupt. I suppose that the compositor was left to himself, as usual. Ad undem. Herico succeed meo, dedit al priora carmina, carminibus non meliora tues. 14.1. Less than 14.1 Herix Hesperides had appeared in 1648. Peri toeitoi. Eolakios palaplagios philos estin imaio. Tonoma esti philos, kai tonoma philosophi kai philon antiphilo megaloisin agakleton ergas, tes arates kairos kai phrenos antinus. Hos neos antithes pinitos celidesin ithik poetin ecastin chromat epigramenos. Frauron Mazaean, pulchinon asina melissin, and cheritesi cherin, kai melesi meli, scripsit jo. Harmeris, Oxoniensis c. W. M. 15.1. Less than 15.1 A celebrated scholar and philologist. An account of him will be found in Bliss's edition of Wood's Athene. He published an elegy on St. Alban the Protomartyr and an apology for Archbishop Williams, and edited Scapula. These lines are omitted by Singer. Poems. Song. Set by Mr. Henry Laws, 16.1 to Lucasta. Going beyond the seas. If to be absent were to be away from thee, or that when I am gone, you or I were alone, then my Lucasta might I crave pity from blustering wind or swallowing wave. 2. But I'll not sigh one blast or gale to swell my sailey, or pay a tear to swage the foaming blue god's rage, for whether he will let me pass or no, I'm still as happy as I was. 3. Though seas and land betwixt us both, our faith and troth, like separated souls, all time and space controls, above the highest sphere we meet, unseen, unknown, and greet as angels greet. 4. So then we do anticipate our after fate, and are alive ith skies, if thus our lips and eyes can speak like spirits unconfined and heave in, their earthly bodies left behind. Less than 16.1 of Henry and William Laws an account may be found in Burney and Hawkins. Although the former, H. Laws, set many of Lovelace's pieces to music, only 2 occur in the airs and dialogues for 1, 2, and 3 voices, 1653-55-8, folio. Song. Set by Mr. John Lanier. To Lucasta. Going to the wars. Tell me not, sweet, I am unkind, that from the nunnery of thy chaste breast and quiet min to war and arms I fly. 2. True, a new mistress now I chase, the first foe in the field, and with a stronger faith embrace a sword, a horse, a shield. 3. Yet this inconstancy is such, as you too shall adore, I could not love thee, dear, so much, loved I not honor more. A paradox. 'Tis true the beauteous star 17.1 to which I first did bow burnt quicker, brighter far, than that which leads me now, which shines with more delight, for gazing on that light so long, near lost my sight. 2. Through fall we follow fair, for had the world one face, and earth been bright as air, we had known either place. Indians smell not their east, a Swiss or Finn tastes best the spices of the east. 17.2. 3. So from the glorious sun who to his height hath got, with what delight we run to some black cave or grot. And even why Sydney you twice read, had rather view some oddie romance so new. 4. The God, that constant keeps unto his deities, is poor in joys, and sleeps imprisoned in the skies. This knew the wisest, who from Juno stole, below to love a bear or cow. Less than 17.1 i.e. Lucasta. Less than 17.2 The East was celebrated by all our early poets as the land of spices and rich gums. For now the fragrant East, the spicery OTH world, hath hurled a rosy tincture o'er the phoenix nest. Otia Sacra, by Mildmay, Earl of Westmoreland, 1648, page 37. Song. Set by Mr. Henry Lawes. To Amarantha. 18.1 That she would dishevel her hair. I, Amarantha sweet and fair, I'll braid 18.2 No more that shining hair. As my curious hand or eye, hovering round thee, let it fly. 2. Let it fly as unconfined as its calm ravisher, the wind, who hath left his darling, th east, to wanton Ori that 18.3 spicy neast. 3. Every tress must be confious, but neatly tangled at the best, like a clue of golden thread, most excellently revelled. 4. Do not then wind up that light in ribbons, and o'er cloud and night, like the sun in's early ray, but shake your head, and scatter day. V. See, 'tis broke. Within this grove, the bower and the walks of love, weary lie we down and rest, and fondle each other's panting breast. 6. Here we'll strip and cool our fire, in cream below, in milk baths 18.4 higher, and when all wells are drawn dry, I'll drink a tear out of thine eye. 7. Which our very joys shall leave, that sorrows thus we can deceive, or our very sorrows weep, that joys so ripe so little keep. Less than 18.1 A portion of this song is printed, with a few orthographical variations, in the Airs and Dialogues, Part 1, 1653, and it is also found in Cotgrave's Wit's Interpreter, 1655, where it is called Amarantha Counselled. Cotgrave used the text of Lawes, and only gives that part of the production which he found in Airs and Dialogues. Less than 18.2 Forbear to braid, Lawes' Airs and Dialogues, and Cotgrave. Less than 18.3 This, Lawes' Airs and Dialogues. Cotgrave reads his. Less than 18.4 Milk baths have been a favorite luxury in all ages. Peel had probably in his mind the custom of his own time and country when he wrote the following passage. Bright Bethsabe shall wash in David's bower, in water mixed with purest almond flour, and bathe her beauty in the milk of kids. King David and Fair Bethsabe, 1599. Sonnet. Set by Mr. Hudson. I. Depose your finger of that ring, and crown mine with the while, now I restort. Pray, does it bring back with it more of soil? Or shines it not as innocent, as honest, as before 'twas lent? 2. So then enrich me with that treasure, 'twill but increase your store, and please me, fair one, with that pleasure must please you still the more. Not to save others is a curse the blackest, when why are any the worse? Ode. Set by Dr. John Wilson, 19.1 to Lucasta. The Rose. I, sweet serene sky-like flower, haste to adorn her bower. From thy long cloudy bed shoot forth thy damask 19.2 head. 2. New startled blush of Flora. The grief of pale Aurora, who will contest no more, haste, haste, to strow her floor. 3. Vermilion ball, that's given from lip to lip in heaven. Love's couch's coverled, haste, haste, to make her bed. 4. Dear offspring of pleased Venus, and jolly plump Silenus, haste, haste, to deck the hair of th only sweetly fair. V. C. Rosy is her bower, her floor is all this flower, her bed a rosy nest by a bed of roses pressed. 6. But early as she dresses, why fly you her bright tresses? Ah! I have found, I fear, because her cheeks are near. Less than 19.1 Dr. John Wilson was a native of Feversham in Kent, a gentleman of Charles I's chapel, and chamber musician to His Majesty. For an account of his works, see Burney History of Music, Volume 3. Pages 399 to 400, or Hawkins' History of Music 3. 57, where a portrait of Wilson, taken from the original painting, will be found. Wood, author of the Fasti and Athene, says that he was in his time the best at the lute in all England. Herrick, in his Hesperides, 1648, has these lines in reference to Henry Lawes. Then if thy voice commingle with the string, I hear in thee the rare Lanier to sing, or curious Wilson. Less than 19.2 in the MS. Copy of the poem contemporary with the author, now before me, this word is omitted. Love Conquered. A song. Set by Mr. Henry Lawes. I, the childish god of love, did swear thus, by my awful bow and quiver, yon weeping, kissing, smiling pair, eyeless scatter all their vows ith air, and their knit embraces shiver. 2. Up then to th head with his best art full of spite and envy blown, at her constant marble heart, he draws his swiftest surest dart, which bounded back, and hit his own. 3. Now the Prince of Fires burns, flames in the luster of her eyes, triumphant she, refuses, scorns, he submits, adores and mourns, and is his votress sacrifice. 4. Foolish boy! Resolve me now what 'tis to sigh and not be heard. He weeping kneeled, and made a vow, the world shall love as yon fast too, so on his singed wings up he steered. A loose saraband. Set by Mr. Henry Lawes. Ah me! The little tyrant deaf. As once my heart was playing, he snatched it up and flew away, laughing at all my praying. 2. Proud of his purchase, 20.1 he surveys and curiously sounds it, and though he sees it full of wounds, cruel one, still 20.2 he wounds it. 3. And now this heart is all his sport, which as a ball he boundeth from hand to breast, from breast to lip, and all its 20.3 rest confoundeth. 4. Then as a top he sets it up, and pitifully whips it, sometimes he clothes it gay and fine, then straight again he strips it. V. He covered it with false relief, 20.4 which gloriously showed it, and for a morning cushionette on's mother he bestowed it. 6. Each day, with her small brazen stings, 1,000 times she arrayed it, but then at night, bright with her gems, once near her breast she placked it. 7. There warm it gone to throb and bleed, she knew that smart, and grieved, at length this poor condemned heart with these rich drug is reprieved. 8. She washed the wound with a fresh tear, which my Lucasta dropped, and in the sleeve 20.5 silka of her hair 'twas hard bound up and wrapped. 9. She probed it with her constancy, and found no rancor nigh it, only the anger of her eye had wrought some proud flesh by it. X. Then pressed she nard in every vein, which from her kisses trilled, and with the balm healed all its pain, that from her hand distilled. 11. But yet this heart avoids me still, will not by me be owned, but's fled to its physician's breast, there proudly sits enthroned. Less than 20.1 prize. It is not uncommonly used by the early dramatists in this sense, but the verb to purchase is more usually found than the noun. Yet having opportunity he tries, gets her goodwill, and with his purchase flies. Withers abuses stripped and whipped, 1613. Less than 20.2 here I have hazarded an emendation of the text. In original we read cruel still on. Lovelace's poems were evidently printed without the slightest care. Less than 20.3 original reads its. Less than 20.4 original has belief. 20.5 soft like floss. Orpheus to Woods. Song. Set by Mr. Kurtz. Hark! Oh hark! You guilty trees, in whose gloomy galleries was the cruel'st murder done, that eerie yet eclipsed the sun. Be then henceforth in your twigs blasted, ere you sprout to sprigs, feel no season of the year, but what shaves off all your hair, nor carve any from your wombs aught but coffins and their tombs. Orpheus 21.1 to Beasts. Song. Set by Mr. Kurtz. 21.2. I, here, oh here! Eurydice, here was she slain, her soul stilled through a vein, the gods knew less that time divinity, than even these of Britishness. 2. Oh! Could you view the melody of every grace, and music of her face, 21.3 you drop a tear, seeing more harmony in her bright eye than now you hear. Less than 21.1 by Orpheus we may perhaps understand Lovelace himself, and by Eurydice, the lady whom he celebrates under the name of Lucasta. Granger mentions Biography Hist. 2. 74, a portrait of Lovelace by Gaywood, in which he is represented as Orpheus. I have not seen it. The old poets were rather fond of likening themselves to this legendary personage, or of designating themselves his poetical children. We that are Orpheus' sons, and can inherit by that great title. Davenant's Works, 1673, page 215. Many other examples might be given. Massinger, in his City Madam, 1658, makes Sir John Frugal introduce a representation of the story of the Thracian bard at an entertainment given to Luke Frugal. Less than 21.2 A lutenist. Wood says that after the Restoration he became gentleman or singing man of Christ Church, Oxford. He was one of those musicians who, after the abolition of organs, and during the Civil War, met at a private house at Oxford for the purpose of taking his part in musical entertainments. Less than 21.3. Such was Zuleika, such around her shone the nameless charms unmarked by her alone, the light of love, the purity of grace, the mind, the music breathing from her face. Byron's Bride of Abydos, Canto 1. Works, edition 1825 299. Dialogue. Lucasta, Alexis. 22.1 Set by Mr. John Gamble. 22.2. I, Lucasta. Tell me, Alexis, what this parting is, that so like dying is, but is not it? Alexis. It is a swinning for a while from bliss, till kind how do you calls us from the fit. Chorus. If then the spirits only stray, let mine fly to thy bosom, and my soul to thine. Thus in our native seat we gladly give our right for one, where we can better live. 2. Lou. But this lingering, murdering farewell. Death quickly wounds, and wounding cures the ill. Alex. It is the glory of a valiant lover, still to be dying, still for to recover. Cho. Soldiers suspected of their courage go, that ensigns and their breasts untorn show. Love nary his standard, when his host he sets, creates alone fresh bleeding bannerets. 3. Alex. But part we, when thy figure I retain still in my heart, still strongly in mine eye. Lou. Shadows no longer than the sun remain, but we his beams, that made fly they fly. Cho. Vain dreams of love, that only so much bliss allow us, as to know our wretchedness, and deal a larger measure in our pain by showing joy, than hiding it again. 4. Alex. No, whilst light reigns, Lucasta still rules here, and all the night shines wholly in this sphere. Lou. I know no morn but my Alexis ray, to my dark thoughts the breaking of the day. Chorus. Alex. So in each other if the pitying sun thus keep us fixed, near may his course be run. Lou. And oh, if night us undivided make, let us sleep still, and sleeping never wake. The close. Cruel adieus may well adjourn awhile the sessions of a look, a kiss, or smile, and leave behind an angry grieving blush, but time nor fate can part us joined thus. Less than 22.1 i.e. the poet himself. Less than 22.2. John Gamble, apprentice to Ambrose Bioland, a noted musician, was afterwards musician at one of the playhouses, from thence removed to be a cornet in the King's Chapel. After that he became one in Charles II's band of violins, and composed for the theatres. He published airs and dialogues to the theorbo and bass viol, Folios London, 1659. Hawkins. Sonnet. Set by Mr. William Laws. I, when I by thy fair shape did swear, and mingled with each vow a tear, I loved thee best, I swore as I professed. For all the while you lasted warm and pure, my oaths too did endure. But once turned faithless to thyself and old, they then with the incessantly 23.1 grew cold. 2. I swore myself thy sacrifice by Th. Eben Bowes 23.2 that guard thine eyes, which now are altered white, and by the glorious light of both those stars, which of 23.3 their spheres bereft, only the jellies left. Then change thus, no more I'm bound to you, then swearing to a saint that proves untrue. Less than 23.1 i.e. at once, immediately. Less than 23.2 her eyebrows. Less than 23.3 original reeds of which. Lucasta weeping. Song. Set by Mr. John Lanier. I, Lucasta wept, and still the bright innumer'd god of day, with his soft handkerchief of light, kissed the wet pearls away. 2. But when her tears his heat o'ercame, includes he quenched his beams, and grieved, wept out his eye of flame, so drowned her sad streams. 3. 24.1 At this she smiled, when straight the sun cleared by her king desires, and by her eyes reflection fast kindled there his fires. Less than 24.1 This stanza is not found in the printed copy of Lucasta, 1649, but it occurs in a MS. Of this poem written, with many compositions by Lovelace and other poets, in a copy of Crashaw's Poems, 1648, 12 mo, a portion of which having been formed of the printer's proof sheets, some of the pages are printed only on one side, the reverse being covered with Mrs. Poems, among the rest with epigrams by Mr. Thomas Fuller, about 50 in number. There can be little doubt, from the character of the majority of these little poems, that by Mr. Thomas Fuller we may understand the church historian. To Lucasta. From prison in Epode, 25.1. I, long in thy shackles, liberty I ask not from these walls, but thee, left for a while another's bride, to fancy all the world beside. 2. Yet ere I do begin to love, see how I all my objects prove, then my free soul to that confine, 'twere possible I might call mine. 3. First I would be in love with peace, and her rich swelling breasts increase. But how, alas! How may that be, despising earth, she will love me? 4. Fain would I be in love with war, as my dear just avenging star, but war is loved so ever I wear, even he disdains a lodging here. Thee in thy wounds I would bemoan, fair thorough-shot religion, but he lives only that kills thee, and whoso binds thy hands is free. 6. I would love a parliament as a main prop from heathen sent, but who's he, that would be wedded to th fairest body that's beheaded? 7. Next would I court my liberty, and then my birthright, property. But can that be, when it is known, there's nothing you can call your own? 8. A reformation I would have, as for our griefs as sovereign salve, that is, a cleansing of each will of state, that yet some rust doth feel. 9. But not a reformation so, as to reform were to o'erthrow, like watches by unskilful men disjointed, and set ill again. X. The public faith 25.2 I would adore, but she is bankrupt of her store, nor how to trust her can I see, for she that couzens all, must me. 11. Since then none of these can be fit objects for my love and me, what then remains, but th only spring of all our loves and joys, the king? 12. He who, being the whole ball of day on earth, lends it to all, when seeking to eclipse his right, blinded we stand in our own light. 13. And now an universal mist of error is spread o'er each breast, with such a fury edged as is not found in th inwards of th abyss. 14. Oh, from thy glorious starry wane dispense on me one sacred beam, to light me where I sin may see how to serve you, and you trust me. Less than 25.1 This was written, perhaps, during the poet's confinement in Peterhouse, to which he was committed a prisoner on his return from abroad in 1648. At the date of its composition, there can be little doubt, from expressions in stanzas 6 and 12, that the fortunes of Charles I were at their lowest ebb, and it may be assigned without much risk of error to the end of 1648. Less than 25.2. The public faith? Why, 'tis a word of kin, a nephew that dares cousin any sin, a term of art, great Beholmeth his younger brother, old Machiavel and half 1,000 other, which, when subscribed, writes legion, names on truss, Abaddon, Beelzebub, and Incubus. Cleveland's Poems, edition 1669, page 91. Lucasta's Fauna, with a looking glass in it, 26.1. I, Eastrich, 26.2 Thou feet herd full, and easy prey, that larger sails to thy broad vessel needst. Snakes through thy gutterneck hiss all the day, then on thy iron mess at supper feedst. 26.3. 2. Oh, what a glorious transmigration from this to so divine an edifice hast thou straight made! Here 26.4 From a winged stone transformed into a bird of paradise. 3. Now do thy plumes for hue and lustre vie with th arch of heaven that triumphs o'er past wet, and in a rich enamelled pinion lie with sapphires, amethysts and opals set. 4. Sometime they wing her side. 26.5 These strive to drown the day's eyes piercing beams, whose amorous heat solicites still, till with this shield of down from her brave face his glowing fires are beat. V. But whilst a plumy curtain she doth draw, a crystal mirror sparkles in thy breast, in which her fresh aspect went as she saw, and then her foe 26.6 retired to the west. 6. Dear engine, that oth sun gots me the day, spite of his hot assaults madst him retreat. No wind, said she, dare with thee henceforth play but mine own breath to cool the tyrant's heat. 7. My lively shade thou ever shalt retain in thy enclosed feather-framed glass, and but unto ourselves to all remain invisible, thou feature of this face. 8. So said, her sad swain overheard and cried, Ye gods! For faith unstained this a reward. Feathers and glass t outweigh my virtue tried. Ah! Show their empty strength. The gods accord. 9. Now fallen the brittle favorite lies and burst. Alma's Lucasta weeps, repents and flies to her Alexis, vows herself accursed, if hence she dress herself but in his eyes. Less than 26.1 This adaptation of the fan to the purposes of a mirror, now so common, was, as we here are told, familiar to the ladies of Lovelace's time. Mr. Fairholt, in his Costume in England, 1846, page 496, describes many various forms which were given at different periods to this article of use and ornament, but the present passage in Lucasta appears to have escaped his notice. Less than 26.2 Ostrich. Lilly, in his Euphues, 1579, 64, has estrich. The fan here described was composed of ostrich feathers set with precious stones. Less than 26.3 In allusion to the digestive powers of this bird. Less than 26.4 Original reads near. Less than 26.5 The poet means that Lucasta, when she did not require her fan for immediate use, wore it suspended at her side or from her girdle. Less than 26.6 The sun. Lucasta, taking the waters at Tunbridge, 27.1. Aye, ye happy floods! That now must pass the sacred conduits of her womb, smooth and transparent as your face, when you are deaf, and winds are dumb. 2. Be proud. And if your waters be fouled with a counterfeited tear, or some false eye hath stained ye, haste, and be purified there. 3. And when her rosy gates why have tracked, continue yet some orient wet, till, turned into a gem, why are placked like diamonds with rubies set. 4. Ye drops, that do Arabian bowers, tell me, did you eerie smell or view on any leaf of all your flowers so sweet a scent, so rich a hue? V. But as through organs of her breath you trickle wantonly, beware, ambitious seas in their just death, as well as lovers, must have share. 6. And see, you boil as well as I, you, that to cool her did aspire, now troubled and neglected lie, nor can yourselves quench your own fire. 7. Yet still be happy in the thought, that in so small a time as this, through all the heavens you were brought of virtue, honor, love and bliss. Less than 27.1 From this it might be conjectured, though the ground for doing so would be very slight, that Lucasta was a native of Kent, or of one of the adjoining shires. But against this supposition we have to set the circumstance that elsewhere this lady is called a Northern Star. To Lucasta. Ode lyric. Aye, ah Lucasta, why so bright? Spread with early streaked light. If still veiled from our sight, what is but eternal night? 2. Ah Lucasta, why so chaste? With that vigor, ripens gract, not to be by man embracked makes that royal coin embased, and this golden orchard waste. 3. Ah Lucasta, why so great, that thy crammed coffers sweat? Yet not owner of a seat may shelter you from nature's heat, and your earthly joys complete. 4. Ah Lucasta, why so good? Blessed with an unstained flood flowing both through soul and blood, if it be not understood, 'tis a diamond in mud. V. Lucasta! Stay! Why dost thou fly? Thou art not bright but to the eye, nor chaste but in the mariage tie, nor great but in this treasury, nor good but in that sanctity. 6. Harder than the orient stone, like an apparition, or as a pale shadow gone, dumb and deaf she hence is flown. 7. Then receive this equal dom, virgins, strow no tear or bloom, no one dig the parent womb, raise her marble heart ith room, and 'tis both her course and tomb. Lucasta paying her obsequies to the chaste memory of my dearest cousin Mrs. Bowes Barn S. 28.1. I see. What an undisturbed tear she weeps for her last sleep, but viewing her straight whacked a star, she weeps that she did weep. 2. Grief and eerie before did tyrannize on th honor of that brow, and at the wheels of her brave eyes was captive led till now. 3. Thus, for a saint's apostasy, the unimagined woes and sorrows of the hierarchy none but an angel knows. Thus, for lost souls' recovery, the clapping of all wings and triumphs of this victory none but an angel sings. So none but she knows to bemoan this equal virgin's fate, none but Lucasta can her crown of glory celebrate. 6. Then dart on me, chaste light, 28.21 ray, by which I may descry thy joy clear through this cloudy day to dress my sorrow by. Less than 28.1 This lady was probably the wife of a descendant of Sir William Barnes, of Woolwich, whose only daughter and heir, and married the poet's father, and brought him the seat in Kent. See Gents. Magazine for 1791, Part 2. 1095. Less than 28.2 A translation of Lucasta, or Luxcasta, for the sake of the meter. Upon the curtain of Lucasta's picture, it was thus wrought. 29.1. Oh, stay that covetous hand, first turn all eye, all depth and mint, then mystically spy her soul's fair picture, her fair soul's, and all so truly copied from th original, that you will swear her body by this law is but its shadow, as this, its, noun draw. Less than 29.1 Pictures used formerly to have curtains before them. It is still done in some old houses. In Westward Ho, 1607, Act 2. Scene 3, there is an allusion to this practice. Sir Gosling. So draw those curtains, and let's see the pictures under M. Webster's Works, edition Hazlitt I. 133. Lucasta's World. Epode. I. Cold as the breath of winds that blow to silver-shod descending snow, Lucasta's sight. 30.1 When she did close the world in frosty shens. And then a frown to rubies froze the blood boiled in our veins, yet cooled not the heat her sphere of beauties first had kindled there. 2. Then Emovied, and with a sudden flame impatient to melt all again, straight from her eyes she lightning hurled, and earth and ashes mourns. The sun his blaze denies the world, and in her lustre burns, yet warmed not the hearts, her nice disdain had first congealed to ice. 3. And now her tears nor grieved desire can quench this raging, pleasing fire, fate but one way allows, behold her smiles divinity. They fanned this heat, and thawed that cold, so frammed up a new sky. Thus earth, from flames and ice reprieved, eerie since hath in her sunshine lived. Less than 30.1 Original reads Sight. The apostasy of one, and but one lady. I. That frantic ere our eye adore, and am confirmed the earth turns round, now satisfied Ori and Ori, as rolling waves so flows the ground, and as her neighbor reels the shore, finds such a woman says she loves, she's that fixed heaven, which never moves. 2. In marble, steel, or porphyry, who carves or stamps his arms or face, looks it by rust or storm must die, this woman's love no time can raise, hardened like ice in the sun's eye, or your reflection in a glass, which keeps possession though you pass a. 3. We not behold a watch's hand to stir, nor plants or flowers to grow, must we infer that this doth stand, and therefore, that those do not blow? This she acts calmer, like heaven's brand, the steadfast lightning, slow love's dart, she kills, but ere we feel the smart. 4. Oh, she is constant as the wind, that revels in an evening's air. Certain as ways unto the blind, more real than her flat rise are, gentle as shens that honor bind, more faithful than an Hebrew Jew, but as the divil not half so true. A Minter 31.1 From Beyond the Sea to Alexis. 31.2. A Dialogue. A Minter. Alexis. Ah, Alexis! Can it be, though so much wet and dry doth drown our eye, thou keep'st thy winged voice from me? Alexis. A Minter, a profounder sea, I fear, hath swallowed me, where now my arms do row, I float ith ocean of a tear. Lucasta weeps, lest I look back and tread your watery land again. Amen. I through the rain, such shores are quickly overspread. Conceive how joy, after this short divorce, will circle her with beams, when, like your streams, you shall rowl back with kinder force, and call the helping winds to vent your thought. Alex. Aminter. Chloris. Where or in what sphere, say, may that glorious fair be sought? Amen. She's now the centre of these arms eerie blest, whence may she never move, till time and love haste to their everlasting rest. Alex. Ah, subtle swain! Doth not my flame rise high as yours, and burn as hot? Am not I shot with the self-same artillery? And can I breath without her air? Amen. Why, then, from thy tempestuous earth, where blood and dearth reign stead of kings, Aegon, waft thyself over, and lest storms from far arise, bring in our sight the sea's delight, Lucasta, that bright northern star. Alex. But as we cut the rugged deep, I fear the green god stops his felled chariot of shell, and smooths the main to ravish her. Amen. Oh no, the prince of waters' fires are done, he has his empires old, and rivers cold, his queen now runs Abed to th sun. But all his treasure he shall ope that day, Tritons shall sound, his fleet in silver meet, and to her their rich offerings pay. Alex. We fly a minter, not amazed how sent by water, earth, or air, or if with her by fire, even there I move in mine own element. Less than 31.1 Endymion Porter? Less than 31.2 Lovelace himself. Calling Lucasta from her retirement. Ode. I. From the dire monument of thy black room, where now that vestal flame thou dost entomb, as in the inmost cell of all earth's womb. 2. Sacred Lucasta, like the powerful ray of heavenly truth, pass this Cimmerian way, whilst all the standards of your beams display. 3. Arise and climb our widest, highest hill, there your sad thoughts with joy and wonder fill, and see seas calm 32.1 as earth, earth as your will. 4. Behold, how lightning like a taper flies, and gilds your chariot, but ashamed dies, seeing itself outgloried by your eyes. V. Threatening and boisterous tempests gently bow, and to your steps part in soft paths, when now there nowhere hangs a cloud, but on your brow. 6. No shores but twixt your lids, nor gelid snow, but what your whiter, chaster breast doth owl, 32.2 whilst winds and chains colder for 32.3 sorrow blow. 7. Shrill trumpets do only sound to eat, artillery hath loaden every dish with meat, and drums at every health alarms beat. 8. All things Lucasta, but Lucasta call, trees borrow tongues, waters and accents fall, the air doth sing, and fire is 32 point for music all. 9. Awake from the dead vault in which you dwell, all's loyal here, except your thoughts rebel which, so let loose, often their general quell. X.C. She obeys. By all obeyed thus, no storms, heats, colds, no souls contentious, nor civil war is found, I mean, to us. 11. Lovers and angels, though in heaven they show, and see the woes and discords here below, what they not feel, must not be said to know. Less than 32.1 original has calm. Less than 32.2 Ione. Less than 32.3 original reads your. Less than 32.4 original has fires, but fire is required by the meter, and it is probably what the poet wrote. Amarantha. A pastoral. 33.1. Up with the jolly bird of light who sounds his third retreat tonight, fair Amarantha from her bed ashamed starts, and rises red as the carnation-mantled morn, who now the blushing robe doth spurn, and puts on angry grey, while she, the envy of a deity, Aries her limbas, too rich indeed to be enshrined in such a weed, yet lovely 'twas and straight, but fit, not made for her, but she to it, by nature it sate close and free, as the just bark unto the tree, unlike love's martyrs of the town, all day imprisoned in a gown, who, racked in silka stead of a dress, are clothed in a frame or presa, and with that liberty and room, the dead expatiate in a tomb. No cabinets with curious washes, bladders and perfumed plashes, no vinome-tempered waters here, Mercury is banished this sphere, her pales all this, in which wet glass she both doth cleanse and view her face. Far hence, all Iberian smells, hot amulets, pomander spells, fragrant gales, cool ir, the fresh and natural odor of her flesh, proclaim her sweet from th womb as morn. Those colored things were made, not born, which, fixed within their narrow straits, do look like their own counterfeits. So like the Provence rose she walked, flowered with blush, with verdure stalked. Th officious wind her loose hair curls, the dew her happy linen pearls, but wets a tress, which instantly soul with a crisping beam doth dry. Into the garden is she come, love and delight's Elysium. If ever earth showed all her store, view her discolored budding floor. Here her glad eye she largely feeds, and stands mongst them, as they mong weeds. The flowers in their best areas to their queen their tribute pay, and freely to her lap proscribe a daughter out of every tribe. Thus as she moves, they all bequeath at once the incense of their breath. The noble heliotropion now turns to her, and knows no Sunday, and as her glorious face doth vary, so opens loyal golden Mary 33.2 who, if but glance from her sight, straight shuts again, as it were night. The violet, else lost doth heap, doth spread fresh purple for each step, with whose humility posseist, sh enthrones the poor girl 33.3 in her breast. The July flower 33.4 that hereto thrived, knowing herself no longer lived, but for one look of her upheaves, then stead of tears straight sheds her leaves. Now the rich robed tulip who, clad all in tissue close, doth woo her, sweet to thi but smelling sour, she gathers to adorn her bower. But the proud honeysuckle spreads like a pavilion her heads, contemns the wanting commonalty, that but to two ends useful be, and to her lips thus aptly placked, with smell and hue presents her task. So all their due obedience pay, each thronging to be in her way. Fair Amarantha with her eye thanks those that live, which else would die. The rest, in silken fetters bound, by crowning her are crowned and crowned. 33.5 And now the sun doth higher rise, our Flora to the meadow hies, the poor distressed heifers low, and as sh approacheth gently bow, begging her charitable leisure to strip them of their milky treasure. Out of the yeomanry hath heard, with grave aspect, and feet prepared, a reverend lady cow draws near, bids Amarantha welcome here, and from her privy purse lets fall a pearl or two, which seem to call this adored fairy to the banquet of her dairy. Soft Amarantha weeps to see mongst men such inhumanity, that those, who do receive in hay, and pay in silver 33.6 twice a day, should by their cruel barbarous theft be both of that and life bereft. But 'tis decreed, whene'er this dies, that she shall fall a sacrifice unto the gods, since those, that trace her stem, show 'tis a godlike race, descending in an even line from heifers and from steers divine, making the honored extract full in Io and Europa's bull. She was the largest goodliest beast, that ever mead or altar blessed, round, as her udder, and more white than is the Milky Way in night. Her full broad eye did sparkle fire, her breath was sweet as kind desire, and in her beauteous crescent shone, bright as the argent-horned moon. But see! This whiteness is obscure, Cynthia spotted, she impure, her body beheld, 33.7 and her eyes departing lights at obsequies, her lowing hot to the fresh gale, her breath perfumes the field withal. To those two suns that ever shine, to those plump parts she doth enshrine, to th hovering snow of either hand, that love and cruelty command. After the breakfast on her teat, she takes her leave oth more full neat who, by her touched, now priseth her 33.8 life, worthy alone the hollowed knife. Into the neighboring wood she's gone, whose roof defies the telltale sun, and locks out every prying beam. Close by the lips of a clear stream, she sits and entertains her eye with the moist crystal and the fry 33.9 with burnished silver mould, whose oars 33.10 amaze still make to the shores. What need she other bait or charm, what hook 33.11 or angle, but her arm? The happy captive, gladly ta'en, sues ever to be slave in vain, who instantly, confirmed in spheres, hasts to his element of tears. From hence her various windings rove to a well-ordered stately grove. This is the place of the wood and court oth royal oak, where stood the whole nobility, the pine, straight ash, tall fir, and wanton vine, the proper cedar, and the rest. Here she her deeper senses blessed, admires great nature in this pile, floored with green velvet chamomile, garnished with gems of unset fruit, supplied still with a self-recruit. Her bosom wrought with pretty eyes of never-planted strawberries, where winged music of the air do richly feast, and for their fare, each evening in a silent shade, bestow a grateful serenade. Thus Evan tired with delight, sated in soul and appetite, full of the purple plum and pear, the golden apple, with the fair grape that mirth fain would have taught her, and nuts, which squirrels cracking brought her, she softly lays her weary limbs, whilst gentle slumber now begins to draw the curtains of her eye, when straight awakened with a cry and bitter groan, again reposes, again a deep sigh interposes. And now she hears a trembling voice, ah! Can there aught on earth rejoice? Why wears she this gay livery, not black as her dark entrails be? Can trees be green, and to the eye are thus prostitute their flowing hair? Why do they sprout, not wit her dy? Must each thing live, save wretched I? Can days triumph in blue and red, when both their light and life is fled? Fly joy on wings of popinjays to courts of fools, where 33.12 as your plays die laughed at and forgot, whilst all that's good mourns at this funeral. Weep, all ye graces, and you sweet choir, that at the hill and spurred meet, love, put thy tapers out, that we in world may seem as blind as thee, and be, since she is lost, our wound, not even itself by any found. Now as a prisoner new cast 33.13 who sleeps and sheds that night, his last, next morn is whacked with a reprieve, and from his trance, not dream bid live, wonders, his sense not having scope, who speaks, his friend or his false hope. So Amarantha heard, but fear dares not yet trust her tempting care, and as again her arms oth ground spread pillows for her head, a sound more dismal makes a swift divorce, and starts her thus, rage, rapine, force. Ye blue-flammed daughters oth abyss, bring all your snakes, here let them hiss. Let not a leaf its freshness keep, blast all their roots, and as you creep, and leave behind your deadly slime, poison the budding branch in's prime, wash the proud bowers of this grove, that fiends may dwell in it, and move as in their proper hell, whilst she above laments this tragedy, yet pities not our fate. O fair vow-breaker, now betrothed to Thir! Why by those laws did we not die, as lived but one, Lucasta? Why, as he Lucasta named, a groan strangles the fainting passing tone, but as she heard, Lucasta smiles, posses 33.14 her round, she's slipped meanwhiles behind the blind of a thick bush, when, each word tempering with a blush, she gently thus bespake, sad swain, if mates in woe do ease our pain, here's one full of that antic grief, which stifled would forever live, but told, expires. Pray then, reveal. To show our wound is half to heal, what more all nymph or deity bewail you thus? Whoe'er you be, the shepherd's sight, 33.15 my woes I crave smothered in me 33.16 in my grave, yet be in show or truth a saint, or fiend, breath anthems, hear my plaint, for her and I breath symphony, which now makes full the harmony above, and to whose voice the spheres listen, and call her music theirs. This was I blessed on earth with, so as druids amorous did grow, jealous of both. For as one day this star, as yet but set in clay, by an embracing river lay, they steeped her in the hallowed brook, which from her humane nature took, and straight to heaven with winged fear, 33.17 thus, ravished with her, ravish her. The nymph replied, this holy rape became the gods, whose obscure shape they cloth with light, while still you grieve your better life should ever live, and weep that she, to whom you wish what he then could give, has all its bliss. Calling her angel here, yet be sad at this true divinity, she's for the altar, not the skies, whom first you crown, then sacrifice. Fond man thus to a precipice aspires, till at the top his eyes have lost the safety of the plain, then begs of fate the valleys again. The now confounded shepherd cries, ye all-confounding destines! How did you make that voice so sweet without that glorious form to it? Thou sacred spirit of my dear, where'er thou hoverst o'er us, here! Embark thee in the laurel tree, and a new Phoebus follows thee, who, stead of all his burning rays, will strive to catch thee with his lays. Or, if within the orient vine, thou art both deity and wine, But if thou takest the myrtle grove, that Paphos is, thou, queen of love, and I thy swain who, else, must die by no beasts, but thy cruelty, but you are rougher than the wind. Are souls on earth then heathen 33.18 more kind? Imprisoned in mortality Lucasta would have answered me. Lucasta, Amarantha said, is she that virgin star? A maid, except her prouder livery, in beauty poor, and cheap as I, whose glory like a meteor shone, or airy apparition, admired a while, but slighted known. Fierce, as the chafed lion hies, he rouses him, and to her flies, thinking to answer with his spear. Now, as in war intestine where, if mist of a black batel, each lays at his next, then makes a breach through in trails of another, whom he sees nor knows whence he did come, guided alone by rage and drum, but stripping and impatient wild, he finds too soon his only child. So our expiring desperate lover fared when, amazed, he did discover Lucasta in this nymph. His sin darts the accursed javelin gainst his own breast, which she puts by with a soft lip and gentle eye, then closes with him on the ground, and now her smiles have healed his wound. Alexis too again is found, but not until those heavy crimes she hath kissed off 1,000 times, who not contented with this pain, doth threaten to offend again. And now they gaze, and sigh, and weep, whilst each cheek doth the other steep, whilst tongues, as exorcist, are calm, only the rhetoric of the palm prevailing pleads, until at last they, chained in one another fast. Lucasta to him doth relate her various chance and differing fate, how chooked by Hydrophil, and track the numberous foe to fill an act, who whilst they for the same things fight, as bards decrees and druids write, for safeguard of their proper joys and shepherd's freedom, each destroys the glory of this Sicily, since seeking thus the remedy, they fancy, building on false ground, the means must them and it confound. Yet are resolved to stand or fall, and win a little, or lose all. From this sad storm of fire and blood she fled to this yet living wood, where she 'mongst savage beasts doth find herself more safe than humane 33.19 kind. Then she relates how Celia, 33.20 the lady, here strips her array, and girdles her in homespun bays, then makes her conversant in lays of birds, and swains more innocent, that can not guile, or courtship meant. Now walks she to her bower to dine under a shade of eglantine, upon a dish of nature's cheer which both grew driest and served up there. That done, she feasts her smell with posies plucked from the damask cloth of roses, which there continually doth stay, and only frost can take away, then wagers which hath most content her eye, ear, hand, her gust or scent. Entranced Alexis sees and hears, as walking above all the spheres, knows and adores this, and is wild, 33.21 until with her he lived thus mild, 33.22 so that, which to his thoughts he meant for loss of her a punishment, his arms hung up and his sword broke, his ensigns folded, he betook himself unto the humble crook. And for a full reward of all, she now doth him her shepherd call, and in a sea of florescence install, then gives her faith immediately, which he returns religiously, both vowing in her peaceful cave to make their bridal bed and grave. But the true joy this pair conceived, each from the other first bereaved, and then found, after such alarms, fast pinioned in each other's arms, ye panting virgins, that do meet your loves within their winding sheet, breathing and constant still even there, or souls their bodies in yon sphere, or angels, men returned from hell and separated Mindies, can tell. Less than 33.1 The punctuation of this piece is in the original edition singularly corrupt. I have found it necessary to amend it throughout. Less than 33.2 The marigold. Less than 33.3 A flower so called. Less than 33.4 More commonly known as the gillyflower. Less than 33.5 i.e. the lady gathers the flowers, and binds them in her hair with a silken fillet, making of them a kind of chaplet or crown. Less than 33.6 i.e. silvery or white milk. Less than 33.7 An uncommon word, signifying wrinkled. Bishop Hall seems to be, with the exception of Lovelace, almost the only writer who used it. Compare, however, the following passage. Like to a riddled carrion I have seen, instead of 50, write her down 15, wearing her bought complexion in a box, and every morn her closet face unlocks. Plantagenet's Tragical Story by T. W. 1649, page 105. Less than 33.8 original has prize there. Less than 33.9 the fish with their silvery scales. Less than 33.10 fins. Less than 33.11 original reads but look. Less than 33.12 original has there. Less than 33.13 i.e. condemned. Less than 33.14 this word does not appear to have any very exact meaning. See Halliwell's Dictionary of Archaic Words, Art. Posse, and Worcester's Dict. Ibid and c. The context here requires to turn sharply or quickly. Less than 33.15 original has sight. Less than 33.16 original reads I. The meaning seems to be, I crave that my woes may be smothered in me, and I may be smothered in my grave. Less than 33.17 reverence. Less than 33.18 i.e. in heaven. Less than 33.19 i.e. than among humankind. Less than 33.20 it may be presumed that Lucasta had adopted the name of Celia during her sylvan retreat. Less than 33.21 impatient. Less than 33.22 tranquil or secluded. To Elinda, that lately I have not written. I, if in me anger, or disdain in you, or both, made me refrain from noble intercourse of verse, that only virtuous thoughts rehearse, then, chaste Elinda, might you fear the sacred vows that I did swear. 2. But if alone some pious thought me to an inward sadness brought, thinking to breath your soul too welly, my tongue was charmed with that spell, and left it, since there was no room to voice your worth enough, strook dumb. 3. So then this silence doth reveal no thought of negligence, but zeal, for, as in adoration, this is love's true devotion. Children and fools the words repeat, but antrites pray in tears and sweat. Elinda's Glove. Sonnet. I. Thou snowy farm with thy 5 tenements, 34.1 tell thy white mistress here was one, that called to pay his daily rents. But she gathering flowers and hearts is gone, and thou left void to rude possession. 2. But grieve not, pretty ermine cabinet, thy alabaster lady will come home. If not, what tenant can there fit the slender turnings of thy narrow room, but must ejected be by his own dam. 34.2. 3. Then give me leave to leave my rent with thee, 5 kisses, one unto a place. For though the lute's too high for me, yet servants, knowing minikin 34.3 nor base, are still allowed to fiddle with the case. Less than 34.1 i.e. the white glove of the lady with its 5 fingers. Less than 34.2 doom. Less than 34.3 a description of musical pin attached to a lute. It was only brought into play by accomplished musicians. In the address of the country suitor to his love, printed in Cotgrave's Wit's Interpreter, 1662, page 119, the man says, Fair wench! I cannot court thy sprightly eyes with a bass viol placked betwixt my thighs, I cannot lisp, nor to a fiddle sing, nor run upon a high-strecked minikin. In Middleton's Family of Love, 1608, works by Dice, 2. 127, there is the following passage. Gudgeon. Aye, and to all that forswear marriage, and can be content with other men's wives. Gerardine. Of which consort you 2 are grounds, one touches the bass, and the other tickles the minikin. Being treated. To Elinda. For cherries plenty, and for corons enough for 50, were there morons, 4 ells of beer, 35.1 flutes 35.2 of canary, that well did wash down pasties merry, 35.3 for peason, chickens, sauces high, pig, and the widow venison pie, 35.4 with certain promise, to your brother, of the virginity of another, where it is thought I too may peep in with knuckles far as any deep in. 35.5 for glasses, heads, hands, bellies full of wine, and loin right worshipful. 35.6 whether all of, or more behind, a thanks freest, freshest, fair Elinda. Thanks for my visit not disdaining, or at the least thanks for your feigning, for if your mercy door were locked well, I should be justly soundly knocked well, 'cause that in doggerel I did mutter not one rhyme to you from Damrotter. 35.7. Next beg I to present my duty to pregnant sister in prime beauty, whom well I deem, ere few months elder, We'll take out Hans from pretty Kelder, and to the sweetly fair Mabella, a match that vies with Arabella, in each respect but the misfortune, fortune, fate, I the importune. Nor must I passe the lovely Alice, whose health I'd quaff in golden chalice. But since that fate hath made me neuter, I only can in beaker pewter. But who'd forget, or yet left unsung the doughty acts of George the young son, who yesterday to save his sister had slain the snake, had he not missed her. But I shall leave him, till a nag on he gets to prosecute the dragon, and then with help of sun and taper, fill with his deeds 12 reams of paper, that Amatus, 35.8 Sir Guy, and Topaz with his fleetin' air shall keep no pace. But now to close all I must switch hard, your servant ever, Lovelace Richard. Less than 35.1 This expression has reference to the old practice of drinking beer and wine out of very high glasses, with divisions marked on them. A yard of ale is even now a well understood term, nor is the custom itself out of date, since in some parts of the country one is asked to take, not a glass, but a yard. The ale was, of course, strictly speaking, a larger measure than a yard, but it was often employed as a mere synonym or equivalent. Thus, in Maracus Ecstaticus, 1595, Banks says, "Measure, Morocco, nay, they that take up commodities make no difference for measure between a Flemish ell and an English yard." Less than 35.2 In the new edition of Nares, 1859, this very passage is quoted to illustrate the meaning of the word, which is defined rather vaguely to be a cask. Obviously the word signifies something of the kind, but the explanation does not at all satisfy me. I suspect that a flute of canary was so called from the cask having several vent holes, in the same way that the French call a lamprey flûte d'Alemán from the fish having little holes in the upper part of its body. Less than 35.3 Forsyth, in his Antiquary's Portfolio, 1825, mentions certain glutton feasts, which used formerly to be celebrated periodically in honor of the Virgin. Perhaps the pasties used on these occasions were thence christened pasties Mary. Less than 35.4 Venison pies or pasties were the most favorite dish in this country in former times. Innumerable illustrations might be furnished of the high esteem in which this description of viand was held by our ancestors, who regarded it as a thoroughly English luxury. The anonymous author of Ori Subsessivi, 1620, page 38, this volume is supposed to have been written by Giles Bridges, Lord Chandos, describes an affected Englishman who has been traveling on the continent, as sweating at the sight of a pasty of venison, and as swearing that the only delicacies be mushrooms, or caviar, or snails. The full crammed dishes made the table crack, gammons of bacon, brawn, and what was chief, king in all feasts, a tall sirloin of beef, fat venison pasties smoking, 'tis no fable, swans in their broth came swimming to the table. Poems of Ben Jonson Jr., by W. S. 1672, page 3. Less than 35.5 An allusion to the scantiness of forks. And when your justice of peace is knuckle-deep in goose, you may without disparagement to your blood, though you have a lady to your mother, fall very manfully to your woodcocks. Decker's Gull's Horn Book, 1609, edition not, page 121. Hodge. Forks. What be they? Mar. The laudable use of forks, brought into custom here, as they are in Italy, to the sparing of napkins. Johnson's The Devil is an Ass Act. V. Scene 4. Lovell. Your hand, good sir. Greedy. This is a lord, and some think this a favor, but I had rather have my hand in my dumpling. Massinger's New Way to Pay Old Debts, 1633. Less than 35.6 The Sirloin of Beef. Less than 35.7 Rotterdam. Less than 35.8 Amadis de Gaul. The translation of this romance by Anthony Munday and 2 or 3 others, whose assistance he obtained, made it popular in England, although, perhaps with the exception of the portion executed by Munday himself, the performance is beneath criticism. To Elinda. Upon his late recovery. A paradox. Ay, how I grieve that I am well. All my health was in my sickness, go then, destiny, and tell, very death is in this quickness. 2. Such a fate rules over me, that I glory when I languish, and do bless the remedy, that doth feed, not quench my anguish. 3. 'Twas a gentle warmth that eased in the visit of a fever, but I fear now I am eased all the flames, since I must leave her. 4. Joys, though wit heard, circled me, when unto her voice inured like those who, by harmony, only can be throughly cured. Sweet, sure, was that melody, whilst the pleasant angel hovered, which ceasing they are all, as I, angry that they are recovered. 6. And as men in hospitals, that are maimed, are lodged and dined, but when once their danger fails, are healed to be pined. 7. Fainting so, I might before some time have the leave to hand her, but lusty, am beat out of door, and for love compelled to wander. To Chloe courting her for his friend. I, Chloe, behold! Again I bow, again Pausias, again I woe, from my heat hath taken fire Damas, noble youth, and fries 36.1 gazing with one of mine eyes, Damas, half of me expires, Chloe, behold! Our fate's the same. Or make me cinders too, or quench his flame. 2. I'd not be king, unless there sate less lords that shard with me in state who, by their cheaper coronets, know what glories from my diadem flow, its use and rate 36.2 values the gem, pearls in their shells have no esteem, and I being sun within thy sphere, 'tis my chief beauty thinner lights shine there. 3. The ussurer heaps unto his store by seeing others praise it more, who not for gain or want doth covet, but cause another loves, doth love it. Thus gluttons cloyed afresh invite their gusts from some new appetite, and after cloth removed, and meat, fall to again by seeing others eat. Less than 36.1. This is not unfrequently used in old writers in the sense of burn. But Lucilla, who now began to free in the flames of love, all the company being departed, and C. Lilies Euphues, 1579, Sig CV, verso. My lady mistress cast an amorous eye upon my for me, which her affections drew, she was love's martyr, and in flames did fry. Egypt's favorite. The History of Joseph. By Sir F. Hubert, 1631, Sig C. Less than 36.2. The estimation in which it is held, its marketable worth. Gratiana dancing and singing? I see. With what constant motion even and glorious, as the sun, Gratiana steers that noble frame, soft as her breast, sweet as her voice, that gave each winding law and poise, and swifter than the wings of fame. 2. She beat the happy pavement by such a star-made firmament, which now no more the roof endies, but swells up high with Atlas even, bearing the brighter, nobler heaven, and in her, all the deities. 3. Each step trod out a lover's thought and the ambitious hopes he brought, chained to her brave feet with such arts, such sweet command and gentle awe, as when she seized, we sighing saw the floor laid paved with broken hearts. 4. So did she move, so did she sing, like the harmonious spheres that bring unto their rounds their music's aid, which she performed such a way, as all enamored world will say, the Graces danced, and Apollo played. Amintor's Grove, 37.1. His Chloris, Errigo, 37.2. And Gratiana. An Elegy. It was 37.3. Amintor's Grove, that Chloris forever echoes, and her glories, Chloris, the gentlest sheepherdess, that ever lawns and lambs did bless. Her breath, like to the whispering wind, was calm as thought, sweet as her mind, her lips like coral gates kept in the perfume, and 37.4. The pearl within. Her eyes a double flaming torch that always shine, and never scorch. Her 37.5. Self the heaven in which did meet the all of bright, of fair and sweet. Here was I brought with that delight that separates souls take flight, and when my reason called my sense back somewhat from this excellence, that I could see, I did begin to observe the curious ordering of every room, where 'tis hard to know, which most excels in scent or show. Arabian gums do breathe here forth, and east come over to the north. The winds have brought their higher 37.6 of sweet to see Amintor Chloris greet, balm and nard, and each perfume, to bless this pair, 37.7 chafe and consume, and Phoenix, see, already fries. Her niece the fire and Chloris 37.8 eyes. Next 37.9. The great and powerful hand beckons my thoughts unto a stand of Titian, Raphael, George, one whose art even nature hath outdone. For if weak nature only can intend, not perfect, what is man, these certainly we must prefer, who mended what she wrought, and her. And sure the shadows of those rare and kind incomparable fair are livelier, nobler company, than if they could or speak, or see. For these 37.10 I ask without a tush, can kiss or touch without a blush, and we are taught that substance is, if unenjoyed, but th 37.11 shade of bliss. Now every saint clearly divine is clossed so in her several shrine, the gems so rarely, richly set, for them we love the cabinet, so intricately placked withal, as if th embroidered the wall, so that the pictures seem to be but one continued tapestry. 37.12 After this travel of mine eyes we sate, and pitted dye ties, we bound our loose hair with the vine, the poppy, and the eglantine. One swelled an oriental bowl full, as a grateful, loyal soul to Chloris. Chloris! Here, oh, here! 'Tis pledged above in every sphere. Now straight the Indian's richest prize is kindled in 37.13 glad sacrifice. Clouds are sent up on wings of time, amber, pomegranates, jessamine, and through our earthen conduits soar higher than altars fummed before. So drenched we are oppressing cares, and choke the wide jaws of our fears. Whilst ravished thus we did devise, if this were not a paradise in all, except these harmless sins, behold, flew in two cherubims, clear as the sky from whence they came, and brighter than the sacred flame, the boy adorned with modesty, yet armed so with majesty, that if the thunderer again his eagle sends, she stoops in vain. 37.14 Besides his innocence he took a sword and casket, and did look like love in arms. He wrote but 5, yet spake 18. Each grace did strive, and 20 cupids thronged forth. Who first should shew his prettier worth? But oh, the nymph! Did you e'er know carnation mingled with snow? 37.15 Or have you seen the lightning shrode, and straight break through th opposing cloud? So ran her blood, such was its hue, so through her veil her bright hair flew, and yet its glory did appear but thin, because her eyes were near. Blooming boy, and blossoming maid, may your fair sprigs be near betrayed to 37.16 Eating worm or fowler storm. No serpent lurk to do them harm, no sharp frost cut, no north wind tear the verdure of that fragrant hair, but 37.17 May the sun and gentle weather, when you are both grown ripe together, load you with fruit, such as your father from you with all the joys doth gather, and may you, when one branch is dead, graft such another in its stead, lasting thus ever in your prime, till th sith is snatched away from time. 37.18 Less than 37.1 in the MS. Copy. This poem exhibits considerable variations, and is entitled Gratiana's Eulogy. Less than 37.2 Arrigo or Arrigo is the Venetian form of Henrico. I have no means of identifying Chloris or Gratiana, but Aminta was probably, as I have already suggested, Endymion Porter, and Arrigo was unquestionably no other than Henry Jermyn, or Jarman, who, though no poet, was, like his friend Porter, a liberal and discerning patron of men of letters. Yet when thy noble choice appeared, that by their combat first prepared thy victory, Endymion and Arrigo, who delight in numbers. Davenant's Madagascar, 1638, Works, 1673, page 212. See also page 247 of Davenant's Works. Jermyn's name is associated with that of Porter in the noblest dedication in our language, that to Davenant's Poems, 1638, 12 mo. If these poems live, and c. Less than 37.3 This and the 5 next lines are not in MS, which opens with her lips, and c. Less than 37.4 So original, MS, reads of less than 37.5 This and the next 13 lines are not in MS. 37.6 IE Tribute. Less than 37.7 Fair, MS. Less than 37.8 Her Fair, MS. The story of the Phoenix was very popular, and the allusions to it in the early writers are almost innumerable. My labor did to greater things aspire, to find a phoenix melted in the fire, out of whose ashes should spring up to birth a friend. Poems of Ben Jonson June by W. S. 1672, page 18. Less than 37.9 This and the next 11 lines are not in MS. Less than 37.10 The MS, reads she. Less than 37.11 The MS, reads for but th. The. Less than 37.12 In the houses of such as could afford the expense, the walls of rooms were formerly lined with tapestry instead of paper. Less than 37.13 So MS. Original has a. Less than 37.14 An allusion to the fable of Jupiter and Ganymede. Less than 37.15 Mixed with droppage snow, MS. Less than 37.16 This and the succeeding line are not in MS. Less than 37.17 This and the 6 following lines are not in MS. Less than 37.18 Here we have a figure, which reminds us of Johnson's famous lines on the Countess of Pembroke, but certainly in this instance the palm of superiority is due to Lovelace, whose conception of time having his side snatched from him is bolder and finer than that of the earlier and greater poet. The Scrutiny. Song. Set by Mr. Thomas Charles, 38.1. I. Why shouldst thou 38.2 swear I am forsworn, since thine I vowed to be? Lady, it is already morn, and 'twas last night I swore to thee that fond impossibility. 2. Have I not loved thee much and long, a tedious 12 months 38.3 space? I should 38.4 all other beauties wrong, and rob thee of a new embrace, should 38.5 I still dote upon thy face. 3. Not but all joy in thy brown hair in 38.6 others may be found, but I must search the black and fair, like skillful mineralists that sound for treasure in unplowed up 38.7 ground. 4. Then if, when I have logged my 38.8 round, thou prov'st the pleasant she, with spoils 38.9 of meaner beauties crowned, I laden will return to thee, then sated with variety. Less than 38.1 This poem appears in Wit's Interpreter, by John Cotgrave, edition 1662, page 214, under the title of On His Mistress, who unjustly taxed him of leaving her off. Less than 38.2 So Cotgrave. Lucasta reads should you. Less than 38.3 So Cotgrave. This is preferable to ours, the reading in Lucasta. Less than 38.4 So Cotgrave. Lucasta reads must. Less than 38.5 So Cotgrave. Lucasta has could. Less than 38.6 So Cotgrave. Lucasta reads by. Less than 38.7 Unbidden, Cotgrave. Less than 38.8 The, Cotgrave. Less than 38.9 In spoil, Cotgrave. Princess Loisa 39.1 Drawing. I saw a little deity, Minerva in epitome, whom Venus, at first blush surprised, took for her winged wag disquist. But viewing then, whereas she made not a distress, but lively shade of Echo whom he had betrayed, now wanton, and if cool Oth's son with her delight a hunting gone, and thousands more, whom he had slain, to live and love, beloved again, ah! This is true divinity. I will ungod that toy. Cried she, then mark it she syrinx running fast to Pan's embraces, with the haste she fled him once, whose reed pipe rent he finds now a new instrument. Theseus returned invokes the air and winds, then wafts his fare, whilst Ariadne ravished stood half in his arms, half in the flood. Proud Anaxarete doth fall at Iphis' feet, who smiles at 39.2 all, and he, whilst she his curls doth deck, hangs nowhere now, but on her neck. Here Phoebus with a beam untombs long hid Leucato, and dooms her father there. Daphne the fair knows now no bays but round her hair, and to Apollo and his sons, who pay him their due orisons, bequeaths her laurel robe, that flame contemns, thunder, and evil fame. There kneeled Adonis fresh as spring, gay as his youth, now offering herself those joys with voice and hand, which first he could not understand. Transfixed Venus stood amazed, full of the boy and love she gazed, and in embraces seemed more senseless and cold than he before. Useless child! In vain, said she, you bear that fond artillery. See here a power above the slow weak execution of thy bow. So said, she ribbed the wood in two, unedged all his arrows too, and with the string their feathers bound to that part, whence we have our wound. See, see! The darts by which we burned are bright Loisa's pencils turned, with which she now enliveth more beauties than they destroyed before. Less than 39.1 Probably the second daughter of Frederick and Elizabeth of Bohemia, born in 1622. See Townend's Descendants of the Stuarts, 1858, page 7. Less than 39.2 Original has of a forsaken lady to her false servant that is disdained by his new mistress, 40.1. Were it that you so shun me, cause you wish, cruelst, a fellow in your wretchedness, or that you take some small ease in your own torments, to hear another sadly groan, I were most happy in my pains, to be so truly blessed, to be so cursed by thee. But oh! My cries to that doe rather adda, of which too much already thou hast had, and thou art gladly sad to hear my moan, yet sadly hearst me with derision. Thou most unjust, that really dost know, and feelst thyself the flames I burn in. Oh! How can you beg to be set loose from that consuming stake you bind another at? Uncharitableness both ways, to any that pity me, for which yourself must die, to love not her loves you, yet know the pain what 'tis to love, and not be loved again. Fly on, swift racer, until she whom thou of all oddest shall learn of thee the pace to outfly thee, and shall teach thee groan, what terror 'tis to outgo and be outgone. Nor yet look back, nor yet must we run then like spokes in wheels eternally, and never overtake? Be dragged on still by the weak cordage of your untwinned will round without hope of rest? No, I will turn, and with my goodness boldly meet your scorn, my goodness which heave and pardon, and that fate made you hate love, and fall in love with hate. But I am charmed. Bright reason, that did give my soul a noble quickness, made me live one breath yet longer, and to will, and see hath react me power to scorn as well as thee, that thou, which proudly tramplest on my grave, thyself mightst fall, conquered my double slave, that thou mightst, sinking in thy triumphs, moan, and I triumph in my destruction. Hail, holy cold! Chaste temper, hail! The fire raved 40.2 O'er my purer thoughts I feel to expire, and I am candied ice. Ye powers! If eerie I shall be forked unto my sepulchre, or violently hurled into mine, O make me choose rather to freeze than burn. Less than 40.1 Carew, Poems, edition 1651, page 53, has some lines, entitled, In the person of a lady to her inconstant servant, which are of nearly similar purport to Lovelace's poem, but are both shorter and better. Less than 40.2 Raved seems here to be equivalent to reaved, or bereaved. Perhaps the correct reading may be reaved. See Worcester's Dictionary, Art. Rave, where Menage's supposition of affinity between rave and bereave is perhaps a little too slightingly treated. The Grasshopper. To my noble friend, Mr. Charles Cotton, 41.1 Ode. I, O thou, that swing'st upon the waving air 41.2 of some well-filled oaten beard, 41.3 Drunk every night with a delicious tear 41.4 Drop thee from heaven, where now art reared. 2. The joys of earth and air are thine entire, that with thy feet and wings dost hop and fly, and when thy poppy works, thou dost retire to thy carved acorn bed to lie. 3. Up with the day, the sun thou welcomest then, sportst in the gilt plats 41.5 of his beams, and all these merry days makest merry men, 41.6 thyself, and melancholy streams. 4. But ah, the sickle! Golden ears are cropped, Ceres and Bacchus bid good night, sharp frosty fingers all your flowers have topped, and what sith sparred, winds shave off quite. V. Poor verdant full! And now green ice, thy joys large and as lasting as thy perch 41.7 of Gras, bid us lay in gainst winter rain, and pies their flouds with an o'erflowing glass. 6. Thou best of men and friends! We will create a genuine summer in each other's breast, and spite of this cold time and frozen fate, thaw us a warm seat to our rest. 7. Our sacred hearths shall burn eternally as vestal flames. The north wind, he shall strike his frost-stretched winges, dissolve and fly this Etna in epitome. 8. Dropping December shall come weeping in, bewail usurping of his reign, but when in Shoars of old Greek 41.8 we begin, shall cree, he hath his crown again. 9. Night as clear Hesper shall our tapers whip from the light casements, where we play, and the dark hag from her black mantle strip, and stick there everlasting day. X. Thus richer than untempted kings are we, that asking nothing, nothing need, though Lord of all what seas embrace, yet he that wants himself, is poor indeed. Less than 41.1 Charles Cotton the Elder, father of the poet. He died in 1658. This poem is extracted in Censura Literaria 9. 352, as a favorable specimen of Lovelace's poetical genius. The text is manifestly corrupt, but I have endeavored to amend it. In Elton's Specimens of Classic Poets, 1814, I. 148, is a translation of Anacreon's address to the cicada, or tree locust, Lovelace's grasshopper, which is superior to the modern poem, being less prolix and more natural in its manner. In all Lovelace's longer pieces there are too many obscure and feeble conceits, and too many evidences of a leaning to the metaphysical and antithetical school of poetry. Less than 41.2 original has hair. Less than 41.3 i.e. a beard of oats. Less than 41.4 Meleager's invocation to the tree locust commences thus in Elton's translation. O shrill-voiced insect! That with dewdrops sweet inebriate. See also Cowley's Anacreontiques, no, X, the grasshopper. Less than 41.5 i.e. horizontal lines tinged with gold. See Halliwell's Glossary of Archaic Words, 1860, Art. Platt, 7th and 8th meaning. The late editors of Nares cite this passage from Lucasta as an illustration of gilt plats, which they define to be plots of gold. This definition, unsupported by any other evidence, is not very satisfactory, and certainly it has no obvious application here. Less than 41.6 Randolph says, Toiling ants perchance delight to hear the summer musique of the grasshopper. Poems, 1640, page 90. It is at question, perhaps, whether Lovelace intended by the grasshopper the cicada or the locusta. See Sir Thomas Browne's Inquiries into Vulgar Errors, Works, by Wilkins, 1836, 3. 93. Less than 41.7 Perch. Less than 41.8 i.e. Old Greek wine. An elegy. On the death of Mrs. Cassandra Cotton, only sister to Mr. C. Cotton, 42.1. Hither with hallowed steps as is the ground, that must enshrine this saint with looks profound, and sad aspects as the dark veils you wear, virgins oppressed, draw gently, gently near, enter the dismal chancel of this room, where each pale guest stands fixed a living tomb, with trembling hands help to remove this earth to its last death and first victorious birth, let gums and incense fume. Who are at strife to enter hearse and breath in a new life, mingle your steps with flowers. As you go, which, as they haste to fade, will speak your woe. And when why have placked your tapers on her urn, how poor a tribute 'tis to weep and mourn. That flood the Chanel of your eyelids fills, when you lose trifles, or what's less your wills. If you'll be worthy of these obsequies, be blind unto the world, and drop your eyes, waste and consume, burn downward as this fire that's fed no more, so willingly expire, passe through the cold and obscure narrow way, then light your torches at the spring of day, there with her triumph in your victory. Such joy alone and such solemnity becomes this funeral of virginity. Or, if you feign to be so blessed, oh hear! If not to die, dare but to live like her, dare to live virgins, till the honored age of thrice 15 Kelly's matrons on the stage, whilst not a blemish or least stain is seen on your white robe 'twixt 50 and 15. But as it in your swathing bands was given, bring't in your winding sheet unsoiled to heave in. Dare to do purely, without compact good, or herald, by no one understood but him, who now in thanks bows either knee for early benefit and secrecy. Dare to affect a serious holy sorrow, to which delights of palaces are narrow, and lasting as their smiles, dig you a room, where practice the probation of your tomb with ever bended knees and piercing prayer, smooth the rough passe through craggy earth to ir, flame there as lights that shipwrecked mariners may put in safely, and secure their fears, who, adding to your joys, now owe you theirs. Virgins, if thus you dare but courage take to follow her in life, else through this lake of nature wade, and break her earthly bars, why are fixed with her upon a throne of stars, arched with a pure heave and crystalline, where round you love and joy forever shine. But you are dumb, as what you do lament more senseless than her very monument, which at your weekends weeps. Spare that vain tear, enough to burst the reverend sepulchre. Rise and walk home, there groaning prostrate fall, and celebrate your own sad funeral, for howsoever you move, may hear, or see, you are more dead and buried than she. Less than 42.1 Cassandra Cotton, only daughter of Sir George Cotton, of Warbleton, Company Sussex, and of Bedhampton, Company Hants, died some time before 1649, unmarried. She was the sister of Charles Cotton the elder, and aunt to the poet. See Walton's Angler, edition Nicholas, introduction, Clax v. The Vintage to the Dungeon. A Song, 43.1 set by Mr. William Laws. Aye, sing out, pent souls, sing cheerfully. Care shackles you in liberty, mirth frees you in captivity. Would you double fetters adda? Else why so sadda? Chorus. Besides your pinioned arms you'll find grief too can manacle the mind. 2. Live then, prenas uncontrolled, drink off strong, the rich, the old, till wine too hath your wits in hold, then if still your jollity and throats are free. Chorus. Triumph in your bonds and pains, and dance to the music of your shens. Less than 43.1 probably composed during the poet's confinement in Peterhouse. On the death of Mrs. Elizabeth Filmer, 44.1 an elegiacal epitaph. You that shall live a while, before old time tears, and is no more, when that this ambitious stone stoops low as what it tramples on, know that in that age, when sin gave the world law, and governed queen, a virgin lived, that still put on white thoughts, though out of fashion, that tracked the stars, spite of report, and durst be good, though chidden for't, of such a soul that infant heaven repented what it thus had given, for finding a qual happy man. Th impatient power as snatched at again. Thus, chaste as th ere whither she's fled, she, making her celestial bed in her warm alablaster, lay as cold as in this house of clay, nor were the rooms unfit to feast or circumscribe this angel guest. The radiant gem was brightly set in as divine a carcanet, of 44.2 which the clearer was not known, her mind or her complexion. Such an everlasting grace, such a beatific face, encloisters here this narrow floor, that possiest all hearts before. Blessed and bewailed in death and birth, the smiles and tears of heaven and earth. Virgins at each step are afeard, Filmer is shot by which they steered, their star extinct, their beauty dead, that the young world to honor led. But see! The rapid spheres stand still, and tune themselves unto her will. Thus, although this marble must, as all things, crumble into dust, and though you find this fair built to ashes, as what lies in its womb, yet her saint-like name shall shine a living glory to this shrine, and her eternal fame be read, when all but very virtue's dead. 44.3. Less than 44.1 This lady was perhaps the daughter of Edward Filmer, Esq., of East Sutton, Company Kent, by his wife Eliza, daughter of Richard Argall, Esq., of the same place. See Harl. MS. 1432, page 300. Possibly, the Edward Filmer mentioned here was the same as the author of French Court Airs, with their ditties Englished, 1629, in praise of which Johnson has some lines in his Underwoods. Less than 44.2 original reads for. Less than 44.3. Which ensuing time shall warble, when 'tis lost, that's writ in marble. Withers fair virtue, the mistress of Filarete, 1622. Headley, Select Beauties, edition 1810-2. Page 42, has remarked the similarity between these lines and some in Collins' dirge in Cymbeline. Beloved till life can charm no more, and mourn till pity's self be dead. To my worthy friend Mr. Peter Lilly 45.1 on that excellent picture of His Majesty, and the Duke of York, drawn by him at Hampton Court. See! What a clouded majesty, and eyes whose glory through their mist doth brighter rise. See! What an humble bravery doth shine, and grief triumphant breaking through each line, how it commands the face. So sweet a scorn never did happy misery adorn. So sacred a contempt, that others show to this, oth height of all the wheel, below, that mightiest monarchs by this shaded book may copy out their proudest, richest Luke. Whilst the true eaglet this quick lustre spies, and by his sons enlightens his own eyes, he cures 45.2 his cares, his burthen feels, then straight joys that so lightly he can bear such weight, whilst either's passion doth borrow, and both do grieve the same victorious sorrow. These, my best Lily, with so bold a spirit and soft a grace, as if thou didst inherit for that time all their greatness, and didst draw with those brave eyes your royal sitters saw. Not as of old, when a rough hand did speak a strong aspect, and a fair face, a weak, when only a black beard cried villain, and by hieroglyphics we could understand, when crystal typified in a white spot, and the bright ruby was but one red blot. Thou dost the things orientally the same, not only paint'st its color, but its flame. Thou sorrow canst design without a tear, and with the man his very hope or fear. So that amazed world shall henceforth find none but my Lily ever drew. A mind. Less than 45.1 Mr., afterwards Sir Peter Lely. He was frequently called Lily, or Lily, by his contemporaries, and Lily is Pepys' spelling. At Lord Northumberland's, at Chaon, is a remarkable picture of King Charles I, holding a letter directed Au Roi Monseigneur, and the Duke of York Aet. 14, presenting a penknife to him to cut the strings. It was drawn at Hampton Court, when the king was last there, by Mr. Lely, who was earnestly recommended to him. I should have taken it for the hand of Fuller or Dobson. It is certainly very unlike Sir Peter's latter manner, and is stronger than his former. The king has none of the melancholy grace which Van Dyck alone, of all his painters, always gave him. It has a sterner countenance, and expressive of the tempests he had experienced. Walpole's Anecdotes of Painting in England, edition 1862, pages 443-4. Less than 45.2 original reads cares. The Lady A. L. 46.1 My asylum in a great extremity. With that delight the royal captives 46.2 brought before the throne, to breath his farewell thought, to tell his last tale, and so end with it, which gladly he esteems a benefit, when the brave victor, at his great soul dumb, finds something their fate cannot overcome, Calais the chained prince, and by his glory led, first reaches him his crown, and then his head, who any till now thinks himself slave and poor, for though not else, he had himself before. He weeps at this fair chance, nor will allow, but that the diadem doth brand his brow, and underrates himself below mankind, who first had lost his body, now his mind. With such a joy came I to hear my Dame, and haste the preparation of my tomb, when, like good angels who have even a charge to steer and guide man's sudden giddy barge, she snatched me from the rock I was upon, and landed me at life's pavilion, where I, thus wound out of immense abyss, was straight set on a pinnacle of bliss. Let me leap in again, and by that fall bring me to my first woe, so cancel all, as this acquitting of the debt you owe, to crush her and her goodness at one blow? Defend me from so foul impiety, would make friends grieve, and furies weep to see. Now ye sage spirits, which infuse in men that are obliged twice to oblige again, inform my tongue and labor what to say, and in what coin or language to repay. But you are silent as the evening's air, when winds unto their hollow grots repair. 46.30 Then accept the all that left me is, devout oblations of a sacred wish. When she walks forth, ye perfumed wings south-east fan her, till with the sun she hastes to west, and when her heave in course cayes up the day, and breaks as bright, descend, some glistering ray, to circle her, and her as glistering hair, that all may say a living saint shines there. Slow time, with woolen feet make thy soft pace, and leave no tracks of snow of her pure face. But when this virtue must needs fall, to rise the brightest constellation in the skies, when we in characters of fire shall read, how clear she was alive, how spotless, dead. All you that are akin to piety, for only you can her close mourners be, draw near, and make of hallowed tears a dearth. Goodness and justice both are fled the earth. If this be to be thankful, I be a heart broken with vows, eaten with grateful smart, and beside this, the vilt 46.4 world nothing hath worth anything but her provoked wrath. So then, who thinks to satisfy in time, must give a satisfaction for that crime, since she alone knows the gift's value, she can only to herself requital be. and worthily to th life paint her own story in its true colors and full native glory, which when perhaps she shall be heard to tell, buffoons and thieves, ceasing to do ill, shall blush into a virgin innocence, and then woo others from the same offense. The robber and the murderer, in spite of his red spots, shall startle into white. All good, rewards laid by, shall still increase for love of her, and villainy decease. 46.50 46.6 Big note, not so much out of fear of being punished, as offending her. So that, when as my future daring bays shall bow itself 46.7 in laurels to her praise, to crown her conquering goons, and proclaim the due renown and glories of her name, my wit shall be so wretched and so poor that, stead of praising, I shall scandal her, and leave, when with my purest art I've done, scarce the design of what she has begun, yet men shall send me home, admired, exact, proud, that I could from her so detract. Where, then, thou bold instinct, shall I begin my endless tasky? To thank her were a sin great as not speak, and not to speak, a blame beyond what's worst, such as doth want a name. So thou my all, poor gratitude, even now in this wilt an unthankful office do, or wilt I fling all at her feet I have, my life, my love, my very soul, a slave? Tie my free spirit only unto her, and yield up my affection prisoner? Fond thought, in this thou teachest me to give what first was hers, since by her breath I live, and hast but showed me how I may resign possession of those things are none of mine. Less than 46.1 IEN Lady Lovelace, the poet's kinswoman, who seems to have assisted him in some emergency, unknown to us except through the present lines. Less than 46.2 Caractacus? Less than 46.3 The mythology of Greece assigned to each wind a separate cave, in which it was supposed to await the commands of its sovereign Aeolus, or Aeolos. It is to this myth that Lovelace alludes. Less than 46.4 A very common form of viol among early writers. Less than 46.5 This reads like a parody on the fourth eclogue of Virgil. The early English poets were rather partial to the introduction of miniature pictures of the Golden Age on similar occasions to the present. Thus Carew, in his poem to Saxham, says, "The pheasant, partridge, and the lark flew to thy house, as to the ark. The willing ox of himself came home to the slaughter with the lamb. And every beast did thither bring himself, to be an offering." Carew's Poems, 1651, page 34. Less than 46.6 Vice. Less than 46.7 We should read themselves. A lady with a falcon on her fist. To the Honourable my cousin A. N. L. Lovelace. I, this queen of prey, now pray to you, fast to that perch of ivory and silver shens and silken clue, hath now made full thy victory. 2. The swelling admiral of the dread cold deep, burnt in thy flames, O fair. Was not enough, but thou must lead bound to the princess of the air? 3. Unarmed of wings and scaly, or unhappy crawler on the land, to what heaven fliest? Dives to what shore that her brave eyes do not command? 4. Ascend the chariot of the sun from her bright power to shelter thee, her captive, full, outgasses him. Ah, what lost wretches then are we! Now, proud usurpers on the right of sacred beauty, hear your dam. Recant your sex, your mastri, might. Lower you cannot be overcome. 6. Repent ye renowned he your head, for why are in falcon's monarchy, and in that just dominion bred, in which the nobler is the she. A prologue to the scholars. A comedy presented at the White Friars. 47.1. A gentleman, to give us somewhat new, hath brought up Oxford with him to show you. Pray be not fright, though the skeen and gowns the universities, the wits the towns, the lines each honest Englishman may speak, yet not mistake his mother tongue for Greek, for still 'twas part of his vowed liturgy, from learned comedies deliver me. Wishing all those that loved em here asleep, promising scholars, but no scholarship. You'd smile to see how he does vex and shake, speaks not, but if the prologue does but take, or the first act were past the pikes once, then hopes and joys, then frowns and fears again, then blushes like a virgin, now to be robbed of his comical virginity in presence of you all. In short, you'd say more hopes of mirth are in his looks than play. These fears are for the noble and the wise, but if 'mongst you there are such foul dead eyes, as condemn unarraigned cal law their powers, judging it sin enough that it is ours, and with the house shift their decreed desires, fair still to th black, black still to the white friars. 47.2 He does protest he will sit down and weep castles and pyramids. No, he will on, proud to be riced by such destruction, so far from quarreling with himself and wit, that he will thank them for the benefit, since finding nothing worthy of their hate, they reach him that themselves must envy at. Less than 47.1 This was the theatre in Salisbury Court. See Collier H. E. D. page 3. 289, and Halliwell's Dictionary of Old Plays, Art. Scholar. From the terms of the epilogue, it seems to have been a piece occupying 2 hours in the performance. Judging, I presume, from the opening lines, Mr. Halliwell supposes it to have been originally acted at Gloucester Hall. Probably Mr. Halliwell is right. Less than 47.2 A quibble on the 2 adjacent theatres in Whitefriars and Blackfriars. The epilogue. The stub-born author of the trifle 48.1 crime, that just now cheated you of 2 hours' time, presumptuous it licked him. 48.2 began to grow careless, whether it please you or no. But we who ground th excellence of a play on what the women at the doors will say, who judge it by the benches, and afford to take your money, ere his oath or word his scholars schooled, said if he had been wise he should have wove in 1-2 comedies. The first for th gallery, in which the throne to their amazement should descend alone, the rosin lightning flash, and monster spire squibs, and words hotter than his fire. Th other for the gentlemen oth pit, like to themselves, all spirit, fancy, wit, in which plots should be subtle as a flame, disguises would make produce still the same, humours so rarely humoured and expressed, that even they should think em so, not drayest. Vices acted and applauded too, times tickled, and th actors acted, not their crimes, so he might equally applause have gained of th Harned, Sooty, and the Snowy Hand. 48.3. Where now one so 48.4 spatters, t'other, no! 'Tis his first play, 'twere solecism should go, the next he showed prettily, but searched within it appears bare and bald, as is his chin, the town wit sentences, a scholar's play. Pish! I know not why, but th ave not the way. 48.5. We, whose gain is all our pleasure, even these are bound by justice and religion to please, which he, whose pleasure's all his gain, goes by as slightly, as they do his comedy. Culls out the few, the worthy, at whose feet he sacrifices both himself and it, his fancy's first fruits. Profit he knows none, unnulls that of your approbation, which if your thoughts at going out will pay, he'll not look farther for a second day. 48.6. Less than 48.1 Perhaps trifling was the word written by Lovelace. A venial offense is meant. Less than 48.2 It would be difficult to point out a writer so unpardonably slovenly in his style or phraseology as Lovelace. By presumptuous it licked him, we must of course understand presumptuous that he liked it himself, or presumptuously self-satisfied. Less than 48.3 i.e. the rough and dirty occupants of the gallery, and the fair spectators in the boxes. Less than 48.4 An exclamation of approval, when an actor made a hit. The phrase seems to be somewhat akin to the Italian SISI, a corruption of SISIA. Less than 48.5 i.e. they do not know how to act a play. Less than 48.6 This prologue and epilogue were clearly not attached to the play when it was first performed by the fellow collegians of the poet at Gloucester Hall, as an amateur attempt in the dramatic line, but were first added when, The Scholars, was reproduced in London, and the parts sustained by ordinary actors. Against the love of great ones. Then happy youth, betrayed by fate to such a love 49.1 hath sainted hate, and damned those celestial bands 49.2 are onely knit with equal hands. The love of great ones is a love 49.3 gods are incapable to prove, for where there is a joy uneven, there never can be heave-in. 'Tis such a love as is not sent to fiends as yet for punishment. Ixion willingly doth feel the gyre of his eternal wheel, nor would he now exchange his pain for clooths and goddesses again. Wouldst thou with tempests lie? Then bow to th rougher furrows of her brow, or make a thunderbolt thy choice. Then catch at her more fatal voice, or gender with the lightning? Try the subtler 49.4 flashes of her eye. Poor Semele 49.5 WL knew the same, who 49.6 both embracked her God and flame, and not alone in soul did burn, but in this love did ashes turn. How ill doth Majesty enjoy the bow and gaiety oth boy, as if the purple robe should sit, and sentence give its share of wit. Say, ever-dying wretch, to whom each answer is a certain doom, 49.7 What is it that you would possess, the Count's, or the naked Bess? 49.8 Would you her gown or title do? Her box or gem, the 49.9 Thing or show? If you mean her, the very her, abstracted from her character, unhappy boy, you may as soon with fawning wanton with the moon, or with an amorous complaint get prostitute your very saint, not that we are not mortal, or fly Venus' altars, and 49.10 Abhor the selfsame knack for which you pine, but we, defend us, are divine, not female, but madam born, 49.11 and come from a right honorable womb. Shall we then mingle with the base, and bring a silver tinsel race? Whilst th issue noble will not passe the gold alloyed 49.12, almost half brass, and th blood in each vein doth appear, part thick Burian, part lady clear, like to the sordid insects sprung from father son and mother dung, yet lose we not the hold we have, but faster grasp the trembling slave, play at balloon with's heart, and wind the strings like skeins, steal into his min 10,000 false 49.13 and feign joys far worse than they, whilst, like whipped boys, after this scourge, he's hushed with toys. This 49.14 heard, sir, play still in her eyes, and be a dying, live 49.15 like flies caught by their angle legs, and whom the torch laughs piecemeal to consume. Less than 49.1 i.e. that has sainted, and c. Less than 49.2 so the editor's MS. Copy already described, the printed copy has bonds. Less than 49.3 so editor's MS. Printed copy has. The love of great ones, 'tis a love. 49.4 subtle, editor's MS. Less than 49.5 Semele she, editor's MS. Less than 49.6 she, ibid. Less than 49.7 Dom, Lucasta. Less than 49.8 Bess is used in the following passage as a phrase for a sort of female Tomobedlam. We treat mad bedlams, Toms and Besses, with ceremonies and caresses. Dixon's Canidia, 1683 Part 1, Canto 2. And the word seems also to have been employed to signify the loose women who, in early times, made Covent Garden and its neighborhood their special haunt. See Cotgrave's Wit's Interpreter, 1662, page 236. But here, naked Bess means only a woman who, in contradistinction to a lady of rank, has no adventitious qualities to recommend her. Less than 49.9 original reads her. Less than 49.10 alters, or, Lucasta. Less than 49.11 born, Lucasta. Less than 49.12 allayed, Lucasta. Less than 49.13 so editor's MS. Lucasta has hells. Less than 49.14 from this word down to lives is omitted in the MS. Copy. Less than 49.15 original has lives. To Althea. From Prison. Song. Set by Dr. John Wilson, 50.1. When love with unconfined wings hovers within my gates, and my divine Althea brings to whisper at the grates, when I lie tangled in her hair, 50.2 and fettered to her eye, 50.3 the birds, 50.4 that wanton in the air, know no such liberty. 2. When flowing cups run swiftly round with no allaying Thames, our careless heads with roses bound, our hearts with loyal flames. When thirsty grief in wine we steep, when healths and draughts go free, fishes, that tipple in the deep, know no such liberty. 3. When, like committed linnets 50.5, I with shrill throat shall sing the sweetness, mercy, majesty, and glories of my King. When I shall voice aloud, how good he is, how great should be, enlarged winds, that coral the flood, know no such liberty. 4. Stone walls though not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage, Mindy's innocent and quiet, take that for an hermitage. If I have freedom in my love, and in my soul am free, angels alone that soar above enjoy such liberty. Less than 50.1 The first stanza of this famous song is harmonized in cheerful airs or ballads, first composed for one single voice, and since set for 3 voices. By John Wilson, Doctor in Music, Professor of the same in the University of Oxford. Oxford, 1660, September 20th, 1659 42. Page 10. I have sometimes thought that, when Lovelace composed this production, he had in his recollection some of the sentiments in Wither's Shepherd's Hunting, 1615. See, more particularly, the sonnet, at page 248 of Mr. Gutch's Bristol edition, commencing, I that erstwhile the world's sweet air did draw. Less than 50.2 Peel, in King David and Fair Bethsabe, 1599, has a similar figure, where David says, Now comes my lover tripping like the roe, and brings my longings tangled in her hair. The lover is of course Bethsabe. Less than 50.3 Thus Middleton, in his More Dissemblers Besides Women, printed in 1657, but written before 1626, says, But for modesty I should fall foul in words upon fond man, that can forget his excellence and honor, his serious meditations, being the end of his creation, to learn well to die, and live a prisoner to a woman's eye. Less than 50.4 Original reads Gods. The present word is substituted in accordance with the MS. Copy of the song printed by the late Dr. Bliss, in his edition of Wood's Athene. If Dr. Bliss had been aware of the extraordinary corruptions under which the text of Lucasta labored, he would have had less hesitation in adopting birds as the true reading. The Song to Althea is a favorable specimen of the class of composition to which it belongs, but I fear that it has been overestimated. Less than 50.5 Percy very unnecessarily altered like committed linnets to linnet like confined, Percy's Relics, 2. 247, Moxon's edition, Ellis, Specimens of Early English Poets, edition 1801, 3. 252, says that this latter reading is more intelligible. It is not, however, either what Lovelace wrote, or what, it may be presumed, he intended to write, and nothing, it would seem, can be clearer than the passage as it stands, committed signifying, in fact, nothing more than confined. It is fortunate for the lovers of early English literature that B.P. Percy had comparatively little to do with it. Emendation of a text is well enough, but the wholesale and arbitrary slaughter of it is quite another matter. Sonnet to General Goring, 51.1 After the pacification at Berwick. A la Chabot, 51.2. Now the peace is made at the foe's rate, 51.3 Whilst men of arms to kettles their old helms translate, and drink in casks of honourable plate. In every hand let a cup be found, that from all hearts a health may sound to Goring. To Goring. C.T. go round. 2. He whose glory shines so brave and high, that captive they in triumph lead each care and eye, claiming uncombated the victory, and from the earth to heave and rebound, fix their eternal as this round, to Goring. To Goring. See him crowned. 3. To his lovely bride in love with scars, whose eyes wound deep in peace, as doth his sword in wars, they shortly must depose the Queen of Stars, her cheeks the morning blushes give, and the benighted world reprieve. To Lettuce. To Lettuce. Let her live. 4. Give me scorching heat, thy heat, dry sun, that to this pair I may drink off an ocean, yet leave my grateful thirst unquenched, undone. Or a full bowl of Havana wine, in which dissolved stars should shine, to the couple. To the couple. Thr divine. Less than 51.1 Particulars of this celebrated man, afterward created Earl of Norwich, may be found in Eachard's History, Rushworth's Collections, Whitelock's Memoirs, Collins' Peerage by Bridges, Pepys' Diary, I. 150, edition 1858, and Peck's Desiderata Curiosa, edition 1779, 2. 479. Whitelock speaks very highly of his military character. In a poem called The Gallants of the Times, printed in Wit Restored, 1658, there is the following passage. A great brigandine for Wilmurray's sake George Simons he vows the first course to take, when straddling a Grecian dog let fly, who took the bear by the nose immediately. To see them so forward Hugh Pollard did smile, who had an old cur of canary oil, and held up his head that George Goring might see, who then cried aloud, "To me, boys, to me." See also the answer. George, General of Geinfrides, he is a jovial lad, though his heart and fortunes disagree oft times to make him sad. Consult Davenant's Works, 1673, page 247, and Fragmenta Aulica, 1662, pages 47, 54. Lord Goring died January 6, 1663, Smith's Obituary, page 57, Camden SOC. Less than 51.2 A La Chabot was a French dance tune, christened after the admiral of that name, in the same manner as a La Bourbon, mentioned elsewhere in Lucasta, derived its title from another celebrated person. Those who have any acquaintance with the history of early English music need not to be informed that it was formerly the practice of our own composers to seek the patronage of the gentlemen and ladies about the court for their works, and to identify their names with them. Thus we have My Lady Carey's Dump, N.C., 51.3 expense. Sir Thomas Wortley's sonnet answered. The sonnet. I. No more, thou little winged archer, now no more as heretofore thou mayst pretend within my breast to bide, no more, since cruel death of dearest Lindamore hath me deprived, I bid adieu to love, and all the world beside. 2. Go, go, lay by thy quiver and unbend thy bow, poor silly foe, thou spend'st thy shafts but at my breast in vain, since death my heart hath with a fat all icy dirt already slain, thou canst not ever hope to warm her wound, or wound it o'er again. The answer. I. Again, thou witty cruel wanton, now again, through every vein, hurl all your lightning, and strike every dart, again, before I feel this pleasing, pleasing pain. I have no heart, nor can I live but sweetly murdered with so dear a smart. 2. Then fly, and kindle all your torches at her eye, to make me die her martyr, and put on my robe of flame, so I, advanced on my blazing wings on high, in death became enthroned a star, an ornament unto her glorious, glorious name. A guiltless lady imprisoned, after penanced. Song. Set by Mr. William Laws. I. Hark, fair one, how what eerie ears doth laugh and sing at thy distress, not out of hate to thy relief, but joy to enjoy thee though in grief. 2. See. That which chains you, you shen hear, the prison is thy prisoner, how much thy jailer's keeper art. He binds your hands, but you his heart. 3. The gyves to raise so smooth a skin, are so unto themselves within, but, blessed to kiss so fair an arm, haste to be happy with that harm. 4. And play about thy wanton wrist, as if in them thou so wert drayest, but if too rough, too hard they press oh, they but closely, closely kiss. V. And as thy bare feet bless the way, the people do not mock, but pray, and call thee, as alms they run instead of prostitute, a nun. 6. The merry torch burns with desire to kindle the eternal fire, and lightly dances in thine eyes to tunes of epithalamies. 7. The sheets tied ever to thy wast, how thankful to be so embracked. And see. Thy very, very bonds are bound to thee, to bind such hands. To his dear brother Colonel F. L. Immoderately mourning my brother's 52.1 untimely death at Carmarthen. I. If tears could wash the ill away, a pearl for each wet bead I'd pay, but as dewed corn the fuller grows, so watered eyes but swell our woes. 2. One drop another calories, which still, grief adding fuel, doth distill. Too fruitful of herself is anguish, we need no cherishing to languish. 3. Coward fate degenerate man like little children uses, when he whips us first, until we weep, then, cause we still a weeping keep. 4. Then from thy fear may self never swerve, tears fat the grief that they should stirve, iron decrees of destiny are nie wiped out with a wet eye. V. But this way you may gain the field, oppose but sorrow, and 'twill yield. One gallant thorough-made resolve does starry influence dissolve. Less than 52.1 Thomas Lovelace. See Memoir. See Note 2.7. To a lady that desired me I would bear my part with her in a song. Madame A. L. 53.1. This is the prettiest motion, madam, th alarums of a drum that Kelly's your lord, set to your cries, to mine are sacred symphonies. What though 'tis said I have a voice? I know 'tis but that hollow noise which, as it through my pipe doth speed, bitterns do carol through a reed, in the same key with monkeys' jigs, or dirges of proscribed pigs, or the soft serenades above in calm of night. 53.2 when 53.3 cats make 53.4 love. Was ever such a consort seen? 14 with 14? Yet 53.5 sooner they'll agree, one pair, than we in our spring-winter air. They may embrace, sigh, kiss, the rest, our breath knows not but east and west. Thus have I heard to children's cries the fair nurse still such lullabies, that, well all said, for what there lay, the pleasure did the sorrow pay. Sure there's another way to save your fancy, 53.6 madam, that's to have, 'tis but a petitioning kin fate, the organs sent to Billingsgate, where they to that soft murmuring choir shall teach 53.7 you all you can admire. Or do but hear, how love bang Kate in pantry dark for friege of mate, with edge of steel the square wood shapes, and dido 53.8 to it chaunts or scrapes. The merry Phaetinoth care ul vow makes a melodious jar, sweeter and sweeter whistleth he to unanointed 53.9 axletree, such swift notes he and s wheels do run. For me, I yield him Phoebus' son. Say, fair Commandres, can it be you should ordain a mutiny? For where I howl, all accents fall, as kings' harangues, to one and all. 53.10. Ulysses' art is now withstood 53.11 you ravish both with sweet and good. Saint Siren, sing, for I dare hear, but when I oh, stop your ear. Far less beat emulation to passe me, or in trill or 53.12 tone, like the thin throat of Philomel, and the 53.13 smart lute who should excel, as if her soft chords should begin, and strive for sweetens with the pin, 53.14. Yet can I music too, but such as is beyond all voice or 53.15 touch. My mint can in fair order chime, whilst my true heart still beats the time. My soul s so full of harmony, that it with all parts can agree. If you wind up to the highest fret, 53.16 it shall descend an 8 from it, and when you shall vouchsafe to fall, 16 above you it shall call, and yet, so disassenting one. They both shall meet in 53.17 unison. Come then, bright cherubin, begin. My loudest music is within. Take all notes with your skillful eyes. Hark, if mine do not sympathize. Sound all my thoughts, and see express the tablature 53.18 of my large breast. Then you'll admit that I too can music above dead sounds of man, such as alone doth bless the spheres, not to be react with humane ears. Less than 53.1. Madame A. L. is not in MS. Copy. The Lady A. L. and Madame A. L. may very probably be two different persons, for Carew in his poems edit. 1651 8 vo. Page 2 has a piece. To A. L. Persuasions to Love. And it is possible that the A. L. of Carew and the A. L. mentioned above are identical. The following poem is printed in Durfey's Pills to Purge Melancholy, v. 120, but whether it was written by Lovelace, and addressed to the same lady, whom he represents above as requesting him to join her in a song, or whether it was the production of another pen, I cannot at all decide. It is not particularly unlike the style of the author of Lucasta. At all events, I am not aware that it has been appropriated by anybody else, and as I am reluctant to omit any piece which Lovelace is at all likely to have composed, I give these lines just as I find them in Durfey, where they are set to music. To his fairest Valentine Mrs. A. L. Come, pretty birds, present your lays, and learn to chaunt a goddess praise. You wood nymphs, let your voices be employed to serve her deity, and warble forth, ye virgins 9, some music to my Valentine. Her bosom is love's paradise, there is no heaven but in her eyes. She's chaster than the turtle dove, and fairer than the queen of love, yet all perfections do combine to beautify my Valentine. She's nature's choicest cabinet, where honor, beauty, worth, and wit are all united in her breast. The graces claim an interest, all virtues that are most divine shine clearest in my Valentine. Less than 53.2 nights, editors MS. Less than 53.3 where, ibid. Less than 53.4 do, ibid. Less than 53.5 there is here either an interpolation in the printed copy, or an hiatus in the MS. The latter reads, Yet may I embrace, sigh, kiss the rest. NC. Thus leaving out a line and a half or upward of the poem, as it is printed in Lucasta. Less than 53.6 MS reads, Your fancy, madam, omitting, that's to have. Less than 53.7 original and MS. Have reach. Less than 53.8 this must refer, I suppose, to the ballad of Queen Dido, which the woman sings as she works. The signification of love bang is not easily determined. Bang, in Suffolk, is a term applied to a particular kind of cheese, but I suspect that love bang Kate merely signifies noisy Kate. Here. As to the old ballad of Dido, see Stafford Smith's Musica Antiqua, I. 10-2. 158, and Collier's Extracts from the Registers of the Stationers' Company, I. 98. I subjoin the first stanza of Dido, as printed in the Musica Antiqua. Dido was the Carthage queen, and loved the Trojan knight, that wandering many coasts had seen, and many a dreadful fight. As they hunting rode, a showar drove them in a loving bower, down to a darksome cave, where Aeneas with his charms locked Queen Dido in his arms and had what he would have. A somewhat different version is given in Durfey's Pills to Purge Melancholy 6. 192-3. Less than 53.9 in Unanointed, MS. Less than 53.10 this and the three preceding lines are not in MS. Less than 53.11 alluding of course to the very familiar legend of Ulysses and the Sirens. Less than 53.12 a quaver, a well-known musical expression. Less than 53.13 a MS. Less than 53.14 a musical peg. Less than 53.15 an MS. Less than 53.16 a piece of wire attached to the fingerboard of a guitar. Less than 53.17 original and MS. Read in. Less than 53.18 the tablature of Lovelace's time was the application of letters, of the alphabet or otherwise, to the purpose of expressing the sounds or notes of a composition. Valiant love. I, now fie upon that everlasting life. I die. She hates. Ah me! It makes me mad, as if love furred his torch at a moist eye, or with his joys eerie crowned the sad. Oh, let me live and shout, when I fall on, let me even triumph in the first attempt. Love's duelist from conquest is not exempt, when his fair murderess shall not gain one groan, and he expire even in ovation. 2. Let me make my approach, when I lie down with counterwrought and Travers eyes. 54.1 with peals of confidence battered the town. Had ever beggar yet the keys? No, I will vary storms with sun and wind, be rough, and offer calm condition, march in and pred, 54.2 or starve the garrison. Let her make sallies hourly, yet I'll find, though all beat of, she's to be undermined. 3. Then may it please your little excellence of hearts to ordain, by sound of lips, that henceforth none in tears dare love commence, her thoughts ith full, his, in th eclipse, on pain of having lance broke on her bed, that he be branded all free beauty's slave, and his own hollow eyes be downed his grave, since in your host that coward near was fed, who to his prostrate heir was prostrated. Less than 54.1 this seems to be a phrase borrowed by the poet from his military vocabulary. He wishes to express that he had fortified his eyes to resist the glances of his fair opponent. Less than 54.2 original reads most unintelligibly and absurdly march in, and prayed, or, and to pred is to pillage. La bella bona roba, 55.1 talk.1 to my Lady H. Ode. I, tell me, ye subtil judges in love's treasury, inform me, which hath most enricht mine eye, this diamond's grace, or its clarity. 2. Ye cloudy sparklights, whose vast multitude of fires are harder to be found than viewed, wait on this star in her first magnitude. 3. Calmly or roughly. Ah, she shines too much, that now I lie, her influence is such, crushed with too strong a hand, or soft a touch. For, lovers, beware! A certain, double harm waits your proud hopes, her looks out-killing charm guarded by her as true victorious arm. V. Thus with her eyes brave Tamiris spake dread, which when the king's dull breast not entered, finding she could not look, she strook him dead. Less than 55.1 This word, though generally used in a bad sense by early writers, does not seem to bear in the present case any offensive meaning. The late editors of Nares quote a passage from one of Cowley's essays, in which that writer seems to imply by the term merely a fine woman. Talk. 1 Since the note at page 133 i.e. note 55.1 was written, the following description by Aubrey, Lives, and c. 2. 332, of a picture of the Lady Venetia Digby has fallen under my notice. Also, at Mr. Rose's, a jeweller in Henrietta Street, in Covent Garden, is an excellent piece of hers, drawn after she was newly dead. She had a most lovely sweet-turned face, delicate dark brown hair. She had a perfect healthy constitution, strong, good skin, well proportioned, inclining to a Bonaroba. I cannot tell, who loves the skeleton of a poor marmoset, not but Bowen, give me a nakedness, with her clothes on. 2. Such, whose white satin upper coat of skin, cut upon velvet rich in carnadine, 56.1 has yet a body, and of flesh, within. 3. Sure, it is meant good husbandry 56.2 in men, who do incorporate with airy lean, repair their sides, and get their rib agin. 4. Hard hap unto that huntsman, that decrees fat joys for all his sweat, when as he sees, after his say, 56.3 not but his keeper's fees. V. Then, love, I beg, when next thou tax thy bow, thy angry shafts, and dost heart chasing go, passe rascal dear, strike me the largest doe, 56.4. Less than 56.1 i.e. carnation hue, a species of red. As an adjective, the word is peculiarly rare. Less than 56.2 management, or economy. Less than 56.3 i.e. Less than 56.4 A rascal deer was formerly a well-known term among sportsmen, signifying a lean beast, not worth pursuit. Thus in A.C. Mary Tallis, 1525, number 29 we find, they appointed these Welchmen to stand still, and forbade him in any wise to shout at no rascal deer, but to make sure of the great male, and spare not. In the new edition of Nares, other and more recent examples of the employment of the term are given. But in the Book of St. Albans, 1486, rascal is used in the signification merely of a beast other than one of enchase. And where that ye come in plain or in place, I shall you tell which ye ben besties of enchase. One of them is the buck, another is the dew, the fox and the martarin, and the wild rue. And ye shall, my dear Kilda, other besties all, whereso ye fain find, rascal ye shall them call. A la Bourbon. Dunmoy plus de pity ou 57.1 plus de crault, car sans ciene pousse pas vure, ne mourir. I. Divine Destroyer, pity me no more, or else more pity me. 57.2 Give me more love, quickly give me more, or else more cruelty. For left thus as I am, my heart is ice and flame, and languishing thus, I can neither live nor die. 2. Your glories are eclipsed, and hidden in the grave of this indifferency, and Celia, you can neither altars have, nor I, a deity, they are aspects divine, that still or smile, or shine, or, like offended sky, frown death immediately. Less than 57.1 Original reads O. Less than 57.2 in his poem entitled Mediocrity and Love Rejected. Carew has a similar sentiment. Give me more love, or more disdain, the torrid, or the frozen zone, bring equal ease unto my pain. The temperate affords me none, either extreme, of love, or hate, is sweeter than a calm estate. Carew's Poems, edition 1651, page 14. And so also Stanley, Airs and Dialogues, set by J. Gamble, 1656, page 20. So much of absence and delay, that thus afflicts my memory. Why dost thou kill me every day, yet will not give me leave to die? The Fair Beggar. I, commanding asker, if it be pity that you fain would have, then I turn beggar unto thee, and ask the thing that thou dost crave. I will suffice thy hungry need, so thou wilt but my fancy feed. 2. In all ill years, was 58.1 ever known on so much beauty such a dearth? Which, in that thrice bequeathed gown, looks like the sun eclipsed with earth, like golden canvas, or with dirt unsoiled ermines close begirt. 3. Yet happy he that can but taste this whiter skin, who thirsty is. Fools dote on satin 58.2 motions lacked, the gods go naked in their bliss. At 58.3 th barrels head their shines divine, their only relish is the wine. 4. There quench my heat, and thou shalt sup worthy the lips that it must touch, nectar from out the starry cup, I beg thy breath not half so much. So both our wants supplied shall be, you'll give for love, I charity. V. Chape then our pearl embroideries, that not adorn, but cloud 58.4 thy wast, thou shalt be clothed above all prize, if thou wilt promise me embract. 58.5 We'll ransack neither chest nor shelf, I'll cover thee with mine own self. 6. But cruel, if thou dost deny this necessary alms to me, what soft-souled man but with his eye and hand will hence be shut to thee? Since all must judge you more unkind, I starve your body you my min. Less than 58.1 original reads wast. Less than 58.2 Satin seems to have been much in vogue about this time as a material for female dress. Their glory springs from satin, their vanity from feather. A description of woman in Wit's Interpreter, 1662, page 115. Less than 58.3 original has and. Less than 58.4 original reads clouds. Less than 58.5 i.e. to be embraced. A dialogue betwixt Cordinus and Amrit, on a lost heart. Chord. Distressed pilgrim, whose dark clouded eyes speak thee a martyr to love's cruelties, whither away? Amor. What pitying voice I hear calls back my flying steps? Chord. Piarethi draw near. Amor. I shall but say, kind swain, what doth become of a lost heart, ere to Elysium it wounded walks? Chord. First, it does freely fly into the pleasures of a lover's eye, but once condemned to scorn, it fettered lies, an ever-bowing slave to tyrannies. Amor. I pity its sad fate, since its offense was but for love. Can 59.1 tears recall it thence? Chord. Oh no, such tears, as do for pity call, she proudly scorns, and glories at their fall. Amor. Since neither sighs nor tears, kind shepherd, tell, will not a kiss prevail? Chord. Thou mayst as well court echo with a kiss. Amor. Can no art move a sacred violence to make her love? Chord. Oh no! 'Tis only destiny or 59.2 fate fashions our wills either to love or hate. Amor. Then, captive heart, since that no humane spell hath power to grasp thee his, farewell. Chord. 59.3 Farewell. Cho. Lost hearts, like lambs drove from their folds by fears, may back return by chance, but not 59.4 by tears. Less than 59.5. Less than 59.1 So caught grave. Laws, and after him singer, red cant. Less than 59.2 So caught grave. Laws and singer red and. Less than 59.3 Omitted by laws and singer, I follow caught grave. Less than 59.4 So caught grave. Laws printed ne'er. Less than 59.5 This is taken from Airs and Dialogues for 1, 2, and 3 voices, by Henry Lawes, May 8, 1653, where it is set to music for 2 trebles by H. L. It was not included in the posthumous collection of Lovelace's poems. This dialogue is also found in Wit's Interpreter, by J. Cotgrave, 1662, 8 vo, page 203, first printed in 1655, and a few improved readings have been adopted from that text. Commendatory and other verses, prefixed to various publications between 1638 and 1647. An elegy. Princess Catherine 60.1 and .3 born, christened, buried, in one day. You, that can haply 60.2 mix your joys with cries, and weave white ios with black elegies, can carol out a dirge, and in one breath sing to the tune either of life, or death, you, that can weep the gladness of the spheres, and pen a hymn, instead of ink, with tears, here your unproportioned wit let fall, to celebrate this newborn funeral, and greet that little greatness, which from th womb dropped both a load to th cradle and the tomb. Bright soul, teach us to warble with what feet thy swathing linen and thy winding sheet, weep, 60.3 or shout forth that font solemnity, which at once christened and buried 60.4 thee, and change our shriller passions with that sound, first told thee into th air, then to 60.5 the ground. Ah, wert thou born for this? Only to call the king and queen guests to your burial, to bid good night, your day not yet begun, and shew 60.6 a setting, ere a rising sun? Or wouldst thou have thy life a martyrdom? Die in the act of thy religion, fit, excellently, innocently good, first sealing it with water, then thy blood? As when on blazing wings a blessed man soars, and having passed to God through fiery doors, straight as robed with flames, when the same element, which was his shame, proves now his ornament. Oh, how he has kned death, burnt to be fried, 60.7 killed twice with each delay, till deified. So swift hath been thy race, so full of flight, like him condemned, even aged with a night, cutting all lets with clouds, as if th hadst been like angels plumbed, and born a cherubin. Or, in your journey towards heaven, say, took you the world a little in your way? Saw'st and dislick'st its vain pompa, then didst fly up for eternal glories to the sky? Like a religious ambitious one, aspiredst for the everlasting crown? Ah, holy traitor to your brother prince, robbed of his birthright and preeminence! Could you ascend yon chair of state Irihim, and snatch from th air the starry diadem? Making your honors now as much uneven, as gods on earth are less than saints in heaven. Triumph! Sing triumphs then! Oh, put on all your richest looks, drayest for this festival. Thoughts full of ravished reverence, with eyes so fixed, as when a saint we canonize. Clap wings with seraphins before the throne at this eternal coronation, and teach your souls new mirth, such as may be worthy this birthday to divinity. But ah! These blast your feasts, the jubilees we send you up are sad, as were our cries, and of true joy we can express no more thus crowned, than when we buried thee before. Princess in heaven, forgivens! Whilst we resign our office to the hierarchy. Less than 60.1 all historical and genealogical works are deficient in minute information relative to the family of Charles I. Even in Anderson's Royal Genealogies, 1732, and in the folio editions of Rapin and Tyndall, these details are overlooked. At page 36 of his Descendants of the Stuarts, 1858, Mr. Townend observes that 2 of the children of Charles I. died in infancy, and of these the Princess Catherine, commemorated by Lovelace, was perhaps one. The present verses were originally printed in Musum Oxoniensium Charisteria, Oxon 1638, 4-2, from which a few better readings have been obtained. With the exceptions mentioned in the notes, the variations of the earlier text from that found here are merely literal. And point 3, page 140. Princess Catherine born, N.C., in one day. In Ellis's Original Letters, 2nd Series, 3. 265, is printed a scrap from Harl. MS. 6988, in the handwriting of the Princess Elizabeth, daughter of Charles I, giving a list of the children of that prince by Henrietta Maria, with the dates of their birth. Their mention is made of a Princess Catherine, born January 29, 1639. 1639 is, I believe, a slip of the pen for 1637, that is to say, the princess was born on the 29th of January, 1637-8. This discrepancy between the Charisteria and the memorandum in Harl. MS. escaped Sir H. Ellis, who was possibly unaware of the existence of the former. For, unless a mistake is assumed on the part of the writer of the MS, the existence of 2 princesses Catherine must be granted. Less than 60.2 This reading from Charisteria, 1638, seems preferable to Aptly, as it stands in the Lucasta. Less than 60.3 So the Charisteria. The reading in Lucasta is mourn. Less than 60.4 In Lucasta the reading is buried, and Christ ned. Less than 60.5 This word is omitted in the Lucasta. It is here supplied from the Charisteria. Less than 60.6 Lucasta reads shows. Shoe, as printed in Charisteria, is clearly the true word. Less than 60.7 i.e. freed. Free and freed were sometimes formerly pronounced like fry and fried, for Lord North, in his Forest of Varieties, 1645, has these lines. Birds that long have lived free, caught and cagged, but pine and die. Here evidently free is intended to rhyme with die. Cleitophon and Lysop translated. 61.1 to the ladies. Pray, ladies' breath, a while lay by celestial Sydney's Arcady. 61.2 Here's a story that doth claim a little respite from his flame, then with a quick dissolving Luke unfold the smoons of this book, to which no art, except your sight, can reach a worthy epithet. 'Tis an abstract of all volumes, a pilaster of all columns, fancy eerie reared to wit, to be the smallest God's epitome, and so compactedly express all lovers' pleasing wretcheds. Gallant Pamela's 61.3 Majesty and her sweet sister's modesty are fixed in each of you. You are distinct, what these together were, divinest, that are really what Chariclea's 61.4 feigned to be, that are every one the 9, and brighter here Astria's shine. View our Lysop, and remain in her, these beauties Ori again. Amazement. Noble Cleitophon Evan now looked somewhat colder on his cooler mistress, and she too smiled not as she used to do. See! The individual pair are at sad oddies, and parted are, they quarrel, emulate, and stand at strife, who first shall kiss your hand. A new dispute there lately rose betwixt the Greeks and Latines, whose temples should be bound with glory, in best languaging this story, 61.5. Ye heroes of love, that with one smile a 10 years' war can reconcile, peaceful Helens. Virtuous. See, the jarring languages agree. And here, all arms laid by, they do in English meet to wait on you. Less than 61.1 Achilles Tadii Alexandrini de Lysips et Cleitophontis Amoribus Libri Octo. The translation of this celebrated work, to which Lovelace contributed the commendatory verses he republished, was executed by his friend Anthony Hodges, A.M., of New College, Oxford, and was printed at Oxford in 1638, 8 vo. There had been already a translation by W. Burton, purporting to be done from the Greek, in 1597, 4-2. The text of 1649 and that of 1638 exhibit so many variations, that the reader may be glad to have the opportunity of comparison. To the ladies, fair ones, breathe, a while lay by blessed Sydney's Arcady. Here's a story that will make you not repent him to forsake, and with your dissolving Luke tie the contents of this book, to which not, except your sight, can give a worthy epithet. 'Tis an abstract of all volumes, a pilaster of all columns, fancy eerie reared to wit, to be little love's epitome, and compactedly express all lovers' happy wretchedness. Brave Pamela's Majesty and her sweet sister's modes high are fixed in each of you. You are alone, what these together were divinest, that are really what Chariclea's feigned to be, that are every one the 9, and on earth Astria's shine. Be our Lysop, and remain in her, all these Ori again. Wonder! Noble Cleitophon methinks looks somewhat colder on his beauteous mistress, and she too smiles not as she used to do. See! The individual pair are at oddies and parted are, quarrel, emulate, and stand at strife, who first shall kiss your hand. A new war eerie while arose twixt the Greeks and Latines, whose temples should be bound with glory in best languaging this story, you, that with one lovely smile a 10 years' war can reconcile, peaceful Helens awful see the jarring languages agree, and here all arms laid by, they don't meet in English to court you. Rich. Lovelace, Ma Ara Glow EQ or Phil Nat Max. See Halliwell's Dictionary of Old Plays, 1860 Art. Cleitophon. Less than 61.2 There can be no doubt that Sydney's Arcadia was formerly as popular in its way among the readers of both sexes as Sir Richard Baker's Chronicle appears to have been. The former was especially recommended to those who sought occasional relaxation from severe studies. See Higford's Institutions, 1658, 8 vo, pages 46-7. In his poem of The Surprise, Cotton describes his nymph as reading the Arcadia on the bank of a river. The happy object of her eye was Sydney's living Arcady, whose amorous tale had so betrayed desire in this all-lovely maid, that, whilst her cheek a blush did warm, I read love's story in her form. Poems on Several Occasions. By Charles Cotton, Esq. London. 1689, 8 Ville, page 392. Less than 61.3 The Pamela of Sidney's Arcadia. Less than 61.4 The allusion is to the celebrated story of Theogenes and Chariclea, which was popular in this country at an early period. A drama on the subject was performed before court in 1574. Less than 61.5 Lovelace refers, it may be presumed, to an edition of Achilles Tatius, in which the Greek text was printed with a Latin translation. To my truly valiant, learned friend, who in his book 62.1 resolved the art gladiatory into the mathematics. I, hark, reader! Wilt be learned ith wars? A general in a gown? Strike a league with arts and scars, and snatch from each a crown? 2. Wouldst be a wonder? Such a one as should win with a Luke? A bishop in a garrison, and conquer by the book? 3. Take then this mathematic shield, and henceforth by its rules be able to dispute ith field, and co-mate in the schools. 4. Whilst peaceful learning once again and the soldier so concord, as that he fights now with her penny, and she writes with his sword. Less than 62.1. Palace Armada. The gentleman's armory, wherein the right and genuine use of the rapier and of the sword, as well against the right-handed as against the left-handed man, is displayed. By G. A. London, 1639, 8 Ville, with several illustrative woodcuts. The lines, as originally printed in Palace Armada, vary from those subsequently admitted into Lucasta. They are as follow. To the reader. Hark, reader, wouldst be learned ith wars, a captain in a gown? Strike a league with books and stars, and weave of both the crown. Wouldst be a wonder? Such a one as would win with a Luke? A scholar in a garrison? And conquer by the book? Take then this mathematic shield, and henceforth by its rules, be able to dispute ith field, and co-mate in the schools. Whilst peaceful learning once Agan and th soldier do concord, as that he fights now with her penny, and she writes with his sword. Rich. Lovelace say, Glouses. Oxon. To Fletcher Revid, 63.1. How have I been religious? What strange good has scapt me, that I never understood? Have I held guarded heresy o'erthrown? Healed wounded states? Made kings and kingdoms one? That fate should be so merciful to me, to let me live t' have said I have read thee. Fair star, ascend. The joy, the life, the light of this tempestuous age, this dark world's sight. Oh, from thy crown of glory dart one flame may strike a sacred reverence, whilst thy name, like holy flamens to their God of day, we bowing, sing, and whilst we praise, we pray. Bright Spirit, whose eternal motion of wit, like time, still in itself did run, binding all others in it, and did give commission, how far this or that shall live, like destiny of poems who, as she signas death to all, herself can never die. And now thy purple-robed tragedy, 63.2 in her embroidered buskins, Callies mine eye, where the brave Aeneas we see betrayed, to obey his death, whom thousand lives obeyed, whilst at the mighty full his sceptre breaks, and through his general's wounds his own doom speaks, weaving thus richly Valentinian, the costliest monarch with the cheapest man. Soldiers may hear to their old glories Ada, the lover love, and be with reason mad 63.3 not, as of old, Alcides furious, 63.4 who wilder than his bull did tear the house, hurling his language with the canvas stone 'twas thought the monster roared the sobre tone. But when thou thy sorrow didst inspire with passions, black as is her dark attire, virgins as suffers have wept to see so white a soul, so red a cruelty, that thou hast grieved, and with unthought redress dried their wet eyes who now thy mercy bless, yet, loath to lose thy watery jewel, when joy whipped it off, laughter straight sprung Agan. Now ruddy checked mirth with rosy wings 63.5 fans every brow with gladness, whilst she sings delight to all, and the whole theatre a festival in heaven doth appear, nothing but pleasure, love, and like the morn, each face a general smiling doth adorn. Hear ye, foul speakers, that pronounce the air of stews and shores. 63.6 I will inform you where and how to clothe aright your wanton wit, without her nasty bawd attending it. 63.7 View here a loose thought said with such a grace, Minerva might have spoke in Venus' face, so well disquised, that 'twas conceived by none but Cupid had Diana's linen on, and all his naked parts so veiled. Th expressed the shape with clouding the uncomeliness, that if this reformation, which we received, had not been buried with the stage, as this work might have lived and loved her lines, the austere Scarlet 63.8 had approved, and th actors wisely been from that offense as clear as they are now from audience. 63.9 Thus with thy genius did the skein expire. 63.10 Wanting thy active and correcting fire, that now, to spread a darkness over all, nothing remains but poesy to fall, and though from these thy embers we receive some warmth, so much as may be said, we live, that we dare praise thee blushless, in the head of the best piece Hermes to love. 63.11 Eerie read, that we rejoice and glory in thy wit, and feast each other with remembering it, that we dare speak thy thought, thy acts recite, yet all men henceforth be afraid to write. Less than 63.1 Fletcher the dramatist fell a victim to the plague of 1625. See Aubrey's Lives, Volume 2, Part 1. Page 352. The verses here republished were originally prefixed to the first collected edition of Beaumont and Fletcher's Tragedies and Comedies, 1647, folio. It is scarcely necessary to remind the reader that Lovelace was only a child when Fletcher died. Less than 63.2 Valentinian, a Tragedy. First printed in the folio of 1647. Less than 63.3 The Mad Lover. Also first printed in the folio of 1647. Less than 63.4 An allusion to the Hercules Furens of Euripides. Lovelace had, no doubt, some tincture of Greek scholarship, Seward's Ath Ox. 2. 466. But as to the extent of his acquirements in this direction, it is hard to speak with confidence. Among the books of Mr. Thomas Jolly, dispersed in 1853, was a copy of Clenardus Institution's Graeci Linguae, Lugged. Batave. 1626 8 vo, on the title of which was Richard Lovelace, 1630, March 5, supposed to be the autograph of the poet when a schoolboy. Less than 63.5 In the margin of the copy of 1647, against these lines is written: Comedies, The Spanish Curate, The Humorous Lieutenant, The Tamer Tamed, The Little French Lawyer. Less than 63.6 Sewers. Less than 63.7 The Custom of the Country, marginal note in the copy of 1647. Less than 63.8 Query, Laud. Less than 63.9 These lines refer to the prohibition published by the Parliament against the performance of stage plays and interludes. The first ordinance appeared in 1642, but that not being found effectual, a more stringent measure was enacted in 1647, directing, under the heaviest penalties, the total and immediate abolition of theatricals. Less than 63.10 i.e. the scenic drama. The original meaning of scene was a wooden stage for the representation of plays, and it is here used therefore in its primitive sense. Less than 63.11 In the old mythology of Greece, Cupid is the pupil of Mercury or Hermes. Or, in other words, love is instructed by eloquence and wit. Lucasta Poems 0f. Richard Lovelace Esq. Those honors come too late, that on our ashes wait. Mart. Lib. I. Epig. 26. London. Printed by William Godbid for Clement Darby. 1659. The Dedication. To the Right H0N0 Rabble John Lovelace, Esquire. 64.1. Sir. Lucasta, fair, but hapless maid, once flourished underneath the shade of your illustrious mother, now, an orphan grown, she bows to you. To you, her virtue's noble heir, oh may she find protection there. Nor let her welcome be the less, cause a rough hand makes her address, one, to whom foes the muses are, born and bred up in rugged war, for, conscious how unfit I am, I only have pronounced her name to waken pity in your breast, and leave her tears to plead the rest. Sir, your most obedient servant and kinsman, Dudley Posthumous Lovelace. Less than 64.1. This gentleman was the eldest son of John, 2nd Lord Lovelace of Hurley, Company Berks, by Anne, daughter of Thomas, Earl of Cleveland. The first part of Lucasta was inscribed by the poet himself to Lady Lovelace, his mother. Poems. To Lucasta. Her reserved looks. Lucasta, frown, and let me die, but smile, and see, I live. The sad indifference of your eye both kills and doth reprieve. You hide our fate within its screen, we feel our judgment, ere we hear. So in one picture I have seen an angel here, the devil there. Lucasta laughing. Hark, how she laughs aloud, although the world put on its shroud, wept at by the fantastic crowd, who cry, one drop, let fall from her, might save the universal ball. She laughs again at our ridiculous pain, and at our merry misery she laughs, until she cry. Sages, forbear that ill-contrived tear, although your fear doth barricado hope from your soft ear. That which still makes her mirth to flow, is our sinister-handed woe, which downwards on its head doth go, and ere that it is sown, doth grow. This makes her spleen contract, and her just pleasure feast, for the unjustest act is still the pleasant's jest. Night. To Lucasta. Night. Loathed jailer of the locked-up sun, and tyrant turnkey on committed day, bright eyes lie fettered in thy dungeon, and heaven itself doth thy dark wards obey. Thou dost arise our living hell, with thee groans, terrors, furies dwell, until Lucasta doth awake, and with her beams these heavy shens off shake. Behold! With opening her almighty lid, bright eyes break rolling, and with lustre spread, and captive day his chariot mounted is, night to her proper hell is beat, and screwed to her ebon seat, till th earth with play oppressed lies, and draws again the curtains of her eyes. But bond slave, I know either day nor night, whether she mirthring sleep, or saving wake, now broiled the zone of her reflected light, then froze, my icicles, not sinews shake. Smile then, new nature, your soft blast doth melt our ice, and fires waste, whilst the scorched shivering world new born now feels it all the day one rising morn. Love enthroned. Ode. In troth, I do myself persuade, that the wild boy is grown a man, and all his childishness off laid, ere since Lucasta did his fires fan, has left his apish jigs, and whipping hearts like gigs, for t'other day I heard him swear, that beauty should be crowned in honor's chair. 2. With what a true and heavenly state he doth his glorious darts dispense, now cleans from falsehood, blood and hate, and newly tipped with innocence. Love justice is become, and doth the cruel doom, reversed is the old decree, behold! He sits enthroned with majesty. 3. Enthroned in Lucasta's eye, he doth our faith and hearts survey, then measures them by sympathy, and each to t'other's other's breast convey, whilst to his altars now the frozen vestals bow, and strict Diana too doth go a-hunting with his feared, exchanged bow. 4. Embracing seas and ambient air now in his holy fires burn, fish couple, birds and beasts in pair do their own sacrifices turn. This is a miracle, that might religion swell, but she, that these and their god awes, her crowned self submits to her own laws. Her muff. 'Twas not for some calm blessing to deceive, thou didst thy polished hands in shagged furs weave. It were no blessing thus obtained, thou rather wouldst a curse have gained, than let thy warm driven snow be ever stained. 2. Not that you feared the discoloring cold might alchemize their silver into gold, nor could your 10 white nuns so sin, that you should thus penance them in, each in her coarse hair smock of discipline. 3. Nor hero-like who on their crests still wore a lion, panther, leopard, or a boar, to look their enemies in their hearse, thou wouldst thy hand should deeper pierce, and in its softness rough, appear more fierce. 4. No, Lucasta, destiny decreed, that beasts to thee a sacrifice should bleed, and strip themselves to make you gay, for an ye are yet herald did display a coat, where sables upon ermine lay. This for lay lovers, that must stand at door, salute the threshold, and admire no more. But I, in my invention tough, rate not this outward bliss enough, but still contemplate must the hidden muff. A black patch 65.1 on Lucasta's face. Dull as I was, to think that a court fly presumed so near her eye, when 'twas industrious bee mistook her glorious face for paradise, to sum up all his chemistry of spice. With a brave pride and honor led, near both her sons he makes his bed, and though a spark, struggles to rise as red. Then emulates the gay daughter of day, acts the romantic phoenix fate, when now, with all his sweets laid out in state, Lucasta scatters but one heat, and all the aromatic pills do sweat, and gums calcine themselves to powder beat, which a fresh gale of air conveys into her hair. Then chaffed, he's set on fire, and in these holy flames doth glad expire, and that black marble tablet there so near her either sphere was plaqued, nor foil, nor ornament, but the sweet little bee's large monument. Less than 65.1. The following is a poet's lecture to the ladies of his time on the long prevailing practice of wearing patches, in which it seems that Lucasta acquiesced. Black patches. The need is vanitatum. Ladies turn conjurers, and can impart the hidden mystery of the black art. Black artificial patches do betray, they more affect the works of night than day. The creature strives the creator to disgrace, by patching that which is a perfect face. A little stain upon the purest dye is both offensive to the heart and eye. Defile not then with spots that face of snow, where the wise God his workmanship doth show. The light of nature and the light of grace is the complexion for a lady's face. Flamma sine fumo, by R. Watkins, 1662, page 81. In a poem entitled The Births of Reformation, in praise of the New Exchange, printed in Wit Restored, 1658, patches are enumerated among the wares of all sorts to be procured there. Here patches are of every cut, for pimples and for scars. They were also used for rheum, as appears from a passage in Westward Ho, 1607. Judith. I am so troubled with the rheum too. Mouse, what's good for it? Honey. How often I have told you must get a patch. Webster's Works, edition Hazlitt, I. 87. See Durfee's Pills to Purge Melancholy, v. 197. Mrs. Pepys wore patches, and so did my Lady Sandwich and her daughter. Diary, August 30th and October 20th, 1660. Another. As I beheld a winter's evening air, curled in her court false locks of living hair, buttered with jessamine the sun left there. 2. Galliard and Clinket she appeared to give a serenade or ball to us that grieve, and teach us a la mode more gently live. 3. But as a Moor, who to her cheeks prefers white spots, to allure her black idolaters, methought she looked all orb-patched with stars. 4. Like the dark front of some Ethiopian queen, veiled all o'er with gems of red, blue, green, whose ugly night seemed masked with day's screen. v. Whilst the fond people offered sacrifice to sapphires, stead of veins and arteries, and bowed unto the diamonds, not her eyes. 6. Behold Lucasta's face, how it glows like noon! A sun entire is her complexion, and formed of one whole constellation. 7. So gently shining, so serene, so clear, her look doth universal nature cheer. Only a cloud or two hangs here and there. To Lucasta. I laugh and sing, but cannot tell whether the Folliant sounds well. But then I groan, methinks, in tune, whilst grief, despair, and fear dance to the air of my despised prayer. 2. A pretty antic love does this, then strikes a galliard with a kiss, as in the end the chords they rend, so you but with a touch from your fair hand turn all to saraband. To Lucasta. Like to the sentinel stars, I watch all night, for still the grand round of your light and glorious breast awakes 66.1 in me in east, nor will my rolling eyes e'er know a west. 2. Now on my down I'm tossed as on a wave, and my repose is made my grave. Fluttering I lie, do beat myself and die, but for a resurrection from your eye. 3. Ah, my fair murderess! Dost thou cruelly heal with various pains to make me well? Then let me be thy cut anatomy, and in each mangled part my heart ulc. Less than 66.1 original has awakes. Lucasta at the bath. Autumn of a summer's day, when all the winds got leave to play, Lucasta, that fair ship, is launched, and from its crust this almond blanched. 2. Blow then, unruly north wind, blow, till in their holds your eyes you stow, and swell your cheeks, bequeath chilled death. See, she hath smilled thee out of breath. 3. Court, gentle zephyr, court and fan her softer breast's carnation wan, your charming rhetoric of down flies scattered from before her frown. 4. Say, my white water lily, say, how as those warm streams break away, cut by thy chaste cold breast, which dwells amidst them armed in icicles. And the hot floods, more raging grown, in flames of thee than in their own, in their distempers wildly glow, and kiss thy pillar of fixed snow. 6. No sulphur, through whose each blue vein the thick and lazy currents strain, can cure the smarting nor the fell blisters of love, wherewith they swell. 7. These great physicians of the blind, the lame, and fatal blains of Ind in every drop themselves now see speckled with a new leprosy. 8. As sick drinks are with old wine dashed, foul waters too with spirits washed, thou grieved, perchance, one tear let's fall, which straight did purify them all. 9. And now is cleansed enough the flood, which since runs clear as doth thy blood, of the wet pearls uncrown thy hair, and mantle thee with ermine air. X. Lucasta, hail! Fair conqueress of fire, air, earth, and seas! Thou whom all kneel to, yet even thou wilt unto love, thy captive, bow? The Ant, 67.1. I, forbear, thou great good husband, little ant, a little respite from thy flood of sweat. Thou, thine own horse and cart under this plant, thy spacious tent, fan thy prodigious heat, down with thy double load of that one grain. It is a granary for all thy train. 2. Cease, large example of wise thrift, awhile, for thy example is become our law, and teach thy frowns a seasonable smile. So Cato sometimes the Kate florals saw. 67.2 And thou, almighty foe, lay by thy sting, whilst thy unpaid musicians, crickets, sing. 3. Lucasta, she that wholly makes the day, and stills new life in fields of fuelmort. 67.3 Hath back restored their verdure with one ray, and with her I bid all to play and sport, and to work still. Age will thee truant call, and to save now, art worse than prodigal. 4. Austere and cynic. Not 1 hour to allow, to lose with pleasure, what thou got'st with pain, but drive on sacred festivals thy plough, tearing highways with thy o'ercharged wain. Not all thy lifetime 1 per minute live, and thy o'erlabored bulk with mirth relieve? Look up then, miserable ant, and spy thy fatal foes, for breaking of their 67.4 law, veering above thee, Madam Margaret Pye, and her fierce servant, meagre Sir John Daw, thyself and storehouse now they do store up, and thy whole harvest too within their crop. 6. Thus we rifty thrive within earth's tomb for some more ravenous and ambitious jaw, the grain in ants, the ant 67.5 in the pie's womb, the pie in hawks, the hawk's 67.6th eagle's maw. So scattering to hoard gainst a long day, thinking to save all, we cast all away. Less than 67.1 A writer in Censura Literaria, X. 292, first edit. The late the utter son, Esq., highly praises this little poem, and says that it is not unworthy of Cooper. I think it highly probable that the translation from Marshall, Lib 6. EP 15, at the end of the present volume, was executed prior to the composition of these lines, and that the latter were suggested by the former. Compare the beautiful description of the ant in the Proverbs of Solomon. Go to the ant, thou sluggard, consider her ways and be wise, which having no guide, overseer, or ruler, provideth her meat in the summer, and gathereth her food in the harvest. Proverbs 6. 6-8. In the Poems of John Cleveland, 1669, is a piece entitled Fuscara, or the Bearant, which is of a somewhat similar character, and is by no means a contemptible production, though spoiled by that Louis Alchemistica which disfigures so much of the poetry of Cleveland's time. The abilities of Cleveland as a writer seem to have been underrated by posterity, in proportion to the undue praise lavished upon him by his contemporaries. Less than 67.2 The Floralia, games entiently celebrated at Rome in honor of Flora. Less than 67.3 Here used for dead or faded vegetation, but strictly it means dead or faded leaf. File mort is another form of the same word. Less than 67.4 original has her. Less than 67.5 original reads ants. Less than 67.6 original reads hawks. Song. I strive not, vain lover, to be fine. Thy silk's the silkworm's, and not thine. You lesson to a fly your mistress thought, to think it may be in a cobweb caught. What though her thin transparent lawn thy heart in a strong net hath drawn? Not all the arms the god of fire air made can the soft bulwarks of innate love invade. 2. Be truly fine, then, and yourself dress in her fair soul's immaculate glass. Then by reflection you may have the bliss perhaps to see what a true fineness is, when all your gauderies will fit those only that are poor in wit. She that a clinket outside doth adore, dotes on a gilded statue and no more. In allusion to the French song. En entendez-vous pas si language? Chorus. Then understand you not, fair choice, this language without tongue or voice? Ay, how often have my tears invaded your soft ears, and dropped their silent chimes 1,000,000 times, whilst echo did your eyes, and sweetly sympathize, but that the wary lid their sluices did forbid. Cho. Then understand you not, fair choice, this language without tongue or voice? 2. My arms did plead my wound, each in the other bound, volleys of sighs did crowd, and ring my griefs a load, groans, like a cannon ball, battered the marble wall, that the kind neighboring grove did mutiny for love. Cho. Then understand you not, fair choice, this language without tongue or voice? 3. The rhetoric of my hand would you to understand, nay, in our silent walk my very feet would talk, my knees were eloquent, and spake the love I meant, but deaf unto that air they bent, would fall in prayer. Cho. Yet understand you not, fair choice, this language without tongue or voice? 4. No? No, then, I would melt on every limb I felt, and on each naked part spread my expanded heart, that not a vein of thee but should be filled with me. Whilst on thine own down, I would tumble, pant, and die. Cho. You understand not this, fair choice. This language wants both tongue and voice. Courant 68.1 Monsieur. That frown, Aminta, now hath drowned thy bright front's power, and crowned me that was bound. No, no, deceived cruel, no! Love's fiery darts, till tipped with kisses, never kindle hearts. Adieu, weak beauteous tyrant, see! Thy angry flames mend me, 68.2 retort on thee, for no, it is decreed, proud fair, I Eniar must die by any scorching, but a melting, I? Less than 68.1 Courant was a favorite dance and dance tune. It is still known under the same name. Less than 68.2 i.e. that meant me, which was intended for me. A loose saraband. I, nay, prithee, dear, draw nigher, yet closer, nigher yet. Here is a double fire, a dry one and a wet. True lasting heavenly fuel puts out the vestal jewel, when once we twining merry mad love with wild canary. 2. Off with that crowned Venice, 69.1 till all the house doth flame, we'll quench it straight in Rhenish, or what we must not name. Milk lightning still assuageth, so when our fury raggeth, as th only means to cross it, we'll drown it in love's posset. 3. Love never was well willer unto my nag or me, and ne'er watered us his cellar, but the cheap buttery. At th head of his own barrels, where broached are all his quarrels, should a true noble master still make his guest his taster. 4. See, all the world how it staggers, more ugly drunk than we, as if far gone in daggers and blood it seemed to be. We drink our glass of roses, which naught but sweets discloses, then in our loyal chamber refresh us with love's amber. V. Now tell me, thou fair cripple, that dumb canst scarcely see th almightiness of tipple, and thodies twixt thee and thee, what of Elysium's missing, still drinking and still kissing, adoring plump October, Lord! What is man, and 69.2 sober? 6. Now, is there such a trifle as honor, the fool's giant, what is there left to rifle, when wine makes all parts pliant? Let others' glory follow, in their false riches wallow, and with their grief be merry, leave me but love and sherry. Less than 69.1 Qu a crowned goblet of Venice glass. Less than 69.2 i.e. if, The falcon. Fair princess of the spacious air, that hast vouchsafed acquaintance here, with us are quartered below stairs, that can reach even with naught but prayers, who, when our activest wings we try, advance a foot into the sky. Bright air tth bird imperial, from whose avenging pennons fall thunder and lightning twisted spun. Brave cousin german to the sun, that didst forsake thy throne and sphere, to be an humble prina here, and for a perch of her soft hand, resign the royal wood's command. How often wouldst thou shoot heaven as ark, then mount thyself into a lark, and after our short faint eyes call, when now a fly, now not at all, then stoop so swift unto our sense, as thou wert sent intelligence. Free beauteous slave, thy happy feet in silver fetters vervails 70.1 meet, and trample on that noble wrist, the gods have kneeled in vain te have kissed. But gaze not, bold deceived spy, too much outth luster of her eye, the sun thou dost outstare, alas! Winks at the glory of her face. Be safe then in thy velvet helm, her looks are calms that do o'erwhelm, then the Arabian bird more blest, chafe in the spicery of her breast, and loose you in her breath a wind so arrest the delicious gales of Ind. But now a quill from thine own wing I pluck, thy lofty fate to sing, whilst we behold the Varians fight with mingled pleasure and affright. The humbler hinds do fall to prayer, as when an army's seen ith air, and the prophetic spannels run, and how thy epicedium. The heron mounted doth appear on his own Pegasus a lancer, and seems, on earth when he doth hut, a proper halberdier on foot, secure ith more, about to sup, the dogs have beat his quarters up. And now he takes the open air, draws up his wings with tactic care, whilst th expert falcon swift doth climb in subtle mazes serpentine, and to advantage closely twinned she gets the upper sky and wind, where she dissembles to invade, and lies a politic ambuscade. The hedged-in heron, whom the foe awaits above, and dogs below, in his fortification lies, and makes him ready for surprise, when roused with a shrill alarm, was shouted from beneath, they arm. The falcon charges at first view with her brigade of talons, through whose shoots the wary heron beat with a well counterwheeled retreat. But the bold general, never lost, hath won again her airy post, who, wild in this affront, now fries, then gives a volley of her eyes. The desperate heron now contracts in one design all former facts. Noble, he is resolved to fall, his and his enemy's funeral, and to be rid of her, to dy, a public martyr of the sky. When now he turns his last to wreak the palisadoes of his beak, the raging foe impatient, racked with revenge, and fury rent, swift as the thunderbolt he strikes too sure upon the stand of pikes. There she his naked breast doth hit, and on the case of rapiers is split. But even in her expiring pangs the heron's pount within her fangs, and so above she stoops to rise, a trophy and a sacrifice, whilst her own bells in the sad fall ring out the double funeral. Ah, victory, unhappy won! Weeping in red is set the sun, whilst the whole field floats in one tear, and all the air doth mourning wear. Close-hooded all thy kindred come to pay their vows upon thy tomb. The hobby 70.2 and the musket 70.32 do march to take their last adieu. The lanner 70.4 and the lanneret 70.5 thy colors bear as banneret. The goshawk and her tercel 70.6 rose with tears attend thee as new boast. All these are in their dark array, led by the various herald J. But thy eternal name shall live whilst quills from ashes fame reprieve, whilst open stands renown's wide door, and wings are left on which to soar. Dr. Robin, the prelate Pye, and the poetic Swan, shall die, only to sing thy elegy. Less than 70.1 ie Vervels. See Hallowell's Dictionary of Archaic and Provincial Words, Art. Verval. Less than 70.2 a kind of falcon. It is the falco subutio of Linnaeus. Lilly, in his Euphues, 1579, folios 28, makes Lucilla say, no bird can look against the sun, but those that be bred of the eagle, neither any hawk soars so high as the brood of the hobby. Then rouse thee, muse, each little hobby plies at scarabs and painted butterflies. Withers abuses stripped and whipped, 1613. Less than 70.3 the young male sparrowhawk. Less than 70.4 the falco laniarius of Linnaeus. Less than 70.5 the female of the lanner. Latham, Falconry Lib 2. Chapter 5, edition 1658, explains the difference between the lanner and the goshawk. Less than 70.6 here used for the female of the goshawk. Tiercel and tassel are other forms of the same word. See Strutt's Sports and Pastimes, edition Hone, 1845, page 37. Love made in the first age. To Chloris. Aye, in the nativity of time, Chloris. It was not thought a crime in direct Hebrew for to woe. Now we make love, as all on fire, ring retrograde our low desire, and court in English backward too. 2. Thrice happy was that golden age, when compliment was construed rage, and fine words in the centre hid, when curse no stain no maid's bliss, and all discourse was summed in yes, and not forbade, but to forbid. 3. 71.1 Love then unstinted love did sip, and cherries plucked fresh from the lip, on cheeks and roses free he fed, lasses, like autumn plums, did drop, and lads indifferently did drop a flower and a maiden head. 4. Then unconfined each did tipple wine from the bunch, milk from the nipple, paps tractable as others were. Then equally the wholesome jellies were squeezed from olive trees and bellies, nor suits of trespasse did they fear. V. A fragrant bank of strawberries, diapered with violets' eyes, was tablecloth and fair. No palace to the clouds did swell, each humble princess then did dwell in the piazza of her hair. 6. Both broken faith and cause of it, all damning gold, was damned to pit. Their troth sealed with a clasp and kiss, lasted until that extreme day, in which they smilled their souls away, and in each other breath knew bliss. 7. Because no fault, there was no tear, no groan did grate the granting ear, no false foul breath, their delicate smell. No serpent kiss poisoned the taste, each touch was naturally chaste, and their mere sense a miracle. 8. Naked as their own innocence, and unembroidered from offence, they went, above poor riches, gay, on softer than the cygnet's down, in beds they tumbled off their own, for each within the other lay. 9. Thus did they live, thus did they love, repeating only joys above, and angels were but with clothes on, which they would put off cheerfully, to bathe them in the galaxy, then gird them with the heavenly zone. X. Now, Chloris. Miserably crave the offered bliss you would not have, which evermore I must deny, whilst ravished with these noble dreams, and crowned with mine own soft beams, enjoying of myself I lie. Less than 71.1 This and the succeeding stanza are omitted by Mr. Singer in his reprint. To a lady with child that asked an old shirt, 72.1 and point 4. And why an honored ragged shirt that shows, like tattered ensigns, all its bodies blows? Should it be swathed in a vest so dire, it were enough to set the child on fire. Disheveled queen s should strip them of their hair, and in it mantle the new rising air. Nor do I know aught worth to wrap it in, except my parchment upper coat of skin, and then expect no end of its chaste tears, that first was roweled down, now furs of bears. But since to ladies tea hath a custom been linen to send, that travail and lion, to the 9 sempstresses, my former friends, I sued, but they had not but shreds and ends. At last the jolliest of the 3x3 rent apron from her smock, and gave it me. 'Twas soft and gentle, subtle I spun, no doubt. Pardon my bold knees, madam, here's the clout. Less than 72.1 A portion of this little poem is quoted in Brand's Popular Antiquities, edit. 1849 to 70, as an illustration of the custom to which it refers. No second example of such an usage seems to have been known to Brand and his editors. And point 4, page 183. To a lady with child that asked an old shirt. The custom to which the poet here refers was no doubt common in his time, although the indefatigable Brand does not appear to have met with any illustration of it, except in Lucasta. But since the note at page 183, i.e. note 72.1, was written, the following passage in the Old Morality of the Marriage of Wit and Wisdom, circa 1570, has come under my notice. Indulgence to her son Wit. Well, yet before thou goest, hold here my blessing in a clout. Well fare the mother at a need, stand to thy tackling stout. The allusion is to the contemplated marriage of Wit to his betrothed, Wisdom. Song. I. In mine one monument I lie, and in myself am buried, Sure, the quick lightning of her eye melted my soul as scabbard dead, and now like some pale ghost I walk, and with another spirit talk. 2. Nor can her beams a heat convey, that may my frozen bosom warm, unless her smiles have power, as they, that across charm can counter charm. But this is such a pleasing pain, I'm loath to be alive again. Another. I did believe I was in heaven, when first the heaven herself was given, that in my heart her beams did passe as some the sun keep in a glass, so that her beauties thorough me did hurt my rival enemy. But fate, alas! decreed it so, that I was engine to my woe, for, as a cornered crystal spot, my heart diaphanous was not, but solid stuff, where her eye flings quick fire upon the catching strings, yet, as at triumphs in the night, you see the prince's arms in light, so, when I once was set on flame, I burnt all o'er the letters of her name. Ode. Ay, you are deceived. I sooner may, dull fair, seat a dark moor in Cassiopeia's 73.1 chair, or on the glowworm's useless light bestow the watching flames of night, or give the rose's breath to executed death, ere the bright hue of verse to you. It is just heaven on beauty stamps a fame, and we, alas! its triumphs but proclaim. 2. What chains but are too light for me, should I say that Lucasta in strange arms could lie? Or that Castera 73.2 were impure? Or Sacchariss's 73.3 faith unsure? That Chloris love, as hair, embract each and miser, that all their good ran in their blood? 'Tis the same wrong th unworthy to enthrone, as from her proper sphere t have virtue thrown. 3. That strange force on the ignoble hath renown, as aurum fulminans, it blows vice down. 'Twere better, heavy one, to crawl forgot than raised, trod on, to fall. All your defections now are not writ on your brow, odes to faults give a shame must live. When a fat miss we view, we coughing run, but, that once meteor drawn, all cry undone. 4. How bright the fair Paulina's 73.4 did appear, when hid in jewels she did seem a star. But who could soberly behold a wicked owl in cloth of gold, or the ridiculous ape in sacred vestas shape? So doth agree just praise with thee, for since thy birth gave thee no beauty, no poet's pencil must or can do so. Less than 73.1 the constellation so called. In old drawings Cassiopeia is represented as a woman sitting in a chair with a branch in her hand, and hence the allusion here. Dixon, in his Canidia, 1683 Part 1, page 35, makes his witches say, "We put on Berenice's hair, and sit in Cassiopeia's chair." Randolph couples it with Ariadne's crown, in the following passage. "Shine forth a constellation, full and bright, bless the poor heavens with more majestic light, who in requital shall present you their Ariadne's crown and Cassiopeia's chair." Poems, edition 1640, page 14. Less than 73.2 William Habington published his poems under the name of Castera, a fictitious appellation signifying the daughter of Lord Powys. This lady was eventually his wife. The first edition of Castera appeared in 1634, the second in 1635, and the third in 1640. Less than 73.3 Waller's Saccharissa, i.e. Lady Dorothy Sidney. Less than 73.4 Lalia Paulina, who first married Memmius Regulus, and subsequently the Emperor Caligula, from both of whom she was divorced. She inherited from her father enormous wealth. The duel. I, love drunk, the other day, knocked at my breast, but I, alas, was not within. My man, my ear, told me he came to attest, that without cause HD boxed him, and battered the windows of mine eyes, and took my heart for one of's nunneries. 2. I wondered at the outrage safe returned, and stormed at the base affront, and by a friend of mine, bold faith, that burned, I called him to a strict accompt. He said that, by the law, the challing might take the advantage both of arms and fight. 3. 2 darts of equal length and points he sent, and nobly gave the choice to me, which I not wait, young and indifferent, now full of naught but victory. So we both met in one of mother's groves, the time, at the first murmuring of her doves. 4. I stripped myself naked all o'er, as he, for so I was best armed, when bare. His first pass did my liver raise, yet I made home a falsify 74.12 near, for when my arm to its true distance came, I nothing touched but a fantastic flame. This is love we daily quarrel so, an idle donque coterie, we whip ourselves with our own twisted and wound the air for a fly. The only way to undo this enemy is to laugh at the boy, and he will cry. Less than 74.1. To falsify a thrust, says Phillips, World of Words, edition 1706 art. Falsify is to make a feigned pass. Lovelace here employs the word as a substantive rather awkwardly, but the meaning is, no doubt, the same. Cupid far gone. What, so beyond all madness is the elf, now he hath got out of himself. His fatal enemy the bee, nor his deceived artillery, his shackles, nor the rose's bough any are half so net led him, as he is now. 2. 75.1c. At's own mother he is offering, his finger now fits any ring. Old Cybele he would enjoy, and now the girl, and now the boy. He proffers Jove a back caress, and all his love in the antipodes. 3. Jealous of his chaste Psyche, raging he quarrels with 75.2 student Mercury, and with a proud submissive breath offers to change his darts with death. He strikes at the bright eye of day, and Juno tumbles in her milky way. 4. The dear sweet secrets of the gods he tells, and with loath hate loved heaven he swells. Now, like a fury, he belies myriads of pure virginities, and swears, with this false frenzy hurled, there's not a virtuous she in all the world. Olympus he renounces, then descends, and makes a friendship with the fiends. Bids Charon be no more a slave, he Argos rigged with stars shall have, and triple Cerberus from below must leash he himself with him a hunting go. Less than 75.1. This stanza was suppressed by Mr. Singer. Less than 75.2. Original reads a mock song. Now Whitehall's in the grave, and our head is our slave, the bright pearl in his close shell of oyster. Now the mitre is lost, the proud prelates, too, crossed, and all Rome's confined to a cloister. That Tarquin was stilled, our white lands exiled, yea, undefilled, not a court apes left to confute us. Then let your voices rise high, as your colors did fly, and flourishing cry, long live the brave Oliver Brutus. 76.1. 2. Now the sun is unarmed, and the moon by us charmed, all the stars dissolve to a jelly. Now the thighs of the crown and the arms are lopped down, and the body is all but a belly. Let the commons go on, the town is our own, we'll rule alone, for the knights have yielded their spent gorge, and an order is ta'en with honey soit profane, shout forth amain, for our dragon hath vanquished the St. George. Less than 76.1. Cromwell. A fly caught in a cobweb. Small type of great ones, that do hum within this whole world's narrow room, that with a bussy hollow noise catch at the people's vainer voice, and with spread sails play with their breath, whose very hails new Christen death. Poor fly, caught in an airy net, thy wings have fettered now thy feet, where, like a lion in a toil, howe'er thou keep'st the noble coil, and beat'st thy generous breast, that o'er the plains thy fatal buzzes roar, till thy all-bellied foe, round elf 77.1, hath quartered thee within himself. Was it not better once to play ith light of a majestic ray, where, though too near and bold, the fire might singe thy upper down attire, and thou ith storm to loose an eye? A wing, or a self-trapping thigh, yet hadst thou fallen like him, whose coil made fishes in the sea to broil, when now thst scap the noble flame, trapped basely in a slimy frame, and free of air, thou art become slave to the spawn of mud and loam? Nor is't enough thyself does dress to thy swollen lord a numberous mess, and by degrees thy thin veins bleed, and piecemeal dost his poison feed, but now devoured, art like to be a net spun for thy family, and straight expanded in the air, hangst for thy issue to a snare. Strange witty death and cruel ill that, killing thee, thou thine dost kill. Like pies, in whose entombed ark all foul crowd downward to a lark, thou art thine and my sepulchre, and in the buriest, too, thine heir. Yet fates a glory have reserved for one so highly hath deserved. As the rhinoceros doth dwy under his castle enemy, as through the crane's trunk throat doth speed, the aspi doth on his feeder feed, fall yet triumphant in thy woe, bound with the entrails of thy foe. Less than 77.1. The spider. a fly about a glass of burnt claret. I forbear this liquid fire, fly, it is more fatal than the dry, that singly, but embracing, wounds, and this at once both burns and drowns. 2. The salamander, that in heat and flames doth cool his monstrous sweat, whose fan a glowing cake is said, of this red furnace is afraid. 3. Viewing the ruby crystal shine, thou taxed it for heaven crystalline, anon thou wilt be taught to groan, 'tis an ascended Acheron. 4. A snowball heart in it let fall, and take it out a fireball, Ollie icy breast in it betrayed breaks a destructive wild grenade. V. 'Tis this makes Venus' altars shine, this kindles frosty Hymen's pine. When the boy grows old in his desires, this flambeau doth new light his fires. 6. Though the cold hermit overwail, whose sighs do freeze, and tears drop hail, once having passed this, will any hour another flaming purging fear. 7. The Vestal drinking this doth burn now more than in her funeral urn. Her fires, that with the sun kept race, are now extinguished by her face. 8. The chymist that himself doth still, 78.1 let him but task this Limbeck's 78.2 bill, and prove this sublimated bull, he'll swear it will calcine a soul. 9. Noble and brave. Now thou dost know the false prepared decks below, dost thou the fatal liquor sup, one drop, alas! Thy bark blows up. X. What airy country hast to save, whose plagues thou'lt bury in thy grave? For even now thou seemst to us on this gulf's brink accursious. 11. And now art fawn, magnanimous fly in, where thine ocean doth fry, like the sun's sun, who blushed the flood to a complexion of blood. 12. Yet see! My glad auricular redeems thee, though dissolved, a star, flaggy 78.3 thy wings, and scorch thy thighs, thou else a double sacrifice. 13. And now my warming, cooling breath shall a new life afford in death. See! In the hospital of my hand already curd, thou fierce dost stand. 14. Burnt insect. Dost thou re-aspire the moist hot glass and liquid fire? I see 'tis such a pleasing pain, thou wouldst be scorched and drowned again. Less than 78.1 IE distill. Less than 78.2 Lovelace was by no means peculiar in the fondness which he has shown in this poem and elsewhere for figures drawn from the language of alchemy. Retire into thy grove of eglantine, where I will all those ravished sweets distill through love's alembic, and with chemic skill from the mixed mass one sovereign balm derive. Carew's Poems, 1640, edition 1772, page 77. I will try from the warm limbeck of my eye, in such a method to distill tears on thy marble nature. Shirley's Poems, Works by Dice, 6. 407. Nature's confectioner, the bee, whose suckers are moist alchemy, the still of his refining mold, minting the garden into gold. Cleveland's Poems, edition 1669, page 4. Fisher is here with purple wing, who brings me to the spring head, where crystal is limbecked all the year. Lord Westmoreland's Otia Sacra, 1648, page 137. Less than 78.3 week. The word was once not very uncommon in writings. Bacon, Spencer, and C. use it, but it is now, I believe, confined to Somersetshire and the bordering counties. Look! A south wind shall sooner soften marble, and the rain, that slides down gently from his flaggy wings, o'erflow the Alps. Massinger's City Madam, 1658. Female Glory. 'Mongst the world's wonders, there doth yet remain one greater than the rest, that's all those Ori again, and her own self beside, a lady, whose soft breast is with vast honor's soul and virtue's life possiest. Fair as original light first from the chaos shot, when day in virgin beams triumphed, and night was not, and as that breath infest in the new breather good, when ill unknown was dumb, and bad not understood, cheerful, as that aspect at this world's finishing, when cherubims clapped wings, and sons of heaven did sing, chaste as Arabian bird, who all the air dennies, 79.1 and even in flames expires, when with herself she lies. Oh! She's as kind as drops of new fallen April showers, that on each gentle breast spring fresh perfuming flowers. She's constant, Jen Rouse, fixed, she's calm, She is the all we can of virtue, honor, faith, or glory call, and she is, whom I thus transmit to endless fame, mistress o'th world and me, and Laura is her name. Less than 79.1 The Phoenix. A dialogue. Lute and voice. L. Sing, Laura, sing, while silent are the spheres, and all the eyes of heaven are turned to ears. V. Touch thy dead wood, and make each living tree unchain its feet, take arms, and follow thee. Chorus. L. Sing. V. Touch. 0 touch. L. 0 sing. Both. It is the soul's soul offering. V. Touch the divinity of thy chords, and make each heart string tremble, and each sinew shake. L. Whilst with your voice you rarefy the air, none but an host of angels hover here. Chorus. Sing, touch, and see. V. Touch thy soft lute, and in each gentle thread the lion and the panther captive lead. L. Sing, and in heaven enthroned deposed love, whilst angels dance, and fiends in order move. Double chorus. What sacred charm may this then be in harmony, that thus can make the angels wild, the devils mild, and teach 80.1 low hell to heave and to swell, and the high heave and to stoop to hell? Less than 80.1 Original and singer Red Reach. A mock Sharon. Dialogue. Cha. W. W. Sharon. Thou slave. Thou fool. Thou cavalier. 81.1 Cha. A slave. A fool. What traitor's voice I hear? W. Come bring thy boat. Ch. No, sir. W. No. Sirrah, why? Cha. The blessed will disagree, and fiends will mutiny at thy unnumbered treachery. W. Villain, I have a pass which who disdains, I will sequester the Elysian plains. Cha. Woe's me, ye gentle shades! Where shall I dwell? He's come! It is not safe to be in hell. Chorus. Thus man, his honor lost, falls on these shelves, furies and fiends are still true to themselves. Cha. You must, lost fool, come in. W. Oh, let me in! But now I fear thy boat will sink with my o'erweighty sin. Where, courteous Sharon, am I now? Cha. Vile rant, 81.2 At the gates of thy supreme judge Radamant. Double chorus of divils. Welcome to rape, to theft, to perjury, to all the ills thou wert, we cannot hope to be. Oh, pity us condemned. Oh, cease to woo, and softly, softly breath, lest you infect us too. Less than 81.1 This word is used here merely to denote a gallant, a fellow. From being in its primitive sense a most honorable appellation, it became, during and after the civil war between Charles and the Parliament, a term of equivocal import. Less than 81.2 Here equivalent to ranter, and used for the sake of the meter. The Toad and Spider. A duel. Upon a day, when the dog star unto the world proclaimed a war, and poison barked from black throat, and from his jaws infection shot, under a deadly henbane shade with slime infernal mists are made, met the two dreaded enemies, having their weapons in their eyes. First from his den rolls forth that load of spite and hate, the speckled toad, and from his chaps a foam doth spawn, such as the loathed three heads yawn, defies his foe with a fell spit, to wade through death to meet with it, then in his self the limbeck turns, and his elixired poison earns. Arachne, once the fear oth made 82.1 Coelestial, thus unto her prayed, Heaven's bluey-wide daughter, thine own mother. The python-killing son's thy brother. Oh! Thou, from gods that didst descend, with a poor virgin to contend, shall seed of earth and hell e'er be a rival in thy victory? Pallas assents, for now long time and pity had clean rinsed her crime, when straight she doth with active fire her many-legged foe inspire. Have you not seen a Char Act 82.2 lie a great cathedral in the sea, under whose Babylonian walls a small thin frigate almshouse stalls? So in his slime the toad doth float and th spider by, but seems his boat. And now the Naumachie 82.3 begins, close to the surface herself spins, Arachne, when her foe lets fly a broadside of his breath too high, that's overshot, the wisely stout, advised maid doth tack about, and now her pitchy bark doth sweat, chafed in her own black fury wet, lazy and cold before, she brings new fires to her contracted stings, and with discoloured spumes doth blast the herbs that to their centre hast. Now to the neighbouring henbane top Arachne hath herself wound up, and thence, from its dilated leaves, by her own cordage downwards weaves, and doth her town of foe attack, 82.4 and storms the rampierce 82.5 of his back, which taken in her colours spread, march to citadel of's head. Now as in witty torturing Spain, the brain is vexed to vex the brain, where heretics' bare heads are armed in a close helm, and in it charmed an overgrown and meagre rat, that piecemeal nibbles himself fat, so on the toad's blue-checkered skull the spider gluttons herself full, and vomiting her Stygian seeds, her poison on his poison feeds. Thus the envenomed toad, now grown big with more poison than his own, doth gather all his powers, and shakes his stormer-in's disgorged lakes, and wounded now, apace crawls onto his next plantain surgeon, 82.6 with whose rich balm no sooner Dreus, but purged is his sick swollen breast, and as a glorious combatant, that only rests a while to pant, then with repeated strength and scars, that smarting fire him new to wars, deals blows that thick themselves prevent, as they would gain the time he spent. So the disdaining angry toad, that calls but a thin useless load, his fatal feared self comes back with unknown venom filled to crack. Alma's spider, now untwinned, hath crept up, and herself new-linned with fresh salt foams and mists, that blast the ambient air as they passed. And now methinks a SBHYNX's wing I pluck, and do not write, but sting, with their black blood my pale inks blent, 82.7 galls but a faint ingredient. The Poltic toad doth now withdraw, warned, higher in Campania, 82.8 there wisely doth, entrench deep, his body in a body keep, and leaves a wide and open pass he invite the foe up to his jaws, which there within a foggy blind with fourscore firearms were linned. The generous active spider doubts more ambuscados than redoubts, so within shot she doth pick here, 82.9 now galls the flank, and now the rear, as that 82.10 the toad in's own despite must change the manner of his fight, who, like a glorious general, with one home charge lets fly at all. Chaffed with a fourfold venmouth's foam of scorn, revenge, his foes and s own, he seats him in his loathed chair, new made him by each morning's air. With glowing eyes he doth survey undaunted host he calls his prey, then his dark spume he greedily laps, and shows the foe his grave, his chaps. Whilst the quick wary Amazon of vantage takes occasion, and with her troop of legs carries in a full speed with all her spears. Down, as some mountain on a mouse, on her small cot he flings his house. Without the poison of the elf, the toad had liked he have burst himself, for sage Arachne with good heed had stopped herself upon full speed, and body now disordered, on she falls to execution. The passive toad now only can contemn and suffer. Here began the wrong maid's ingenious rage, which his heart venom must assuage. One eye she hath sped out, strange smother, when one flame doth put out another, and one eye wittily sparred, that he might but behold his misery. She on each spot a wound doth print, and each speck hath a sting within't, till he but one new blister is, and swells his own periphrasis. Then fainting, sick, and yellow pale, she bathes him with her sulphurous stale. Thus slacked is her Stygian fire, and she vouchsafes now to retire. Anon the toad begins to pant, bethinks him of almighty plant, and lest he piecemeal should be sped, wisely doth finish himself dead. Whilst the gay girl, as was her fate, doth wanton and luxuriate, and crowns her conquering head all o'er with fatal leaves of hellebore. Not guessing at the precious aid was lent her by the heavenly maid. The near expiring toad now rolls himself in lazy bloody scrowls, to Sovirain's salve of all his ills, that only life and health distills. But lo! A terror above all, that ever yet did him befall. Pallas, still mindful of her foe, whilst they did with each fire's glow, had to the place the spider's lard dispath before the evening star. He learned was in nature's laws, of all her foliage knew the cause, and months the rest in his choice want unplanted had this plantain plant. The all-confounded toad doth see his life fled with his remedy, and in a glorious despair first burst himself, and next the air, then with a dismal horde yell beats down his loathsome breath to hell. But what inestimable bliss this to the sated virgin is, who, as before of her fiend foe, now full is of her goddess too. She from her fertile womb hath spun her stateliest pavilion, whilst all her silken flags display, and her triumphant banners play, where Pallas sheath midst doth praise, and counterfeits her brother's Rheas, nor will she her dear Lar forget, victorious by his benefit, whose roof enchanted she doth free from haunting gnat and goblin bee, who, trapped in her prepared toil, to their destruction keep a coil. Then she unlocks the toad's dire head, within whose cell is treasured that precious stone, which she doth call a noble recompense for all, and to her Lar doth it present, of his fair aid a monument. Less than 82.1 It will be seen that this poem partly turns on the mythological tale of Arachne and Minerva, and the metamorphosis of the former by the angry goddess into a spider, Arachne. Less than 82.2 i.e. Carrack, or Carrack, as the word is variously spelled. This large kind of ship was much used by the Greeks and Venetians during the Middle Ages, and also by other nations. Less than 82.3 The poet rather awkwardly sustains his simile, and employs, in expressing a contest between the toad and the spider, a term signifying a naval battle, or, at least, a fight between two ships. Less than 82.4 Lovelace's fondness for military similitudes is constantly standing in the way, and marring his attempts at poetical imagery. Less than 82.5 A form of rampart, sanctioned by Dryden. Less than 82.6 Medicinal herb or plant. Less than 82.7 Blended. Less than 82.8 Campania may signify, in the present passage, either a field or the country generally, or a plain. It is a clumsy expression. Less than 82.9 In the sense in which it is here used, this word seems to be peculiar to Lovelace. To piquer, or pickier, means to skirmish. Less than 82.10 So that the snail, wise emblem of our politic world, sage snail, within thine own self curled, instruct me softly to make haste, whilst these my feet go slowly fast. Compendious snail, thou seemst to me large Euclid's strict epitome, and in each diagram dost fling thee from the point unto the ring. A figure now triangular, an oval now, and now a square, and then a serpentine, dost crawl, now a straight line, now crooked, now all. Preventing 83.1 Rival of the day, th'art up and openest thy ray, and ere the morn cradles the moon, 83.2 th'art broke into a beauteous noon. Then, when the sun sups in the deep, thy silver horns eerie Cynthia's peep, and thou, from thine own liquid bed, new Phoebus, heav'st thy pleasant head. Who shall a name for thee create, deep riddle of mysterious state? Bold nature, that gives common birth to all products of seas and earth, of thee, as earthquakes, is afraid, nor will thy dire delivery aid. Thou, thine own daughter, then, and sire, that son and mother art entire, that big still with thyself dost go, and liv'st an aged embryo, that like the cubs of India, thou from thyself a while dost play, but fright with a dog or gun, in thine own belly thou dost run, and as thy house was thine own womb, so thine own womb concludes thy tomb. But now I must, Annalise King, thy economic virtues sing, thou great staid husband still within, thou thee that's thine dost discipline, and when thou art to progress bent, thou movest thyself and tenement, as warlike Scythians travailed, you remove your men and city too, then, after a sad dearth and rain, thou scatterest thy silver train, and when the trees grow annacate and old, thou clothest them with cloth of gold, which from thy bowels thou dost spin, and draw from the rich mines within. Now hast thou chowned thee, saint, and made thyself a fane that's cupulate, and in thy wreathed cloister thou walkest thine own grey friar too, strict and locked up, th'art hood all o'er, and Enyar eliminats thy door. On sow lads thou dost feed severe, and stead of beads thou dropst a tear, and when to rest each calls the bell, thou sleepst within thy marble cell, where, in dark contemplation placked, the sweets of nature thou dost taste, who now with time thy days resolve, and in a jelly thee dissolve, like a shot star, which doth repair upward, and rarefy the air. Less than 83.1 Anticipating for running. Less than 83.2 It can scarcely be requisite to mention that Lovelace refers to the gradual evanescence of the moon before the growing daylight. It is well known that the lunar orb is, at certain times, visible sometime even after sunrise. Another. The centaur, siren, I forego. Those have been sung, and loudly too, nor of the mixed SBHYNX outright, nor the renowned hermaphrodite. Behold! This huddle doth appear of horses, coach and charioteer, that moveth him by traverse law, and doth himself both drive and draw. Then, when the sun the south doth win, he bates him hot in his own inn. I heard a grave and austere clerk resolved him pilot both and bark, that, like the famed ship of Trevere, did on the shore himself lavary, yet the authentic do believe, who keep their judgment in their sleeve, that he is his own double man, and six still carries his sedan, or that like Dame's H land of Luik, he wears his everlasting hike. 84.1 But banished, I admire his fate, since neither ostracism of state, nor a perpetual exile, can force this virtue, change his soil, for wheresoever he doth go, he wanders with his country too. Less than 84.1 IQ Hyuk. Hyuk, says Minchin, is a mantle such as women use in Spain, Germany, and the Low Countries, when they go abroad. Lovelace clearly adopts the word for the sake of the meter, otherwise he might have chosen a better one. The triumphs of Philomore and Amoret. To the noblest of our youth and best of friends, Charles Cotton, Esquire, 85.L. Being at Beresford, at his house in Staffordshire. From London. A poem. Sir, your sad absence I complain, as earth her long hid spring, that gave her verdures birth, who now her cheerful aromatic head shrinks in her cold and dismal widowed bed, whilst the false sun her lover doth him move below, and to antipodes make love. What fate was mine, when in mine obscure cave, shut up almost close prisoner in a grave, your beams could reach me through this vault of night, and canton the dark dungeon with light. Whence me, as General Spahies, you unbound, whilst I now know myself both free and crown. But as at Mecca's tomb, the devout blind pilgrim, great husband of his sight and mind, pays to no other object this chaste prize than with hot earth anoints out both his eyes, so having seen your dazzling glories store, it is enough, and sin for to see more. Or do you thus those precious rays withdraw to wet my dull beams, keep my bold in awe? Or are you gentle and compassionate, you will not reach me Regulus his fate? Brave prince, who, eagerly wide of eagle kind, wert blindly damned to look thine own self blind. But oh, return those fires, too cruel nice. For whilst you fear me cinders, see, I'm ice. A numb speaking clod and mine own show, 85.2 myself congealed, a man cut out in snow, return those living fires. Thou, who that vast double advantage from one wide heaven hast, look with one sun, though T but obliquely be, and if not shine, vouchsafe to wink on me. Perceive you not a gentle, gliding heat, and quickening warmth, that makes the statuous sweat, as Reverend Deucalion's black flung stone, whose rough outside softens to skin, anon each crusty vein with wet red is supplied, whilst not of stone but in its heart doth bide. So from the rugged north, where your soft stay hath stamped them a meridian and kind day, where now each a mode inhabitant himself and manners both do pay you rent, and bout your house, your palace, doth resort, and spite of fate and war creates a court. So from the taut north, when you shall return, to glad those looks that ever since did mourn, when men unclothed of themselves you'll see, then start new made, fit, what they ought to be, hast. You, that your eyes on rare sights feed, for thus the golden triumph is decreed. The twice-born god, still gay and ever young, with ivy crowned, first leads the glorious throng, he Ariadne's starry coronet designs for brighter beams of Amoret, then doth he broach his throne, and singing quaff unto her health his pipe of godhead off. Him follow the recanting, vexing nine who, wise, now sing thy lasting fame in wine, whilst Phoebus, not from east, your feast he adorn, but from inspurred canaries, rose this morn. Now you are come, winds in their caverns sit, and nothing breaths, but new enlarged wit. Hark! One proclaims it Piacle 85.3 to be sad, and people call religion to be mad. But now, as at a coronation, when noise, the guard, and trumpets are o'erblown, the silent commons mark their prince's way, and with still reverence both look and pray. So they amassed expecting do adore, and count the rest but pageantry before. Behold! An host of virgins, pure as air in her first face, 85.4 ere mist durst veil her hair, their snowy vests, white as their whiter skin, or their far chaster whiter thoughts within, roses they breathed and strewed, as if the fine heaven did to earth his wreath of sweats resign, they sang aloud. Thrice, so thrice happy, they that can, like these, in love both yield and sway. Next herald Fame, a purple cloud her bears, in an embroidered coat of eyes and ears, proclaims the triumph, and these lovers' glory, then in a book of steel records the story. And now a youth of more than godlike form did inward minds of the dumb throng alarm, all innate, each part betrayed unto the eye, chastely, for either sex out he or she. And this was he Van Ly Love. By his bright hand, a boy of worse than earthly stuff did stand, his bow broke, his fires out, and his wings clipped, and the black slave from all his false flames stripped, whose eyes were new restored but to confess this day's bright bliss, and his own wretchedness, who, swelled with envy, bursting with disdain, did cry to cry, and weep them out again. And now what heaven must I invade, what sphere rifle of all her stars, to enthrone her there? No! Phoebus, by thy boy's 85.5 fate we beware unruly flames firebrand thy car, although, she there once placked, thou, sun, shouldst see thy day both nobler governed and thee. Drive on, Boades, thy cold heavy wain, then grease thy wheels with amber in the main, and Neptune, thou to thy false Thetis gallop, Apollo set within thy bed of scallop, whilst Amrit, on the reconciled winds mounted, and drawn by 6 celestial minds, she armed was with innocence and fire, that did not burn, for it was chaste desire, whilst a new light doth gild the standards by. Behold! It was a day shot from her eye, chafing perfumes off east did throng and sweat, but by her breath they melting back were beat. A crown of yet near lighted stars she wore, in her soft hand a bleeding heart she bore, and round her lay a broken millions more. 85.6 Then a winged crier thrice aloud did call, let fame proclaim this one great prize for all. By her a lady that might be called fair, and justly, but that Amrit was there, was Prina led. Unveiled robe she wore made infinitely lovers to adore, who vainly tempt her rescue, madly bold, chained in 16,000 links of gold. Cressida thus, loaden with treasures, slave did strode the pass with pearls, and her way pave. But lo! The glorious cause of all this high true he Van Ly state, brave Philomore, draws nigh, who not himself, more seems himself to be, and with a sacred ecstasy doth see. Fixed and unmoved on pillars he doth stay, and joy transforms him his own statua, nor hath he power to breath, or strength to greet the gentle offers of his Amrit, who now amassed at noble breast doth knock, and with a kiss his generous heart unlock, whilst she in the whole pomp doth enter there, whence her nor time nor fate shall ever tear. But whither am I hurled? Ho! Back! Awake from thy glad trance, to thine old sorrow take. Thus, after view of all the Indies' store, the slave returns unto his chain and oar. Thus poets, who all night in blessed heavenness dwell, are called next morn to their true living hell. So I unthrifty, to myself untrue, rise clothed with real wants, cause wanting you, and what substantial riches I possess, I must to these unvalued dreams confess. But all our clouds shall be o'erblown, when thee in our horizon bright once more we see, when thy dear presence shall our souls new dress, and spring in universal cheerfulness, when we shall be o'erwhelmed in joy, like they that change their night for a vast half-year's day. Then shall the wretched few, that do repine, see and recant their blasphemies and whine. Then shall they grieve, that thought I've sung too free, high and aloud of thy true worth and thee, and their foul heresies and lips submit to all-forgiving breath of Amrit, and me alone their anger's object call, that from my height so miserably did fall, and cry out my invention thin and poor, who have said not, since I could say no more. Less than 85.1 Charles Cotton the Younger, Walton's friend. He was born on the 28th of April, 1630. He married, in 1656, Isabella, daughter of Sir Thomas Hutchinson, of Othorpe, Company Knots, Knight. See Walton's Angler, edition 1760, where a life of Cotton, compiled from the notes of the laborious oldies, will be found. The poet died in 1687, and 2 years later, his miscellaneous verses were printed in an octavo volume. Less than 85.2, i.e., The Shadow of Myself. Less than 85.3, A Crime, from the Latin piaculum, which, from meaning properly an atonement, was afterwards used to express what required an atonement, i.e., an offense or sin. Less than 85.4, The Sky in the Early Part of the Morning, before it is clouded by mists. Less than 85.5, Phaeton. Less than 85.60, Original reads, of millions broken more. The above is certainly preferable, but the reader may judge for himself. It should be borne in mind that the second part of Lucasta was not even printed during the poet's life. If he had survived to republish the first portion, and to revise the second, perhaps we should have had a better text. Advice to my best brother Call, Francis Lovelace. 86.1. Frank, wilt live unhandsomely? Trust not too far thyself to waving seas, for what thy star, calculated by sure event, must be, look in the glassy epithet, 86.2, and see. Yet settle here your rest, and take your state, and in calm Halcyon's nest even build your fate. Prithee lie down securely, Frank, and keep with as much no noise the inconstant deep as its inhabitants. Nay, steadfast stand, as if discovered were a Newfoundland, fit for plantation here. Dream, dream still, lulled in Dion's cradle, dream, until horror awake your sense, and you now find yourself a bubbled pastime for the wind, and in loose Thetis blankets torn and tossed. Frank, to undo thyself why art at cost? Nor be too confident, fixed on the shore, for even that too borrows from the store of her rich neighbor, since now wisest know, and this to Galileo's judgment now, the palsy earth itself is every jot as frail, inconstant, waving, as that blot we lay upon the deep, that sometimes lies charmed, you would think, with bottom's properties, but this eternal, strange Ixion's wheel of giddy earth ne'er whirling leaves to reel, till all things are inverted, till they are turned to that antic, confused state they were. Who loves the golden mean, doth safely want a cobwebbed cot and wrongs entailed upon't. He richly needs a place for to breed vipers and moths, that on their feeder feed. The toy that we, too true, a mistress call, whose looking glass and feather weighs up all, and clothes which larks would play with in the sun, that mock him in the night, when course is run. To rear an edifice by art so high, that envy should not reach it with her eye, nay, with a thought come near it. Wouldst thou know how such a structure should be raised, build low? The blustering wind's invisible rough stroke more often shakes the stubbornst, properest oak, and in proud turrets we behold withal, 'tis the imperial top declines to fall. Nor does he Venice lightning strike the humble valles, but high aspiring mounts batters and scales. Abreast of proof defies all shocks of fate, fears in the best, hopes in worser state. Heaven forbid that, as of old, time ever flourished in spring so contrary, now never. That mighty breath, which blew foul winter hither, can easily puff it to a fairer weather. Why dost despair then, Frank? Aeolus has a Zephyrus as well as Boreas. 'Tis a false sequel, Soloicism gains those precepts by fortune given us, to suppose that, 'cause it is now ill, 't will e'er be so. Apollo doth not always bend his bow, but oft, uncrowned of his beams divine, with his soft harp awakes the sleeping nine. In strictest things magnanimous appear, greater in hope, how are thy fate, then 86.3 Fear. Draw all your sails and quickly, though no storm threaten your ruin with a sad alarm. For tell me how they differ, tell me, pray, a cloudy tempest and a too fair day. Less than 86.1 One of the younger brothers of the poet. In the year of the Restoration he filled the office of Recorder of Canterbury, and in that capacity delivered the address of the city to Charles II. On his passage through the place. This speech was printed in 1660 for 3 leaves. The following extracts from the Calendars of State Papers, Domestic Series, 1660-1, page 139, throw a little additional light on the history of this person. 1660, July 1. Petition of Fras. Lovelace, Recorder of Canterbury, to the King, for the stewardship of the liberties of St. Augustine, near Canterbury, for himself and his son Golwell. has suffered sequestration, imprisonment, and loss of office for his loyalty. With a note of the requested grant for Fras. Lovelace. Grant to Fras. Lovelace, of the office of Chief Steward of the Liberties of the late Monastery of St. Augustine, near Canterbury. Less than 86.2 unless the poet is advising his brother, before the latter ventures on a long sea voyage, to look in the crystal, or beryl, so popular at that time, in order to read his fortune. I must confess my ignorance of the meaning of glassy epithet. See for an account of the beryl, Aubrey's Miscellanies, edit. 1857, page 154. Less than 86.3 then. Paris's second judgment. Upon the three daughters of my dear brother Mr. R. Caesar, 87.1. Behold, three sister wonders, in whom met, distinct and chaste, the splendorous 87.2 counterfeit 87.3 of Juno, Venus, and the warlike maid, each in their three divinities arrayed, the majesty and state of Heaven's great queen, and when she treats the gods, her noble mien, the sweet victorious beauties and desires OTHC born princess, empress too of fires. The sacred arts and glorious laurels torn from the fair brow OTH goddess fatherborn, all these were quartered in each snowy coat, with Canton 87.4 honors of their own, to boot. Paris, by fate new whacked from his dead cell, is charged to give his doom impossible. He views in each the bravery 87.5 of all eyed, whilst one, as once three, doth his soul divide. Then sighs so equally their glorious all, what pity the whole world is but one ball. Less than 87.1 second son of Sir John Caesar, knight, who was the second surviving son of Sir Julius Caesar, knight, master of the rolls. Mr. Robert Caesar married the poet's sister Johanna, by whom he had three daughters, co-heirs, and Juliana and Johanna. These are the ladies commemorated in the text. See Lodge's Life of Sir Julius Caesar, 1827, page 54. Less than 87.2 original reads splendors. Less than 87.3 this word is here used to signify simply resemblance or copy. Less than 87.4 ie quartered. Canton, in heraldry, is a square space at one of the corners of a shield of arms. Less than 87.5 bravery here means, as it often does in writers of and before the time of Lovelace, a beautiful or fine spectacle, or simply beauty. Brave in the sense of fine, gaudy or gallant, is still in use. Painter. A panegyric to the best picture of friendship, Mr. Pett. Lily. If Pliny, Lord High Treasurer of all 88.1 Nature's exchequer shuffled in this our ball, 88.2 Painter her richer rival did admire, and cried she wrought with more almighty fire, that judged the unnumbered issue of her scrowl, infinite and various as her mother's soul, that contemplation into matter brought, bodied ideas, and could form a thought. Why do I pause to couch the cataract, 88.3 and the gross pearls from our dull eyes abstract, that, powerful lily, now awakened we this new creation may behold by thee. To thy victorious pencil all, that eyes and minds call reach, do bow. The deities bold poets first but feigned, you do and make, and from your awe they our devotion take. Your beauteous palette first defined love's queen, and made her in her heaven a white colors seen. You strung the bow of the bandite her son, 88.4 and tipped his arrows with religion. Neptune as unknown as his fish might dwell, but that you seat him in his throne of shell. The thunderer's artillery and brand, you fancied Rome in his fantastic hand, and the pale frights, the pains, and fears of hell first from your sullen melancholy fell. Who cleft infernal dogs' loathed head in three, and spun out Hydra's 50 necks? By the as prepossessed W enjoy Elysian plain, which but before was flattered 88.5 in our brain. Who ere yet viewed air's child invisible, a hollow voice, but in thy subtle skill? Faint stammering echo you so draw, that we the very repercussion do see. Cheat hocus pocus nature in essay 88.6 OTH spring affords us, presto, and away, 88.7 you all the year do chain her and her fruits, roots to their beds, and flowers to their roots. Have not mine eyes feasted frozen zone upon a fresh new-grown collation of apples, unknown sweets, that seemed to me hanging to tempt as on the fatal tree, So delicately limbed I vowed to try my 88.8 appetite imposed upon my eye, 88.9 you, sir, alone, fame, and all-conquering rhyme, file 88.10 the set teeth of all-devouring time. When beauty once thy virtuous paint hath on, age needs not call her to vermilion. Her beams ne'er shed or change like hair of day, 88.11 she scatters fresh her everlasting ray. Nay, from her ashes her fair virgin fire ascends, that doth new massacres conspire, whilst we wipe off the number-roused score of years, and do behold our grandsire, as our peers. With the first father of our house compare we do the features of our new-born heir, for though each copied a son, they all meet in thy first and true original. Sacred. Luxurious. What princess not but comes to you to have herself begot? As, when first man was needed, from his side is born to whose hand a ready-made-up bride. He husband to his issue then doth play, and for more wives remove the obstructed way. So by your art you spring up in 2 noons what could not else be formed by 15 suns. Thy skill doth animate the prolific flood, and thy red oil assimilates to blood. Where then, when all the world pays its respect, lies our Transalpine barbarous neglect? When the chaste hands of powerful Titian had drawn the scourges of our God and man, and now the top of Alta did ascend to crown the heave NLY piece with a bright end, whilst he, who in 88.127 languages gave law, and always, like the sun, his subjects saw, did, in his robes imperial and gold, the basis of the doubtful ladder hold. O Charles, 88.13 a nobler monument than that, which thou thine own executor wert at. When to our huffling Henry 88.14 there complained a grieved earl, that thought his honor stained, away, frowned he, for your own safeties hast in one cheap hour 10 coronets I'll cast. But Holbein's noble and prodigious worth only the pangs of an whole age brings forth. 88.15 Henry. A word so princely saving said, it might new raise the ruins thou hast made. O sacred painture! That dost fairly draw, what but in mists deep inward poets saw, twixt thee and an intelligence no odds, 88.16 that art of privy counsel to the gods. By the unto our eyes they do prefer a stamp of their abstracted character, thou, that in frames eternity dost bind, and art a written and a bodied mind, to thee is oped the juncto oth abyss, and its conspiracy detected is, whilst their cabal thou to our sense dost show, and in thy square paint'st what they threat below. Now, my best lily, let's walk hand in hand, and smile at this ununderstanding land. Let them their own dull counterfeits adore, their rainbow clothes admire, and no more. Within one shade of thine more substance is, than all their varnished idol mistresses, whilst great Vasari and Vermander shall interpret the deep mystery of all, and I unto our modern pics shall show, what due renown to thy fair art they owe in the delineated lives of those, by whom this everlasting laurel grows. Then, if they will not gently apprehend, let one great blot give to their fame an end, whilst no poetic flower their hearse doth dress, but perish they and their effigies. Less than 88.1 an allusion is, of course, intended to Pliny's Natural History which, through Holland's translation, became popular in England after 1601. Less than 88.2 i.e. in our globe. Less than 88.3 a term borrowed from the medical, or rather surgical, vocabulary. To couch a cataract, i.e. in the eye, is to remove it by surgical process. Less than 88.4 an allusion to Lely's pictures of Venus and Cupid. Less than 88.5 falsely portrayed. Less than 88.6 a glimpse. Less than 88.7 some picture by Lely, in which the painter introduced a spring landscape, is meant. The poet feigns the copy of nature to be so close that one might suppose the spring had set in before the usual time. The canvas is removed, and the illusion is dispelled. Presto, 'tis away! Would be a preferable reading. Less than 88.8 i.e. if my appetite, and c. Lovelace's style is elliptical to an almost unexampled degree. Less than 88.9 the same story, with variations, has been told over and over again since the time of Zeuxis. Less than 88.10 original edition has files. Less than 88.11 hair is here used in what has become quite an obsolete sense. The meaning is outward form, nature, or character. The word used to be by no means uncommon, but it is now, as was before remarked, out of fashion, and indeed, I do not think that it is found even in any old writer used exactly in the way in which Lovelace has employed it. Less than 88.12 original reads to. Less than 88.13 Charles V. Less than 88.14 Henry VIII. Less than 88.15 A story too well known to require repetition. The Earl is not mentioned. See Walpole's Anecdotes of Painting, edition 1862, page 71. Less than 88.16 i.e. no difference. A compliment to Lely's spirituality. An anniversary on the hymeneals of my noble kinsman, 89.1 though. Stanley, Esquire, 89.2. The day is curled about Agan to view the splendor she was in, when first with hallowed hands the holy man knit the mysterious bands, when you two your contracted souls did move like cherubims above, and did make love, as your ununderstanding issue now, in a glad sigh, a smile, a tear, a vow. 2. Tell me, O self-reviving sun, in thy peregrination hast thou beheld a pair twist their soft beams like these in their chaste air? As from bright numberless embracing rays are sprung industrious days, so when they gaze, and change their fertile eyes with the new morn, a beauteous offspring is shot forth, not born. 3. Be witness then, all-seeing sun, old spy, thou that thy race hast run in full 5,000 rings. 89.3 To thee were ever purer offerings sent on the wings of faith. And thou, O night, 89.4 Curtain of their delight, by these made bright, have you not marked their coelestial play, and no more pique the gaieties of day? 4. Come then, pale virgins, roses strow, mingled with ios as you go. The snowy ox is killed, the fane with proselyte lads and lasses filled, you too may hope the same seraphic joy, old time cannot destroy, nor foolness cloy, when, like these, you shall stamp by sympathy's thousands of new-born loves with your chaste eyes. Less than 89.1 Lovelace was connected with the Stanleys through the Archers. The Kentish families, about this time, intermarried with each other to a very large extent, partly to indemnify themselves from the consequences of Gravelkine tenure, though many had procured parliamentary relief, and the Lovelaces, the Stanleys, the Hammonds, the Sandyses, were all more or less bound together by the ties of kindred. See the tree prefixed by Sir Egerton Brydges to his edition of Hammond's Poems, 1816, and the introduction to Stanley's Poems, 1814. Sir William Lovelace, the poet's grandfather, married Elizabeth, daughter of Edward Archer, Esq., of Bishopsbourne, near Canterbury, while Sir William Hammond, of St. Albans Court, married, as his second wife, Elizabeth, daughter of Anthony Archer, Esq., of Bishopsbourne, by whom he had, among other children, Mary, who became the wife of Sir Thomas Stanley, of Cumberlow, father of Thomas Stanley, the poet, historian, and translator of Byron and c. Less than 89.2 See the Poems of William Hammond, 1655, edited by Sir E. Brydges, 1816, page 54, where there is a similar poem on Stanley and his bride from the pen of Hammond, who also claimed relationship with the then newly married poet. The best account of Stanley is in the reprint of his Poems and Translations, 1814, 8 vo. Less than 89.3 meaning that the earth had made 5,000 revolutions round the sun, or, in other words, that the sun was 5,000 years old. Less than 89.4 Original reads And thou of night. On St. Nazare's being honored with 600 ducats by the Clarissimi of Venice, for composing an elegiac hexastic of the city. A satire. 'Twas a blithe prince 90.1 exchang 500 crowns for a fair turnip. Dig on, O clowns, but how this comes about, fates, can you tell, this more than made of myrrhs, this miracle? Let me not live, if I think not St. Mark has all the ore, as well as beasts, in Zark. No wonder 'tis he marries the rich C, but to betroth him to Kate Poesy, and with a bankrupt muse to merchandise, his treasures beams, sure, have put out his eyes. 90.2 His conquest at Lepanto 90.3 I'll let pass, when the 6th sea with turbants night-capped was, and now at Candy his full courage shone, that wan to a wan line the half moon. 90.4 This is a wreath, this is a victory. Caesar himself would have looked pale to see, and in the height of all his triumphs feel himself but chained to such a mighty wheel. And now methinks we ape Augustus' state, so ugly we his high worth imitate, monkey his godlike glories, so that we keep light and form with such deformity, as I have seen an arrogant baboon with a small piece of glass zany the sun roamed to her bard, who did her battails sing, indifferent gave to poet and to king, with the same laurels were his temples fraught, who best had written, and who best had fought. The self-same fame they equally did feel, one style oddered as much as t others. Steel. A chain or fasces she could then afford the sons of Phoebus, we, an axe or cord, sometimes a coronet was her renown, and ours, the dear prerogative of a crown. In marble statued walks great Lucan lay, and now we walk, our own pale statua. They the whole year with roses crowned would dine, and we in all December know no wine. Disciplined, dieted, sure there hath been odes twixt a poet and a Capuchin. Of princes, women, wine, to sing I see is no apocrypha, for to rise high commend this olio of this lord 'tis fit, nay 10 to 1, but you have part of it. There is that justice left, since you maintain his table, he should counterfeit your brain. Then write how well he in his sack hath drolled, straight there's a bottle to your chamber rolled, or with embroidered words praise his French suit, month hence 'tis yours with his man's, to boot. Or but applaud his boss legs, 2 to none, but he most nobly doth give you one. Or spin an elegy on his false hair, 'tis well, he cries, but living hair is dear. Yet say that out of order there's one curl, and all the hopes of your reward you furl. 90.5 Write a deep epic poem, and you may as soon delight them as the opera, where they Diogenes thought in his tub, never so sour did look so sweet a club. You that do suck for thirst your black quill's blood, 90.6 and char your labored papers for your food, I will inform you how and what to praise, then skin why in satin as young Lovelace plays. Beware, as you would your fierce guests, your lice, to strip the cloth of gold from cherished vice. Rather stand off with awe and reverent fear, hang a poetic pendant in her ear, court her as her adorers do their glass, though that as much of a true substance has, whilst all the gall from your wild 90.7 ink you drain, the beauteous sweets of virtue's cheeks to stain, and in your livery let her be known, as poor and tattered as in her own. Nor write, nor speak you more of sacred writ, but what shall force up your arrested wit. Be chaste, religion and her priests your scorn, whilst the vain fanes of idiots you adorn. It is a mortal error, you must know, of any to speak good, if he be so. Rail, till your edged breath flee 90.8 your raw throat, and burn remarks 90.9 on all a generous note. Each verse be an indictment, be not free sanctity self from thy scurrility. Libel your father, and your damned buffoon, the noblest matrons of the owl lampoon, whilst Aretine and S bodies you dispute, and in your sheets your sister prostitute. Yet there belongs a sweetness, softness too, which you must pay, but first, pray, know to who. There is a creature, if I may so call that unto which they do all prostrate fall, termed mistress, when they are angry. But pleased high, it is a princess, saint, divinity. To this they sacrifice the whole day's light, then lie with their devotion all night. For this you are to dive to the abyss, and rob for pearl the closet of some fish. Arabia and Sabia you must strip of all their sweets, for to supply her lip, and steal new fire from Heaven, for to repair her unfledged scalp with Berenice's hair, then seat her in Cassiopeia's chair. As now you're in your coach, save you, bright sir, oh spare your thanks, is not this finer far than walk unhided, when that every stone has knocked acquaintance with your ankle bone? When your winged papers, like the last dove, near returned to quit you of your hope or fear, but left you to the mercy of your host and your day's fare, a fortified toast. 90.10 How many battles, sung in epic strain, would have procured your head thatch from the rain? Not all the arms of Thebes and Troy would get one knife but to anatomize your meat, a funeral elegy, with a sad boon, 90.11 might make you, hey, sip wine like macaroon, 90.12 But if perchance there did a ribbon 90.13 come. Not the train band so fierce with all its drum, yet with your torch you homeward would retire, and heartily wish your bed your funeral pyre. With what a fury have I known you feed upon a contract, and the hopes he might speed! Not the fair bride, impatient of delay, doth wish like you the beauties of that day, Hotter than all the roasted cooks you sat to dress the fracas of your alphabet, which sometimes would be drawn do anagram, 90.14 sometimes acrostic parched in the flame, 90.15 then posies stewed with sippets, mottos by, of mince verse a miserable pie. How many knots slipped, ere you twist their name with th old device, as both their hearts the same? Whilst like to drills the feast in your false jaw you would transmit at leisure to your maw, then after all your fooling, fat, and wine, glutton at last, return at home to pine. Tell me, O sun, since first your beams did play tonight, and did awake the sleeping day, since first your steeds of light their race did start, did you e'er blush as now? O thou, that art the common father to the base pismire, as well as great Alcides, did the fire from thine own altar which the gods adore, kindle the souls of gnats and wasps before? Who would delight in his chaste eyes to see dormice to strike at lights of poesy? Faction and envy now are 90.16 downright rage. Once a 5-knotted whip there was, the stage, the beadle and the executioner, to whip small errors, and the great ones tear. Now, as Nimrod the first king, he writes, that strongest, ablest deepest bites. The muses weeping fly their hill, to see their noblest sons of peace in mutiny. Could there not else this civil war complete, but poets raging with poetic heat, tearing themselves in endless wreath, as though immortal they, their wrath should be so, too? And doubly furred Apollo burns to see in silent Helicon anomici. Parnassus hears these at his first alarms, never till now Minerva was in arms. O more than conqueror of the world, great Rome! Thy heroes did with gentleness o'ercome thy foes themselves, but one another first, whilst envy stripped alone was left, and burst. The learned Decemviri, 'tis true, did strive, but to add flames to keep their fame alive, whilst the eternal laurel hungeth air, nor of these 10 sons was there found one heir. Like to the golden tripod, it did pass from this to this, till 't came to him, whose 'twas. Caesar to Gallus trundled it, and he to Maro, nay so, unto thee? Nay so to his Tibullus flung the wreath, he to Catullus thus did bequeath. This glorious circle, to another round, at last the temples of their god it bound. I might believe at least, that each might have a quiet fame contented in his grave, envy the living, not the dead, doth bite, for after death all men receive their right. 90.17 If it be sacrilege for to profane their holy ashes, what is then their flame? He does that wrong unweeting 90.18 or in ire, as if one should put out the vestal fire. Let earth's 4 quarters speak, and thou, sun, bear now witness for thy fellow traveler. I was allied, dear uncle, 90.19 unto thee in blood, but thou, alas, not unto me. Your virtues, poweress, and mine differed at best, as they whose springs you saw, the east and west. 90.20 Let me awhile be twisted in thy shine, and pay my due devotions at thy shrine. Might learned Wainman 90.21 Rise, who went with thee in thy heaven's work beside divinity, I should sit still, or mighty Falkland 90.22 Stand to justify with breath his powerful hand. The glory, that doth circle your pale urn, might hallowed still and undefiled burn, but I forbear. Flames that are wildly thrown at sacred heads coil back upon their own, sleep, heavenly sands, whilst what they do or write, is to give God himself and you your right. There is not in my mind one sullen 90.23 fate of old, but is concentred in our state, Vandal or runners, Goths in literature, Pluffmen that would Parnassus Numenor, ringers of verse that all in chime, and told the changes upon every rhyme. A mercer now by yard does measure or an ode, which was but by the foot before, deals you an ell of epigram, and swears it is the strongest and the finest wares. No wonder, if a drawer verses rack, if 'tis not his, 't may be the spirit of sack, whilst the fair barmaid strokes the muse's teat, for milk to make the posset up complete. Arise, thou reverend shade, great Johnson, rise. Break through thy marble natural disguise. Behold a mist of insects, whose mere breath will melt thy hallowed leaden house of death. What was Crispinus, 90.24 that you should defy the age for him? 90.25 He durst not look so high as your immortal rod, he still did stand honored, and held his forehead to thy brand. These scorpions, with which we have to do, are fiends, not only small but deadly too. Well mightst thou rive thy quill up to the back, and screw thy lyre's grave chords, until they crack. For though once hell resented music, these divils will not, but are in worse disease. How would thy masculine spirit, Father Ben, sweat to behold basely deposed men, just led from the prerogative of their bed, whilst wives are perwigged with their husband's head. Each snatches the male quill from his feigned hand, and must both nobler write and understand. He to her fury the soft plume doth bow. O pen, ne'er truly justly slit till now. Now as herself a poem she doth dress, and curls a line, as she would do a tress, powders a sonnet as she does her hair, then prostitutes them both to public air. Nor is 't enough, that they their faces blind with a false dye, but they must paint their mind, in meter scold, and in scanned order brawl, yet there's one Sappho 90.26 left may save them all. But now let me recall my passion. Oh! From a noble father, nobler son, you, that alone are the Clarissimi, and the whole general state of Venice be, it shall not be recorded Sennazzar shall boast enthroned alone this new-made star. You, whose correcting sweetness hath forbade shame to the good, and glory to the bad, whose honor hath even into virtue tammed these swarms, that now so angrily I nommed. Forgive what thus distempered I indite, for it is hard a satire not to write. Yet, as a virgin that heats all her blood at the first motion of bad 90.27 understood, then, at mere thought of fair chastity, straight cools again the tempests of her sea, so when to you I my devotions raise, all wrath and storms do end in calm and praise. Less than 90.1 Louis XI. Of France was the prince here intended. See Merry Tales and Quick Answers, No. 23, edition Hazlitt. I fear that if Lovelace had derived his knowledge of this incident from the little work mentioned, he would have been still more sarcastic, for Louis, in the Tales and Quick Answers, is made to give, not 500 crowns for a turnip, but 1,000 crowns for a radish. Less than 90.2 Perhaps Lovelace is rather too severe on Sannazaro. That writer is said to have occupied 20 years in the composition of his poem on the birth of the Saviour, for which he probably did not receive a sixth part of the sum paid to him for his hexastic on Venice, and so he deserved this little windfall, which came out of the pocket of a government rich enough to pay it 10 times over. See Corniano's Vita di Jacopo Sannazaro, prefixed to the edition of his Arcadia, published at Milan in 1806. Amongst the translations printed at the end of Lucasta, and which it seems very likely were among the earliest poetical essays of Lovelace, is this very epigram of Sannazaro. As in the case of the ant, I have little doubt that the satire was suggested by the translation. Less than 90.3 The Battle of Lepanto, in which Don John of Austria and the Venetians defeated the Turks, 1571. Less than 90.4 The Turkish Crescent. Less than 90.5 Close, or Shut Up. Less than 90.6 I.e. Write as a means of subsistence. Less than 90.7 Unrefined. Less than 90.8 Flay, excoriate. Less than 90.9 Original reads all marks. Less than 90.10 A hard toasted crust. Less than 90.11 A fee or gratuity given to a poet on a mournful occasion, and made more liberal by the circumstances of affliction in which the donors are placed. Less than 90.12 Generally, a mere coxcomb or dandy, but here the poet implies a man about town who is rich enough to indulge in fashionable luxuries. Less than 90.13 The ribbon by which the star of an order of knighthood was attached to the breast of the fortunate recipient. It sometimes also stood for the armlet worn by gentlemen in our poet's day, as a mark of some lady's esteem. See Shirley's Poems, Works 6. 440. Less than 90.1 For a crude anagram. Less than 90.15 An imperfect acrostic. Few readers require to be told that anagrams and acrostics were formerly one of the most fashionable species of composition. Lovelace here pictures a poetaster, stewing his brains with a poem of this description, which of course demanded a certain amount of tedious and minute attention to the arrangement of the name of the individual to whom the anagram or acrostic was to be addressed, and this was especially the case, where the writer contemplated a double acrostic. Less than 90.16 Original reads is. Less than 90.17 Ovid. L. 15. Less than 90.18 unwitting. Less than 90.19 The Lovelaces were connected, not only with the Hammonds Auchers, and c. but on the mother's side with the family of Sandys. See Barry's Kent genealogies, which, however, are not by any means invariably reliable. The subjoined is partly from Barry. Edwin Sandys == Cecilia, de of Thomas Archbishop of Wilford, of Cranbrook, York, OB 1588. Company Kent, Esq. OB 1610. Sir, Sad Face 4 Thly, Catherine, George, Trans and Sir William Edwin. De of Sir R. Later of the Barnes, of Sandys. Bulkeley of Psalms, and c. Woolwich. Anglesey. OB 1643-4. The Poets. Lovelace's maternal great-uncle. Grandfather. Richard Sandys Esq. == Hester, de of Edwin Aucher, second son of Anthony Aucher, Esq., of Bishopsbourne. Less than 90.20 George Sandys published, in 1615, his Relation of a Journey begun AD 1610, and c. which became very popular, and was frequently reprinted. Less than 90.21. There was Selden, and he sat close by the chair, Wayman not far off, which was very fair. Suckling Session of the Poets. Less than 90.22. Hales sat by himself, most gravely did smile to see them about nothing keep such a will. Apollo had spied him, but knowing his mind passed by, and called Falkland, that sat just behind. He was of late so gone with divinity, that he had almost forgot his poetry, though to say the truth, and Apollo did know it, he might have been both his priest and poet. Suckling Session of the Poets. Lord Falkland was a contributor to Johnsonus Verbius, 1638, and was well known in his day as an occasional writer. Less than 90.23 Sullen is here used in the sense of mischievous. In Worcester's dictionary an example is given of its employment by Dryden in a similar signification. Less than 90.24 Thomas Dekker, the dramatist and poet, whom Johnson attacked in his Poetaster, 1602, under the name of Crispinus. Dekker retorted in Satyromastics, printed in the same year, in which Johnson appears as young Horace. Less than 90.25 An allusion to the lines, Come, leave the loath stage, and the more loathsome age. Prefixed to the New in 1631, 8 Vo. Johnson's adopted son Randolph expostulated with him on this occasion in the ode beginning, Ben, do not leave the stage, cause 'tis a loathsome age. Randolph's Poems, 1640, page 64. Carew and others did the same. Less than 90.26 Catherine Phillips, the matchless Orinda, born in 1631, died in 1664. Jeremy Taylor addressed to her his Measures and Offices of Friendship, 1657, and Cowley wrote an ode upon her death. Less than 90.27 By motion of bad I presume the poet means wicked impulse. Commendatory verses, prefixed to various publications between 1652 and 1657. To my dear friend Mr. E. Ldred, R. Evett. 91.1 on his poems moral and divine. Cleft as the top of the inspired hill, struggles the soul of my divided quill, whilst this foot doth the watery mount aspire, that Sinai's living and enlivening fire. Behold my power stormed by a twisted light. Oth sun and his first kindled his sight, and my lost thoughts invoke the Prince of Day, my right to th spring of it, and him do pray. Say, happy youth, crown with the heaven ly ray of the first flame, and interwreathed bay, inform my soul in labor to begin, ios or anthems, poems or a hymn. Shall I a hecatomb on thy tripod slay, or my devotions at thy altar pay? While which t adore th amazed world cannot tell, the sublime Urim or deep oracle. Hark! How the moving chords temper our brain, as when Apollo serenades the main, old ocean smooths his sullen furrowed front, and Nereids do glide soft measures on't, whilst th air puts on its sleekest, smoothest face, and each doth turn the other's looking-glass. So by the sinewy lyre now strook we see into soft calms all storm of poesy, and former thundering and lightning lines, and verse now in its native lustre shines. How wert thou hid within thyself? How shut, Thy precious Iliad's locked up in a nut. Not hearing of thee thou dost break out strong, invading 40,000 men in song, and we, secure in our thin empty heat, now find ourselves at once surprised and beat, whilst the most valiant of our wits now sue, fling down their arms, ask quarter two of you. So cabined up in its disquist course 91.2 rust, and scurfed all o'er with its unseemly crust, the diamond, from midst the humbler stones, sparkling shoots forth the price of nations. Ye safe unriddlers of the stars, pray tell, by what name shall I stamp my miracle? Thou strange inverted Eson, that leap'st o'er from thy first infancy into fourscore, that to thine own self hast a midwife played, and from thy brain springs forth 91.3 the heathen ly made. Thou staff of him bore 91.4 him, that bore our sins, which, but set down, to bloom and bear begins. Thou rod of Aaron, with one motion hurled, buds 91.5 a perfume of flowers through the world. You 91.6 strange calcine 91.7 seeds within a glass, each species idea springst as 'twas. Bright vestal flame that, kindled but even now, forever dost thy sacred fires throw. Thus the repeated acts of Nestor's age, that now had 3 times or outlived the stage, and all those beams contracted into one, Alcides in his cradle hath outdone. But all these flourishing hues, with which I dye thy virgin paper, now are vain as I, for both the poets heathen are taught to shine and move, as in thy proper crystalline, whence that molehill Parnassus thou dost view, and us small ants there dabbling in its dew, whence thy seraphic soul such hymns doth play, as those to which first danced the first day, where with a thorn from the world-ransoming wreath thou stung, dost antiphons and anthems breathe, where with an angel's quill dipped I. Lamb's blood, thou sing'st our pelican's all-saving flood, and bat'st thy thoughts in ever-living streams, wrenched 91.8 from earth's tainted, fat and heavy steams. There moved translated youth enrolled thy choir, that only doth with holy lays inspire, to whom his burning coach Elias sent, and royal prophet priest his harp hath lent, which thou dost tune in consort unto those clapped wings forever at each hallowed close, whilst we, now weak and fainting in our praise, sick echo, o'er thy hallelujahs. Less than 91.1 Rivet has some verses to the memory of Lovelace, which will be found among the elegies at the end of the volume. The present lines were apparently written for a projected edition of Rivet's poems, which, for some unknown reason, was never published. Rivet has also verses prefixed to the Royal Game of Chess Play, 1656, to Airs and Dialogues, by John Gamble, 1656, and to Hall's translation of the comment of Hierocles upon the golden verses of Pythagoras, 1657. Less than 91.2 original has course. Less than 91.3 This is only one instance among many which might be cited from Lucasta of the employment of an intransitive verb in a transitive signification. Less than 91.4 i.e. that bore him. Less than 91.5 i.e. that budsed. Less than 91.6 originally has thou. Less than 91.7 This word, now employed only in a special sense, was formerly a very common and favorite metaphor. Thus Lord Westmoreland, in his Otia Sacra, 1648, page 19 says, "When all the virtue we can here put on is but refined imperfection, corruption calcined." See also page 137 of the same volume. Less than 91.8 rinsed. On the best, last, and only remaining comedy of Mr. Fletcher, The Wild Goose Chase, 92.1. I'm unclouded, too, free from the mist. The blind and late heaven's eyes great oculist, obscured with the false fires of his seam, not half those souls are lightened by this theme. Unhappy murmurers, that still repine, after eclipse our sun doth brighter shine, recant your false grief, and your true joys know, your bliss is endless, as you feared your woe. What fortnate flood is this? What storm of wit? Oh, who would live, and not o'erwhelmed in it? No more a fatal deluge shall be hurled, this inundation hath saved the world. Once more the mighty Fletcher doth arise, robed in a vest studded with stars and eyes of all his former glories, his last worth embroidered with what yet light air brought forth. See! In this glad farewell he doth appear stuck with the constellations of his sphere, fearing we numbed feared no flagration, hath curled all his fires in this one, which, as they guard his hallowed chaste urn, the dull approaching heretics do burn. Fletcher at his adieu carouses thus to the luxurious ingenious, as Cleopatra did of old Alvi, th unnumread dishes of her Anthony, when, he at th empty board a wanderer, smiling she 92.2 calls for pearl and vinegar, first pledges him in's breath, then at one draught swallows 3 kingdoms of to his best thought. Here, O ye valiant writers, and subscribe, his force set by, why are conquered by this bribe. Though you hold out yourselves, he doth commit in this a sacred treason in your wit, although in poems desperately stout, give up, this overture must buy you out. Thus with some prodigal us rarity doth fare, that keeps his gold still veiled, his steel breast bare, that doth exceed his coffers all but's eye, and his eyes idle the winged deity, that cannot lock his minds with half the art as some rich beauty doth his wretched heart, while that his real poverty, and so wise to win her, turns himself into a prize. First startles her with th emerald mad lover 92.3 the ruby arcas, 92.4 least she should recover her dazzled thought, a diamond he throws, splendid in all the brightest spacious woes. 92.5 then to sum up the abstract of his store, he flings a rope of pearl of 40 92.6 more. Ah, see! The staggering virtue faints, which he beholding, darts his wealth's epitome, 92.7 and now, to consummate her wished fall, shows this one carbuncle, that darkens all. Less than 92.1. The Wild Goose Chase. A comedy, as it hath been acted with singular applause at the Blackfriars. Being the noble, last, and only remains of those incomparable dramatists, Francis Beaumont and John Fletcher, Gent. London, printed for Humphrey Moseley, 1652. Folio. Less than 92.2 singer reads he, but original she, as above. Of course Cleopatra is meant. Less than 92.3 Fletcher's mad lover. Less than 92.4 Fletcher's faithful shepherdess. Less than 92.5 The Maid's Tragedy, by Beaumont and Fletcher, 1619. Less than 92.6 Should we not read 50, and understand the collected edition of Beaumont and Fletcher's works in 1647? Less than 92.7 The Wild Goose Chase, which is also apparently the carbuncle mentioned 2 lines lower down. To my noble kinsman Thomas Stanley, 93.1 ESQ on his lyric poems composed by Mr. John Gamble. 93.2. What means this stately tablature, the balance of thy strains, which seems, instead of sifting pure, to extend and rack thy veins? Thy odes first their own harmony did break, for singing, troth, is but in tune to speak. 2. Nor trust 93.3 thy golden feet and wings. It may 93.4 be thought false melody 93.5 t ascend to heaven by silver strings. This is Urania's heraldry. Thy royal poem now we may extol, as 93.6 truly Luna blazoned upon soul. 3. As when Amphion first did call each listening stone from Sten, and with his 93.7 lute did form the 93.8 wall, but with his words the men, so in your twisted numbers now you thus not only stocks persuade, but ravish us. 4. Thus do your airs echo o'er the notes and anthems of the spheres, and their whole consort back restore, as if earth too would bless even ears. But yet the spokes, by which they scowled so high, Gamble hath wisely laid of Remi, and point 5. Less than 93.1 Thomas Stanley, ESQ, author of the History of Philosophy, and an elegant poet and translator v. Supra. Lovelace wrote these lines for airs and dialogues, to be sung to the theorbo, lute, or bass viol, by John Gamble, London, printed by William Godbid for the author, 1656. Folio. The words are by Stanley. Less than 93.2. Wood, in his account of this person, Volume 1, Colonel 285, conjectures that many of the songs in the above collection, Gamble's Airs, and c. 1659, were written by the learned Thomas Stanley, ESQ, author of the History of Philosophy, and seemingly with good reason, for they resemble, in the conciseness and elegant turn of them, those poems of his printed in 1651. containing translations from Anacreon, Bion, Moschus, and others. Hawkins. Less than 93.3 Lucasta and Airs and Dialogues read thus, which leaves no meaning in this passage. Less than 93.4 old editions have Mayet. Less than 93.5 Harmony, Airs and Dialogues, and C. Less than 93.6 original reads and so also the Airs and Dialogues. Less than 93.7 old editions have the. Less than 93.8 so the Airs and Dialogues. Lucasta has his. And point 5 page 249. Ut Remi. See Love's Labours Lost, 1598 4. 3. Whole. Old Montoine. Old Montoine. Who understandeth thee not, loves thee not, ut re sol la mi fa. And Singer's Shakespeare, edition 1856 2. 257, note 15. To Dr. F. B. Eel, on his Book of Chess, 94.1. Sir, how unraveled is the golden fleece, men, that could only fool at fox and geese, are new-made politicians 94.2 by thy book, and both can judge and conquer with a look. The hidden fate 94.3 of princes you unfold, court, clergy, commons, by your law controlled. Strange, serious wantoning all that they blustered and cluttered for, you play. Less than 94.1 these lines, among the last which Lovelace ever wrote, were originally prefixed to the royal game of chess play. Sometimes the recreation of the late king, with many of the nobility. Illustrated with almost 100 gambits. Being the study of Biochino, the famous Italian, published by Francis Beale. London. 1656, 12 mo. Less than 94.2 the text of 1656 has, erroneously no doubt, Politians. Less than 94.3 text of 1656 has fates. To the genius of Mr. John Hall. On his exact translation of Hierocles his comment upon the golden verses of Pythagoras. 95.1. 'Tis not from cheap thanks thinly to repay th immortal grove of thy fair ordered bay thou plantedst round my humble fane. 95.2 that I stick on thy hearse this sprig of elegy, nor that your soul so fast was linked in me, that now I both, since has forsaken thee, that thus I stand a Swiss before thy gate, and dare, for such another, time and fate. Alas! Our faiths made different essays, our minds and merits break two several ways. Justice commands I wake thy learned dust, and truth, in whom all causes centre must. Behold! When but a youth, thou fierce didst whip upright the crooked age, and gilt vice strip, a senator pretext, 95.3 that news to swain 95.4 the fasces, yet under the ferula, ranked with the sage, ere blossom did thy chin, sleeked without, and hair all o'er within, who in the school couldst argue as in schools, thy lessons were ev an academy rules. So that fair Kim saw thee matriculate, at once a tyro and a graduate. At 19, what essays 95.5 have we beheld? That well might have the book of dogmas swelled, tough paradoxes, such as Tully's, thou didst heat thee with, when snowy was thy brow, when thy undowned face mov the nine to shake, and of the muses did a decad make. What shall I say? By what illusion bold? None but the sun was e'er so young and old. Young reverend shade, ascend a while. Whilst we now celebrate this posthum victory, this victory, that doth contract in death even all the powers and labours of thy breath. Like the Judean hero, 95.6 in thy fall thou pull'st the house of learning on us all. And as that soldier conquest doubted not, who but one splinter had of cast riot, 95.7 but would assault even death so strongly charmed, and naked oppose rocks, with his 95.8 bone 95.9 armed, so we, secure in this fair relic, stand 95.10 the slings and darts shot by each profane hand. These sovereign leaves thou left'st us are become sere clothes against all time's infection. Sacred Hierocles, whose heaven why thought first acted o'er this comment, ere it wrote, 95.11 thou hast so spirited, elixired, we conceive there is a noble alchemy, that's turning of this gold to something more precious than gold, we never knew before. Who now shall doubt the metempsychosis of the great author that shall peruse this? Let others dream thy shadow wandering strays in Elysian mazes hid with bays, or that, snatched up in upper region, 'tis kindled there a constellation. I have informed me, and declare with ease thy soul is fled into hierarchals. Less than 95.1 These lines were originally prefixed to hierarchals upon the golden verses of Pythagoras, teaching a virtuous and worthy life. Translated by John Hall of Durham, Esquire. Opus Posthumum, London, 1657, 12 mo. The copy among the King's pamphlets in the British Museum appears to have been purchased on the September 8, 1656. The variations between the texts of 1656 and 1659 are chiefly literal, but a careful collation has enabled me to rectify one or two errors of the press in Lucasta. Less than 95.2 Lovelace refers to the lines which Hall wrote in commendation of Lucasta, 1649. Less than 95.3 The Ori Visivi of Hall, 1646, 16 mo, are here meant. Less than 95.4 See Below's translation of Aulus Gellius, 2. 86. Less than 95.5 Ori Visivi, or Essays and Some Occasional Considerations. London, 1646, 16 mo, with a portrait of Hall by William Marshall, O. AET. 19. Less than 95.6 Sampson. Less than 95.7 Skanderbeg, whose real name was George Castriot. Castriot is also one of the dramatis personae in Fletcher's Knight of Malta. Less than 95.8 So the text of 165.e. Sick of the lines as originally written by the poet. Lucasta, 1 greater than 659, erroneously has this. Less than 95.9. And he found a new jawbone of an ass, and put forth his hand and took it, and slew 1,000 men therewith. Judges 15. 15. Less than 95.10 I.e. withstand. Less than 95.11 So the text of 1656. Lucasta has wrought. Translations/translations. Sanazari Hexasticon. Viderat Adriasis quandam Neptunus in Indies stare urbum et toto ponera jura mari, nunc mihi tarpias 96.1 quantavis, Jupiter, arses obgus et illa mihi moenia martis, 8, seu pelago tibrim prefers, urbum aspicu tramc, illum homines dices, hanc posuis deos. Sanazar's Hexastic. In Adriatic waves when Neptune saw the city stand, and give the seas a law, now ith Tarpeian Taurus Jove rival me, and Mars his walls impregnable, said he, let seas to Tiber yield. View both their odes, 96.2 You'll grant that built by men, but this by gods. Less than 96.1 Rome. Less than 96.2 Points of difference or contrast. For let seas and sea. We ought to read shall seas and sea. In Virgilium. Pentadii. Pastor, erator ices, pavi, colui, superavi, capras, rus, hosts, frond, ligon, manu. In English. A swain hind night I fed tilled did command goats, fields, my foes, with leaves, a spade, my hand. De scivola. Lictorum pro rege nicens nunc mutius ultro sacrifico proprium concremat igni manum. Merator porcena virum, pinamque relaxans maxima cum obsessus federa a victor in it, plus flammis patrii confert quam fortibus armis, una domens bellum funere dextra sua. Englished. The hand, by which no king but Sergeant 97.1 dies, mutius in fire doth freely sacrifice. The prince admires the hero, quits his pains, and victor from the siege peace entertains. Rome's more obliged to flames than arms or power. When one burn hand shall the whole war devour. 97.2. Less than 97.1 A somewhat imperfect rendering of Lictor. Less than 97.2 The reader will easily judge for himself of the valueless character of these translations. But it is only just to Lovelace to suggest that they were probably academic exercises only, and at the same time to submit that they are not much worse than Marlowe's translation of Ovid, and many other versions of the classics then current. De Catoni. Invictus victus in partibus omnia Caesar vincere capatuit, te Cato, non potuit. Of Cato. The world o'ercome, victorious Caesar, He that conquered all, great Cato, could not thee. Item. Ictu non potuit primo Cato solvere vitam, deficit tanto vulnere victim manus, altius inserit digitos, quas spiritus ingens exerit, magnum dextera facit iter. Apposit fortuna morum, invulvic, Catonis Syres ut ferro plus valuus manum. Another. One stab could not fierce Cato's 98.1 life unti. Only his hand of all that wound did disposium deeper his fingers tear to make a way open, through which his mighty soul might stray. Fortune made this delay to let us know that Cato's hand more than his sword could do. Less than 98.1 Cato of Utica. Item. Jussa manus sacri pectus violare Catonis hacet, et in septem victor reliquit opus. Alate, infesto contra sua vulnera vultu, est aliquid, magnus quod Cato non potuit. Another. The hand of sacred Cato, bad to tear his breast, did start, and the made wound forbear. Then to the gash he said with angry brow, And is there aught great Cato cannot do? Item. Dextera, quid dubitas? Durum est jugular catanum, sed modo liber erit, jam puto non dubitas. Fas non est vivo quenquam servire Catoni, nidem ipsum vincit nunc Cato si moritor. Another. What doubt'st thou, hand? Sad Cato 'tis to kill, but he'll be free, sure, hand, thou doubt'st not still. Cato alive, 'tis just all men be free, nor conquers he himself, now if he die. Pentadii. Non est, fuleris, haec beata non est quod vas creditus esse, vita non est, fulgentis manibus videre gemmas et testudinio jacer electo, aut pluma latus abdidis mali, aut oro bibera, aut cubar coco, regales dapibus scriver menses, et quicquid libicos secator arvo, non una positum tenera sella, sed nullos trepidum timer casus. Nec vano populi favor tangi, et stricto nihil estuer ferro, hoc quisquis poterit, lispit illi fortunam moviat locos superbus. Englished. It is not, why are deceived, it is not bliss what you conceive a happy living is, to have your hands with rubies bright to glow, then on your tortoise bed your body throw, and sink yourself in down, to drink in gold, and have your looser self in purple rolled, with royal fare to make the tables groan, or else with what from Libyc fields is mown, nor in one vault hoard all your magazine, but at no coward's fate te have fried been, nor with the people's breath to be swollen great, nor at a drawn stiletto basely swear. He that dares this, nothing to him's unfit, but proud oth top of fortune's wheel may sit. Ad M.T. Ciceron M. Cattle EP 50. Dissertissime Romuli nepotum, quot sunt, quot fuer, Mars Tully, quot post alios erunt in annos, gratias tibi maximus Catullus agit, pessimus omnium poda, tanto pessimus omnium poda, quanto tu optimus omnium patronus. To Marcus T. Cicero. In an English pentastic. Tully to thee, Rome's eloquent soler, the best of all that are, shall be, and were, I the worst poet send my best thanks and prayer. Even by how much the worst of poets I, by so much you the best of patrones be. Ad Juventium. Cat. EP 49. Melitos oculos tuos, Juvenci, esse cosmi sinit usque begier, usque ad milia basium trecenta, nec unquam videat satir futuris, non esse densier aridis aristis, sit nostre seges osculationis. To Juventius. Juventius, thy fair sweet eyes if to my fill that I may kiss, 300,000 times I to kiss, nor future age should cloy this bliss. No, not if thicker than ripe ears the harvest of our kisses bears. De puero et precon. Cattle. Cum puero bello preconem cavidit esse, quid credat, nisi esse vendir discupera? Cattle. With a fair boy a crier we behold, what should we think, but he would not be sold? 99.1. Less than 99.1 Lovelace has made nonsense of this passage. We ought to read rather. But that he would be sold! Porti Licinii. Assi Phoebe sora yes, mando tibi, delia, causam, silicet, uti fratrique pito verba feras, marmor sicanio struxi tibi, delphis, templum, et levi bus calamus candida verba dedi. Nunc, Si nos audis, at ies divinus Apollo, dic mihi, canamos non habet unde petat. Englished. If you are Phoebus' sister, Delia, pray, this my request unto the sun convey. O Delphic god, I built thy marble fane, and sung thy praises with a gentle cane. 100.1 Now, if thou art divine Apollo, tell, where he, whose purse is empty, may go fill. Less than 100.1 Reed or pipe. Senecae ex cleande. Duc me, parens celsic dominator poli, quocunc placuit, nulla perendi mora est, adsum impiger, fac nal, comitaber gemens, mollusc pacer facera, quod licet bono. Ducent volentum fata, nolentum trahunt. Englished. Parent and prince of heaven, O lead, I pray, where'er you please, I follow and obey. Active I go, sighing, if you gainsay, and suffer bad what to the good was law. Fates lead the willing, but unwilling draw. Quinti catuli. Considerum exorientum oraram forte salutans, cum subito a laiva ratius exoritor. Pace mihi lyciat, coalescens, dicera vestra. Mortalis vice pulchrier esse deo. Blanditor pueros satiris vultuc manque, nolendis similis retrahit ora pure, quem non comavit, quambis de marmor? Fundit pene prex satiris, pene pure lacrimas. Englished. As once I bade good morning to the day, OTH sudden ratius breaks in a bright ray, gods with your favor, I've presumed to see a mortal fairer than a date I. With looks and hands a satire courts the boy, who draws back his unwilling cheek as coy. Although of marble hewn, whom move not they? The boy even seems to weep, the satire, pray. Floridi. De ebrioso. Phoebus me insomnis vitut patar laiem, perio preceptus, tunc bibbo cum vigilo. Of a drunkard. Phoebus asleep forbade me wine to take, I yield, and now I'm only drunk awake. De asino cadentibus aeneidem consumpsit. Carminis Iliasi libros consumpsit ocellis. Hoc fadem Troii est, aut equus, aut asinus. The assy eating the Aeneids. A wretched assy the Aeneids did destroy, a horse or assy is still the fate of Troy. Ausonius lib epig. Trinarii quodam currentem in littoris ora anticanes leperem carolilius repuit, at 101.1 lepus, in me omnis terrae pelagic rapina est, forsitan et celi, si canis astra tenet. Englished. On the Sicilian strand a hare well wrought before the hounds was by a dogfish caught. Quoth she, all rape of sea and earth's on me, perhaps of heaven, if there a dog-star be. Less than 101.1 Q a contraction of 8. Ausonius lib epig. Pala, potenta, tribon, baculus, cyphus, arctus suplex haec furent sinici, sed putat hanc nimium, namque cavis manibus cernens patarbibulcum, cur, scythe, t dixit, gusto super vacuum? Englished. The cynic's narrow hosted stuff of crutch, a stool and dish, was lumber thought too much, for whilst a hind drinks out on's palms OTH strand he flings his dish, cries, I've one in my hand. Ausonius lib I, epig. Thesauro invento caliminum mortis aenibat, liquid ovens laquium, quo perituris erat, atca, quod terrae abditerit, non reperit orum, quam laquium invenit nexut, et periit. Englished. A treasure found one, entreing at death's gate, triumphing leaves that cord, was meant his fate, but he the gold missing, which he did hide, the halter which he found he knit, so wide. A la Chabot. Object adorable et charmant. Mes sauspers et mes pleurs tesmoinent mon torment. Mais mon respect 102.1 m'empêche de parler. Ah! Que pain dissimular! Et que j'ai suffer de martyr, d'aimer et de enoser le dire. To the same air in English, thus. Object adorable of charms. My sighs and tears may testify my harms, but my respect forbids me to reveal. Ah, what a pain 'tis to conceal! And how I suffer worse than hell, to love, and not to dare to tell. Less than 102.1 original has MES respects. Theophile being denied his addresses to King James, turned the affront to his own glory in this epigram. Essai Jacques, le roi du Scavier, any tribun de me voir, voilà la cause infallible. Car, ravi de mon escrit, Illinois crut, que j'ayas toi tout esprit et par consequent invisible. Lineally translated out of the French. If James, the king of wit, to see me thought not fit, sure this the cause hath been, that, ravished with my merit, he thought I was all spirit, and so not to be seen. Ausonius. Vain, quid effectus facium mihi ponera, pictor, ignotam oculi solicitar manu? Aries et venti sum filia, moderinis indicii, vocemque sign ment gero. Oribus investris habito penetrabilis echo, assi mihi vis similem pingere, pinge sonos. In English. Vain painter, why dost strive my face to draw with busy hands? A goddess eyes ne'er saw. Daughter of air and wind, I do rejoice in empty shouts, without a mind, a voice. Within your ears' shrill echo I rebound, and if you outpaint me like, then paint a sound. Ausen I use. Toxica zella typo dedit uxor macham marito, nec satis ad mortem creditit esse datum, miscut argenti lethalia pondera vivi, ut celerit certum vis geminata nisum. Ergo, intercisi dem noxia pocula certant, cessit lethalis noxa saltuferi. Prodinus in vacuos alvi patir recessus, lubrica dejectus quae via noda cibis. Quam pia cura deum? Prodis credilior uxor. Sic, cum fata volant, bina venena juvent. In English. Her jealous husband and adulteress gave cold poisons to, weak she thought first grave, a fatal dose of quicksilver then she mingles to hast his double destiny. Now whilst within themselves they are at strife, the deadly potion yields to that of life, and straight from hollow stomach both retreat to slippery pipes known to digested meat. Strange care gods the mirth rest doth avail. So, when fates please, even double poisons heal. Ausonius epig. Emptus quod libris tibi bibliotheca referta est, doctum et grammaticum t, Philemus, putas. Quinitium Cytheras, cordas et barbita conde, mercator hodi, cras Cytheritis, eris. In English. Because with bought books, sir, your studies fraught, a learned grammarian you would fain be thought. Nay then, by lutes and strings, so you may play the merchant now, the fiddler, the next day. Avieni 103.1 v. C. Adamicos. Rura mirans, quid agam, respondi, pauca rogatus, main, deum exero famulos, post arvac viso, partitus mais justos indico labors, in lego, febunc cio, musam placesso, tunc oleo corpus fingo, malique palestra stringo libens animo, gaudensque ac fonor liber prandio, paudo, cano, ludo, levo, kino, quiesco. Englished. Asked in the country what I did, I said I view my men and meads, first having prayed, then each of mine hath his just task outlaid. I read, Apollo court, I roused my muse, then I anoint me, and stripped willing loose myself on a soft plat, from usry blessed. I dine, drink, sing, play, bath, I sup, I rest. Less than 103.1 Rufus Festus Avienus, the Latin poet. Ad fabulum. Cattle. Libai, EP 13. Se nobis bene me fabul, apud me pausis, si die tibi favent, diebus, si tica maturis bonum ac magnam canum, non sine candida puella, et vino, et sale, et omnibus cocinis. Haec si, inquam, atularis, fabul noster, se nobis bene, nam tue catuli plenus saculis est arenerum. Sed contra, accipes miros amores, SCU quod suavius elegantius vest, nam unguentum debo, quod me puelli donerant veneres cupidinesque, quod tu cum offices, deos rogabis, totem te facient, fabul, nasum. Englished. Fabulous, I will treat you handsomely shortly, if the kind gods will favor thee. If thou dost bring with thee a delicate mess, an olio or so, a pretty lass, brisk wine, sharp tales, all sorts of drollery, these if thou bringst, I say, along with thee, you shall feed highly, friend, for, no, the ebbs of my lank purse are full of spiders' webs. But then again you shall receive clear love, or what more grateful or more sweet may prove, for with anointment I will favor thee my Venuses and Cupids gave to me. Of which once smelt, the gods thou wilt implore, Fabulous, that they'd make thee nose all o'er. Mart. Libi, AP. 14. Castus so gladium cum tradat aria pedo, quem de visceribus traxerat ipsa sui, assi qua fides, vulnus quod fisi non dalit, inquit, sed quod tu facies, hoc mihi, pate dalit. Englished. When brave chaste Aria to her Puitus gave the sword from her own breast did bleeding wave. If there be faith, this wound smarts not, said she. But what you'll make, that will murder me. Mart. AP. 43. Libi. Conjugis audicet fatum cum portia brudi, et substractus sibi quaerat arma dolor, nondum cites, 8, mortem non posse negeri, creditorum satis hoc vas doquis patrem. Dixit, et ardens avido bibit or favelas. I nunc, et ferum tuba molesta niga. In English. When Portia her dear lord's sad fate did hear, and noble grief sought arms were hid from her, know you not yet no hindrance of death is, Cato? I thought, enough had taught you this, so said, her thirsty lips drink flaming coals, go now, deny me steel, officious fools! Mart. EP 15. Lib 6. Dum fitantia formica vagator in umbra, implicit tenuum succina gutta ferum, dignum tantorum precium tulit illa laborum, credible est ipsum sic voluus mori. Englished. Whilst in an ambuscade the ant doth feast, a gummy drop ensnares the small wild beast, a full reward of all her toils has she, 'tis to be thought she would herself so die. Mar. Lib 4. EP 33. Et latet et lucet, featentide condita gutta ut videator apis nectar clausa suo. Sic modo, quae fuerat vita contempta monenta, funeribus facta est jam preciosa sui. In English. Both lurks and shines, hidden in amber tear, the bee, in her own nectar prisoner, so she, who in her lifetime was contemned, even in her very funerals is gammed. Mart. Lib 8. EP 19. Pauper videri sina vult ets pauper. In English. Cinna seems 104.1 poor in show, and he is so. Less than 104.1 a very inadequate translation of videri vult. Out of the anthology. 105.1. Spes ton lignon moros filin apopolendacnomenos, lexizuk eti me blepit. In an English distich. A fool, much bit by fleas, put out the light. You shall not see me now, quoth he, good night. Less than 105.1. This is from Lucian. In Rufum. Cattle. EP 64. Nali admirari, quae tibi fomina nulla, roof, velit tenerum supposuus femur, non ullum rari late fax mienera vestis, aut pellucidulis delicius lapidus. Ladet te quidem mala fabula, qua tibi furter valle sub alarum trux habitera caper. Hunc metuant omnes, nec mirum, nam mala vald est bestia, nec cum 106.1 bella puella cubit. Quer aut crudilum nasorum interfice pestum, aut admirari design, cur fugent. To Rufus. That no fair woman will, wonder not why, clap, Rufus, under thine her tender thigh, not a silk gown shall once melt one of them, nor the delights of a transparent gem. A scurvy story kills thee, which doth tell, that in thine armpits a fierce goat doth dwell. Him they all fear full of an ugly stench 106.2 nor st fit he should lie with a handsome wench, wherefore this nose's cursed plague first crush, or cease to wonder, why they fly you thus. Less than 106.1 an archaic form of quocum. Less than 106.2 original has stinch. Cattle. EP 71. De inconstantia fulminae amoris. Nulli esse dicit mulier mea nubra vel, quam mihi, non, si Jupiter ipsi petat, dicit, sed mulier cupido quod dicit amanti, invento et rapida scriberi opertet aqua. Female inconstancy. My mistress says she'll marry none but me, no, not if Jove himself a suitor be. She says so, but what women say to kind lovers, we write in rapid streams and wind. Ad lesbium cat. EP 73. Die spa quandam, solemn tenas catullum, lesbia, nec praemi vel tenera jevum, dilexi tum te, non tantum ut vulgus amicam, sed pater ut natos diligit et generos. Nunc te cognovi, quae etiam pensius juror, multum itamen es vilior et levir. Capotis estinquis, quod amantem injuria talis cogat amare magis, sed bene vel minus? Odii et amo, quae id facium, fortas requiris, nescio, sed fieri sentio, edi excrisure. Englished. That me alone you loved, you once did say, nor should I to the King of Gods give way. Then I loved thee not as a common deer, but as a father doth his children cheer. Now thee I know, more bitterly I smart, yet thou to me more light and cheaper art. What power is this? That such a wrong should press me to love more, yet wish thee well much less. I hate and love, wouldst thou the reason know? I know not, but I burn, and feel it so. In Lesbium Cat. EP 76. Huc est mens deducta tua, mea lesbia, culpa, ac ida esse officio perdidit ipsa suo. Ut jam nec bene velquim tibi, esse optimus scius, nec desistere amare, omnia esse facius. Englished. By thy fault is my mind brought to that pass, that it its office quite forgotten has, for beest thou best, I cannot wish thee well, and beest thou worse, then I must love thee still. Ad Quintium. Cat. EP 83. Quinti, esse tibi vis oculos debir catullum, aut aliad esse quid carius est oculis, erapiri nali, multo quod carius illi est oculis, seu quid carius est oculis. To Quintius. Quintius, if Uel endear Catullus' eyes, or what he dearer than his eyes doth prize, ravish not what is dearer than his eyes, or what he dearer than his eyes doth prize. De Quintia et Lesbia. EP 87. Quintia formosa est multis, mihi candida, longa, recta est, haec ego sic singula confiteor, tota illid formosa nego, nam multa venustas, nulla in tam magno est corpori mica salus. Lesbia formosa est quae, cum pulcherima tota est, tum omnibus una omniis surrepute veneers. Englished. Quintia is handsome, fair, tall, straight, all these very particulars I grant with ease, but she all or est not handsome, here's her fault, in all that bulk there's not one corn of salt, whilst Lesbia, fair and handsome too all graces and all wit from all hath bore. De Sulin Lesbia Memori. EP 88. Nulla potus mulier tantum esse dicera amatam vir, quantum a me lesbia amatum mea est, nulla fides ullo fiut unquam fader tanta, quanta in amore so ex part reperta mea est. Englished. No one can boast herself so much beloved, truly as Lesbia my affections proved, no faith was e'er with such a firm not bound, as in my love on my part one have found. Ad Silenum. EP 104. Aut sotis mihi redisum sestertia, silo, diendo esto quam vis si vis et indomitus, aut sit nummi delectant, design, quiso, leno esse, ac idem si vis et indomitus. Englished. Silo, pray pay me my 10 sesterces, then rant and roar as much as you shall please. Or if that money takes, you, 107.1 pray, give or to be a pimp, or else to rant and roar. Less than 107.1 original has takes, but a word is wanting to complete the meter, and perhaps the poet wrote takes you, i.e. captivates you. Elegies. Sacred to the memory of the author. By several of his friends. Collected and published by D. P. L. Nunquam ego te vita frater umbiliar ad spicium post hac, at cert semper amabo. Catullus. London, printed 1660. Elegies. To the memory of my worthy friend Call. Richard Lovelace. 108.1. To pay my love to thee, and pay it so, as honest men should what they justly owe, were to write better of thy life, than can the assured's pen of the most worthy man. Such was thy composition, such thy mind, improved from virtue, and from vice refined, thy youth an abstract of the world's best parts, inward to arms and exercise to arts, which, with the vigor of a man, became thine and thy country's pyramids of fame. Two glorious lights to guide our hopeful youth into the paths of honor and of truth. These parts, so rarely met, made up in thee, what man should in his full perfection be, so sweet a temper into every sense, and each affection breathed an influence, as smoothed them to a calm, which still withstood the ruffling passions of untamed blood, without a wrinkle in thy face, to show thy stable breast could a 108.2 disturbance know. In fortune humble, constant in mischance, expert in both, and both serve to advance thy name by various trials of thy spirit, and give the testimony of thy merit. Valiant to envy of the bravest men, and learn to an undisputed pen, good as the best in both and great, but yet no dangerous courage nor offensive wit. These ever served the one for to defend, the other, nobly to advance thy friend, under which title I have found my name fixed in the living chronicle of fame to times succeeding, yet I hence must go, displeased I cannot celebrate thee so. But what respect, acknowledgment, and love, what these together, when improved, improve, call it by any name, so it express aught like a tribute to thy worthiness, and may my bound in gratitude become, Lovelace, I offer at thy honored tomb. And though thy virtues many friends have bred to love thee living, and lament thee dead, in characters far better couched than these, mine will not blot thy fame, nor theirs increase. 'Twas by thine own great merits rise so high, that, maugre time and fate, it shall not die. Sic flevit. Charles Cotton. Less than 108.1 These lines may be found, with some verbal variations, in the poems of Charles Cotton, 1689, p. 481-2-3. Less than 108.2 This reading is adopted from Cotton's Poems, 1689, page 482. In Lucasta we read no disturbance. Upon the posthumous and precious poems of the nobly extracted gentleman Mr. R. L. 109.1. The rose and 109.2 Other fragrant flowers smell best, when they are plucked and worn in hand or breast, so this fair flower of virtue, this rare bud of wit, smells now as fresh as when he stood, and in these posthumous poems lets us know, he on 109.3 the banks of Helicon did grow. The beauty of his soul did correspond with his sweet outside, nay, it went 109.4 beyond. Lovelace, the minion 109.5 of the Thespian dames, Apollo's darling, born with Enthean flames, which in his numbers wave and shine so clear, as sparks refracted from 109.6 rich gems appear, such flames that may inspire, and atoms cast, to make new poets not like him in hast. 109.7 Jam. Howell. Less than 109.1 These lines, originally printed as above, were included by Payne Fisher in his collection of Howell's Poems, 1663, 8 vo, where they may be found at page 126. Fisher altered the superscription in his ill-edited book to Upon the Posthumous Poems of Mr. Lovelace. Less than 109.2 with Howell's Poems. Less than 109.3 that he upon Ibid. Less than 109.4 if not go beyond Ibid. Less than 109.5 Fr. Mignon darling. Less than 109.6 so in Howell's Poems. Lucasta has in less than 109.7 such sparks that with their atoms may inspire the reader with a pure poetic fire. Howell's Poems. An elegy, sacred to the memory of my late honored friend, Colonel Richard Lovelace. Pardon, blessed shade, that I thus crowd to be mong those that sin unto thy memory, and that I think unvalid relics spread, and am the first that pillages the dead, since who would be thy mourner as befits, but an officious sacrilege commits. How my tears strive to do thee fairer right, and from the characters divide my sight. Until it, dimmer, a new torrent swells, and what obscured it, falls my spectacles let the luxurious floods impulsive rise as they would not be wept, but weep the eyes, the while earth melts, and we above it lie but the weak bubbles of mortality, until our griefs are drawn up by the sun, and that, too, drop the exhalation. How in thy dust we humble now our pride, and bring thee a whole people mortified. For who expects not death, now thou art gone, shows his low folly, not religion. Can the poetic heavens still hold on the golden dance, when the first mover's gone? And the snatched fires, which circularly hurled, in their strong rapture glimmer to the world, and not stupendiously rather rise the tapers unto these solemnities? Can the chords move in tune, when thou dost die, at once their universal harmony? But where Apollo's harp, with murmur, laid, had to the stones a melody conveyed, they by some pebble summoned would reply in loud results to every battery. Thus do we come unto thy marble room, to echo from the music of thy tomb. May we dare speak thee dead, that wouldst be in thy remove only not such as we? No wonder the advance is from us hid, earth could not lift thee higher than it did. And thou, that didst grow up so ever nigh, art but now gone to immortality. So near to where thou art, thou here didst dwell, the change to thee is less perceptible. Thy but unably comprehending clay, to what could not be circumscribed, gave way, and the more spacious tenant to return, cracked, and the too restrained estate, its urn. That is but left to a successive trust, the soul's first buried in his body's dust. Thou more thyself, now thou art less confined, art not concerned in what is left behind, while we sustain the loss that thou art gone, unessent in the separation, and he that weeps thy funeral, in one is pious to the widowed nation. And under what, now, covert must I sing, secure as if beneath a cherub's wing, when thou hast ta'en thy flight hence, and art nigh in place to some related hierarchy, where a bright wreath of glories doth but set upon thy head an equal coronet, and thou, above our humble converse gone, canst but be reached by contemplation. Our lutes, as thine was touched, were vocal by, and thence received the soul by sympathy, that did above the threads inspiring creep, and with soft whispers broke the emroused sleep, which now no more, moved with the sweet surprise, awaken to delicious rhapsodies, but with their silent mistress do comply, and fast in undisturbed slumbers lie. How from thy first ascent thou didst disperse a blushing warmth throughout the universe, while near the morn's Lucasta's fires did glow, and to the earth a purer dawn did throw. We ever saw thee in the roll of fame advancing thy already deathless name, and though it could but be above its fate, thou wouldst, however, supererogate. Now as in Venice, when the wanton state before a Spaniard spread their crowded plate, he made it the sage business of his eye to find the root of the wild treasury, so learned from that exchequer but the more to rate his master's vegetable ore. Thus when the Greek and Latin muse we read, as but the 110.1 cold inscriptions of the dead, we to advantage then admired thee, who didst live on still with thy poesy, and in our proud enjoyments never knew the end of the unruly wealth that grew. But now we have the last dear ingots gained, and the free vein, however rich, is drained, though what thou hast bequeathed us, no space of this world's span of time shall e'er embrace. But as who sometimes knew not to conclude upon the water's strange vicissitude, did to the ocean himself commit, that it might comprehend what could not it, so we in our endeavors must outdone be swallowed up within thy helicon. Thou, who 110.2 art laid up in thy precious cave, and from the hollow spaces of thy grave, we still may mourn in tune, but must alone hereafter hope to quaver out a groan. No more the chirping sonnets with shrill notes must henceforth volley from our treble throats, but each sad accent must be humored well to the deep solemn organ of thy cell. Why should some rude hand carve thy sacred stone, and therein size a cheap inscription, when we can shed the tribute of our tears so long, till the relenting marble wears, which shall such order in their cadence keep, that they a native epitaph shall weep, until each letter spelt distinctly lies, cut by the mystic droppings of our eyes. L. Rivet. 110.3. Less than 110.1 original has the but. Less than 110.2 original has ow. Less than 110.3 I have already pointed out, that the author of these truly wretched lines was probably the same person, on whose moral and divine poems Lovelace has some verses in the Lucasta. The poems of E.R. appear to be lost, which, unless they were far superior to the present specimen, cannot be regarded as a great calamity. An elegy. Methinks, when kings, prophets, and poets die, we should not bid men weep, nor ask them why, but the great loss should by instinct impair the nations, like a pestilential air, and in a moment men should feel the cramp of grief, like persons poisoned with a damp. All things in nature should their death deplore, and the sun look less lovely than before. The fixed stars should change their constant spaces, and comets cast abroad their flagrant 111.1 faces. Yet still we see princes and poets fall without their proper pomp of funeral. Men look about, as if they ne'er had known the poet's laurel or the prince's crown. Lovelace hath long been dead, and he 111.2 can be obliged to no man for an elegy. Are you all turned to silence, or did he retain the only sap of poesy that kept all branches living? Must his fall set an eternal period upon all? So when a springtide doth begin to fly 111.3 from the green shore, each neighboring creek grows dry. But why do I so pettishly detract an age that is so perfect, so exact? In all things excellent, it is a fame or glory to deceased Lovelace name, for he is weak in wit, who doth deprave another's worth to make his own seem brave, and this was not his aim, nor is it mine. I now conceive the scope of their design, which is with one consent to bring and burn contributory incense on his urn, where each man's love and fancy shall be tried, as when great Johnson or brave Shakespeare died. Wits must unite, for ignorance, we see, hath got a great train of artillery, yet neither shall nor can it blast the fame and honor of deceased Lovelace name, whose own Lucasta can support his credit amongst all such who knowingly have read it, but who that praise can by desert disgust do to those poems that are posthumous. And if the last conceptions are the best, those by degrees do much transcend the rest, so full, so fluent, that they richly suit with Orpheus' lyre, or with Anacreon's lute, and he shall melt his wing, that shall aspire to reach a fancy or one accent higher. Holland and France have known his nobler parts, and found him excellent in arms and arts. To sum up all, few men of fame but know, he was tam Marti, quam Mercurio, 111.4. Less than 111.1 burning. Less than 111.2 original has we. Less than 111.3 a fine image. Less than 111.4 the motto originally employed by George Gascoigne, who, like Lovelace, wielded both the sword and the pen. To his noble friend Captain Dudley Lovelace upon his edition of his brother's poems. Thy pious hand, planting fraternal bays, deserving is of most egregious praise, since 'tis the organ doth to us convey from a descended sun so bright a ray. Clear spirit! How much we are bound to thee for this so great a liberality, the truer worth of which by much exceeds the western wealth, which such contention breeds. Like the infusing god, from the wellhead of poesy you have besprinkled our brows with holy drops, the very last, which from your brother's happy pen were cast, yet as the last, the best, such matchless skill from his divine alembic did distill. Your honored brother in the Elysian shade will joy to know himself a laureate made by your religious care, and that his urn doth him on earth immortal life return. Yourself you have a good physician shown to his much grieved friends and to your own, in giving this elixired medicine, for greatest grief a sovereign anodyne. Sir, from your brother why have conveyed us bliss, now, since your genius so concurs with his, let your own quill our next enjoyments frame, all must be rich, that's gracked with Lovelace name. Simon Ognall M.D. 112.1 Koningbrands. Less than 112.1 This person is not mentioned in Monk's Roll of the Royal College of Physicians, 1861. On the truly honorable call. Richard Lovelace, occasioned by the publication of his posthumous poems. Elegy. Great son of Mars, and of Minerva too, with what oblations must we come to woo thy sacred soul to look down from above, and see how much thy memory we love, whose happy pen so pleased amorous ears, and lifting bright Lucasta to the spheres, her in the star-bespangled orb did set above fair Ariadne's coronet, leaving a pattern to succeeding wits, by which to sing forth their Pythonic fits. Shall we bring tears and sighs? No, no! Then we should but bemoan ourselves for losing thee, or else thy happiness seem to deny, or to repine at thy felicity. Then, whilst we chant out thine immortal praise, our offerings shall be only sprigs of bays, and if our tears will needs their brinks outfly, we'll weep them forth into an elegy, to tell the world, how deep fate's wounded wit, when Atropos the lovely Lovelace hit. How th active fire, which clothed thy generous mind, consumed the water, and the earth calcined until a stronger heat by death was given, which sublimated thy poor soul to heaven. Thou knew'st right well to guide the warlike steed, and yet couldst court the muses with full speed and such success, that the inspiring nine have filled their Thespian fountain so with brine. Henceforth we can expect no lyric lay, but biting satyrs through the world must stray. Bellona joins with fair Erato too, and with the destinies do keep ado, whom thus she queries, could not you a while reprieve his life, until another file of poems such as these had been drawn up? The Fates replied that thou wert taken up, a sacrifice unto the deities, since things most perfect pleased their holy eyes, and that no other victim could be found with so much learning and true virtue crown. Since it is so, in peace forever rest. 'Tis very just that God should have the best. Sim. Agnel M. de Koningbrands. On my brother Lovelace is dead. Then let the world return to its first chaos, muffled in its urn. The stars and elements together lie, drenched in perpetual obscurity, and the whole machine in confusion be, as methodic as an anarchy. May the great eye of day weep out his light, pale Cynthia leave the regiment of night, the Galaxia, all in sables dight, send forth no coruscations to our sight. The sister Graces and the sacred Nine, statued with grief, attend upon his shrine, whose worth, whose loss, should we but truly rate, 'twould puzzle our arithmetic to state a compt of virtues so transcendent high, number and value reach infinity. Did I pronounce him dead? No, no! He lives, and from his aromatic cell he gives spice-breathed fumes, whose odoriferous scent, in zephyr gales which never can be spent, doth spread itself abroad, and much outvies the eastern bird in her self-sacrifice, or Father Phoebus, who to th world derives such various and such multiformed lives, took notice that brave Lovelace did inspire the universe with his Promethean fire, and snatched him hence before his thread was spun, ending that here should be another Sunday T.L. 113.1. Less than 113.1 Thomas Lovelace, one of the poet's brothers. On the death of my dear brother. Epitaph. Tread, reader, gently, gently o'er the happy dust beneath this floor, for in this narrow vault is set an alabaster cabinet, wherein both arts and arms were put, like Homer's Iliads in a nut, till death with slow and easy pace snatched the bright jewel from the case. And now, transformed, he doth arise a constellation in the skies, teaching the blinded world the way, through night, to startle into day, and shipwrecked shades, with steady hand, he steers unto Elysian land. Dudley Posthumous Lovelace. The End. Comments on the preparation of the e-text. Angle brackets. Any place where angle brackets are used, i.e., it is a change made during the preparation of this e-text. The original printed book did not use this character at all. Square brackets. The square brackets, i.e., are copied from the printed book, without change. Footnotes. For this e-text version of the book, the footnotes have been consolidated at the end of each section of the introduction, and at the end of each poem. Numbering of the footnotes has been changed, and each footnote is given a unique identity in the form XX.YY, where XX is a poem or a section of the introduction, and YY is the number of the note within that poem or section. Some footnote markers are missing. I have inserted markers where I believe they should go. All such markers are identified by double brackets. E.g. 9.2. There were 5 footnotes in an additional notes section of the book, and 1 footnote in the table of contents. These footnotes have been identified as in point 1 to in point 5 and talk point 1. They have been moved to the end of the appropriate sections of the e-text, and footnote markers, identified by double angle brackets, i.e. have been added. The original locations of these footnotes in the body text, however, are also indicated for information. Latin and Greek poems. This e-text contains some poems in Latin and in Greek. The Latin poems are reproduced as they appear in the book, except that the accent marks have been deleted. The Greek poems were originally typeset in Greek characters. For this e-text, the Greek characters have been transliterated into Roman characters, using a system developed for the U.S. Library of Congress, Ref. LLC Romanization Tables transliteration schemes for non-Roman scripts approved by the Library of Congress and the American Library Association tables compiled and edited by Randall K. Berry Network Development and Mark Standards Office Library of Congress, Washington, 1991. Again, it was necessary to delete the accent marks, this time accents which were recommended to be placed over the Roman characters. The Greek poems are set off by angle brackets. Single Greek words embedded in Roman text have also been transliterated, as described above, and are identified by double angle brackets, e.g. Eulecrines. Spelling. I have made no spelling corrections whatsoever. In the poems, the spelling is very inconsistent, with several different versions of a word being used in different places. Other problems with the text. In a few places, the capital V and I characters were used where we would use a capital U of J instead. These have not been changed. For example, vlies I Ivanal. Where the capitals in the original text were used to highlight the first word of a poem, V was changed to V, for example, OVR became OVR. The copy of the book which I worked from had been rebound on several occasions. It is possible that the table of contents was originally placed after the introduction. Changes to the text. Symbols for British currency are changed to pounds, shillings, and pence. In several places the word appears with an accent mark over the. The accent is in the form of a horizontal line above the letter. This word has been rendered as the. Similarly, WHE with an accent over the is rendered as we.